That wraps us up this hour, a busy one. I'm Stephanie Ruhle. I will see you again at 11 a.m. and all day long on Twitter. And right now, I send you to Washington with Hallie Jackson.
Thank you, Steph. We have a very big and busy show. Very busy, starting with what's happening live now on Capitol Hill. The Russia investigation again in the spotlight. You're looking live. The #2 guy in the Department of Justice getting ready to testify and getting ready for some potentially tough questions about bias on those anti-Trump texts allegedly sent by a former special counsel staffer. We are monitoring this. We are also breaking down the once-in-a-generation stunning upset in Alabama with the top 3 things you need to watch for today with Doug Jones and Roy Moore, and an interview in just moments with the top Republican lawmaker about where this all goes from here. And since elections have consequences, we're also watching this. Getting ready, you see him live there, for Chuck Schumer, where the senator is expected to ask to slam the brakes on taxes until Democrat Doug Jones gets to town. Chances seem slim, but it all comes just hours before President Trump makes his final big push for his plan. We have a very, very busy hour ahead, but we start with Alabama and the shockwaves that are still being felt right now after Doug Jones' victory over Roy Moore. Here's the top 3 things you should watch for today, because we are. Number 1, will Roy Moore concede? He didn't last night. He says he wanted to sleep on it. So as he wakes up this morning, where does he go from here? What's the Republican reaction? We're already getting some in. They had been set to meet if Roy Moore had won. Obviously, that didn't happen. So the scramble in the Senate is something we are looking for today. And how will Democrats capitalize, if at all? What are they going to try to do? And how does that unfold? We're talking about all of those things over the next 60 minutes here. And we're starting on the ground in Alabama and over at the White House. I want to begin in Montgomery with NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, hardest working guy in TV right now. So, Gabe, what are you hearing about a Roy Moore potential concession now that a recount is no longer in the realm of possibility?
Oh, hi there, Hallie. Good morning. That is a big question right now. When will Roy Moore concede? He surprised some folks last night by saying that this was not over, that he still planned to, possibly contest the results of this election. But when he came out and said that, the result was much closer. There's a 0.7% difference now, at least 1.5% difference. And so election officials here say an automatic recount wouldn't kick in unless it was 1/2 or 1 percentage point of a margin of victory. So the Jones campaign, on the other hand, is elated. And let's take a listen at what both campaigns had to say last night, Hallie.
Folks, I got to tell you, I think that I have been waiting all my life, and now I just don't know what the hell to say. At the end of the day, this entire race has been about dignity and respect.
When the vote is this close, that it's not over. And we've still got to go by the rules about this recount provision. What we've got to do is wait on God and let this process play out.
So now we're waiting to see exactly when that concession will happen. And Hallie, I will tell you, speaking with several more supporters last night, we did get the sense that they are still very upset at how this went down from the perspective of the Republican establishment. They really blame Senator Richard Shelby for his comments that he was writing in an unnamed candidate, and that Alabama deserved better, in his words. They really saw that as a betrayal, and they say that they are so upset with not just him, but also Mitch McConnell, something that we had been hearing from, at least in the last couple of weeks of the race, this anger towards the GOP establishment, Hallie.
Yeah, this has definitely set up that battle even more than we've seen. Gabe, thank you. We're going to talk more about that Shelby factor and the write-ins coming up in just a moment with Steve Kornacki. But before we get there, I want to go to NBC's Kristen Welker at the White House. And Kristen, Roy Moore supporters in Alabama aren't the only ones who are upset about this. I know that you and I have this piece out looking at some new reporting on what's going on inside the White House, including now we've just learned a bit of a staff shakeup.
That's right. Let's get to that staff shakeup first, Hallie, and then we can look at some of the finger pointing that's going on behind the scenes here at the White House. We just learned moments ago that Omarosa Manigault Newman has resigned. Let me read you the statement that we got from the White House. Omarosa Manigault Newman resigned yesterday to pursue other opportunities. Her departure will not be effective until January 20th, 2018. We wish her the best in future endeavors and are grateful for her service. She was the communications director for the Office of Public Liaison. She did a lot of the outreach, Hallie, to the African-American community here at the White House. In fact, she was in Mississippi over the weekend when the president stopped there for the opening of that Civil Rights Museum. No indication over the weekend that she was planning to resign, so somewhat of a surprise, but possibly not to the folks here behind the scenes at the White House. So we'll drill down on that today. But in terms of the fallout from Alabama, in terms of what they are saying here behind the scenes at the White House, a lot of finger pointing, particularly for the political shop. Bill Stepien, who kind of heads that operation. A lot of folks here saying that he perhaps dropped the ball. Should President Trump have endorsed Roy Moore in the first place? That's the type of debate that's going on behind the scenes here. But there's some real concern that this may be an indication that President Trump's political strength has been damaged, and certainly it calls into question. Go ahead, Hal.
No, I was going to say Chuck Todd this morning, Kristen, on that point, said that Donald Trump is essentially a political toxin right now.
Well, that's right. And so look at the numbers in Alabama. Stunning in terms of his popularity there, a state that he won overwhelmingly just a year ago.
Right.
48% approve, 48% disapprove. But it's the intensity in those numbers. 41% strongly disapprove, Hallie.
And speaking of those numbers, Kristen Welker, you are teeing us up very nicely for our friend Steve Kornacki, who is here joining us to walk through some of this data. Steve, as I know you've been buried in it over the last 12 to 18 hours or so. He's there at the interactive board at 30 Rock. So this seems to be, Kristen talked about the president's low approval ratings in Alabama, but what seemed to have made the difference were people, suburban women specifically, and members of the African-American community not voting for Roy Moore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're a Democrat, you win in Alabama. You see how narrow this margin is. You really can't say it's one thing, one group, one phenomenon. Everything all has to come together, and it really did for Jones last night here. The highlights, though, of what his coalition entailed. Number one, you said it was turnout, black voter turnout, particularly, in this part of the state, in the city of Birmingham as well. You had not just strong support. I mean, the exit polls said 96% of black voters going for Jones, but you had turnout, a share of the electorate that was black that was higher than when Barack Obama ran. So that turnout was a huge factor as well. But again, that turnout alone is not going to do it, because Barack Obama had great black turnout in Alabama and he still got crushed. If you're a Democrat, you need defections from traditionally Republican voters, and we saw two very different types of things going on with this. Number one was in the suburbs, particularly a great example here is right outside of Birmingham, Shelby County. Republicans should be getting 75% plus here in this county. Roy Moore only got 56%. This counts as a catastrophe for a Republican to only get 56%. You should be getting a huge number of votes out of here. Again, if he just performed, if Moore just performed as a Republican normally does in Shelby, Moore might win this race statewide. It could make that much of a difference in what you saw in the suburbs there, you saw across the state. And one other quickly, these two college counties, I'll give you one right here. Lee County, this is where Auburn University is, War Eagle. Well, Donald Trump got almost 60% of the vote here. Roy Moore could barely crack 40. We saw it across the state as well in Tuscaloosa. Young voters, college age, a little older than college, young professionals, another big defection from the Republican Party there.
Steve, you mentioned Shelby County, and it brings up the Shelby factor, right? Richard Shelby coming out over the weekend saying that he's writing in somebody, doing everything he could. He didn't back Doug Jones, but he sure as heck did not back Roy Moore. That seemed to have played a factor, right, in the write-in part of this? Yeah, I mean, so we could show you the statewide. So, look, 22,000, about 2% of the vote is a write-in vote in this election. This is an unusually high, this is a very high number for Alabama. You can see here it's basically the margin in this race. I think, look, in the presidential election in 2016, there were about 20,000 write-in votes. That was also very high. A lot of people didn't like the choice then. A lot of them obviously didn't like the choice last night. The question here was, I think, it probably were these typically Republican voters. A good guess is they probably were. Does that mean that they otherwise would have voted for Moore? Who knows? Maybe they were close to voting for Jones and the write-in saved them from doing that. So I know there's a lot of commentary out there looking at this margin right here in this race and say, well, the write-ins, that's the difference. I wouldn't be so sure we know how those write-ins would have been split if they had a gun to their head. Yeah. Steve Kornacki, it is such a pleasure to have you on these last couple of days. I really appreciate it. Good luck to you later on the day. We'll be checking back in with you. But before we do, I want to talk about what you're seeing on your screen right now. Rod Rosenstein, he is testifying now in front of the House Judiciary Committee. This is an oversight hearing. This is going to be really interesting. There could really be some fireworks, which is why we are keeping a really close eye on that. We're going to dip back in and bring you any news as it develops. But when we talk about the Alabama race, because that's obviously our other big headline, there are clearly some winners and losers here, right? So I want to show you what we think the winners and losers are. Winners include, of course, Doug Jones and the Democrats. That is an obvious one. African-American voters, big turnout, big enthusiasm. We're going to have an interesting commentary on why the Me Too movement may have come out ahead after Alabama. And interestingly, Mitch McConnell and Senate Republicans, I'm going to throw them in the win column for now because partly the victory by Doug Jones saves some of these Senate Republicans from having to answer for Roy Moore on a daily basis in 2018. But you know what? Those Republicans, they're also on the loser column, too, because now a lot of action in the Senate just became a little bit more difficult with Doug Jones in. Other losers in this race, Donald Trump, after endorsing Roy Moore, he's trying to save face, as Kristen Welker mentioned, tweeting, hey, he backed Luther Strange originally. You've also got Steve Bannon and the RNC in that column, too. Let's talk about Steve Bannon for a second with my next guest, Congressman Peter King, Republican from New York, who has graciously agreed to join us on the show. Congressman, you tweeted earlier this morning that the GOP must, quote, do the right thing and dump Steve Bannon. What do you mean by that? And isn't that not your call to make?
Well, listen, I'm a voice within the Republican Party. More important than that, I'm an American. And I really wasn't putting that out as a political tweet. That was both governmental, it was moral. I don't think Steve Bannon adds anything positive at all to the dialogue in the country. I don't know who would identify with him. And to see him on the stage this week with the big American flag behind him, he looked like some disheveled drunk that wandered in off the street. To have him become the face of politics or to have a major voice in politics, I think is wrong. I think we should shut him. I think we should cut him off. And I'd say this whether it's a Democrat or Republican. I just don't see what he adds to it. He encourages racial division. Again, with the charges against Roy Moore, there's no way of knowing whether they're true or not. The fact is there were serious allegations, and Roy Moore never answered them. He gave some half-hearted denial on Sean Hannity's show, and yet Bannon was somehow attacking those making the allegations. It just, to me, it was wrong. And after Charlottesville, he was saying how racial division can be good for the country. This is just wrong. So I was going after him. He has no role in the party or in politics, as far as I'm concerned.
Congressman, having covered Steve Bannon in this administration during the campaign, I can only imagine, and I don't know, that he's sitting here gleeful that a Republican like yourself, somebody who would be considered an establishment Republican, is taking aim at him. Isn't this exactly what he wants?
Listen, I'm no establishment Republican. I'm a real blue-collar conservative, not the phony type from Goldman Sachs like Steve Bannon. I grew up in the streets of New York. My father was a city cop. I was a union member. So I'm no establishment guy at all. I will fight anybody. And for Steve Bannon posing as some kind of above it all, above the establishment, he's more establishment than anyone, except he's a phony about it. So no, listen, if he wants to fight, I'm all set for him. I don't care about that. But the fact is, I also want President Trump to succeed. And this summer, I think, one of the first to call for Steve Bannon to be removed from the White House. He was undermining the president. He was undermining the president's foreign policy, and he did not belong in the White House.
We just spoke with one of your colleagues over on the other side of the Capitol, Senator Bob Corker. Here's what he had to say. Listen.
I've tried to reach Dick Shelby this morning to let him know how proud I am of his state and for what he did. And again, I know this is not something that I know we're supposed to cheer for our side of the aisle, if you will, but I'm really, really happy with what happened for all of us in our nation, for people serving in the Senate, to not have to deal with what likely we were going to have to deal with should the outcome have been the other way.
Congressman King, are you also really, really happy that Doug Jones got elected?
Well, I'm certainly glad that Roy Moore lost, and the only alternative to that was Doug Jones. I mean, I've been asked several times on national shows before the election if I would support Roy Moore, and I said no. I didn't inject myself in the race because my wife is from Georgia, and she told me the last thing from the people in Alabama want is some guy from New York be telling them what to do. But I made it clear that I was opposed to Roy Moore.
Very quickly before I let you go, Senator Schumer is, in the next couple of minutes here, calling on Republicans to push back their tax plan vote until Doug Jones gets seated. You can see Senator Schumer there. Will the GOP consider this, delaying a vote on the tax bill until after Doug Jones gets to town?
I'm sure they won't listen. I'm going to vote no on the tax bill, but on the other hand, the rules are the rules, and Doug Jones, I don't know when he's going to get sworn in, but listen, it was the other way around. The Democrats would do the same thing. So I'm not saying change the rules or bend the rules, even though, again, I'm against the tax bill, so I hope it goes down.
Congressman Peter King, thank you very much for joining us on this show with that perspective. I appreciate it. We want to bring in now members of our panel, folks that are going to be joining me here to talk about everything that has happened over the last 24 hours. We've got John Archibald, columnist at Alabama Media Group and AL.com, joining us from Birmingham. We've also got Tamara Keith, NPR White House correspondent and host of the NPR Politics podcast, and Carol Lee, NBC national political reporter, who is joining me here on set. Guys, thank you all for being here, and let's blast through some more of these winners and losers here and what we're watching for today. So, John, I want to start with you because you've written now about the Me Too movement and what this election means for that.
Right. Last night as things were getting close, I had to write 2 columns to get one ready, and the column I wrote about Roy Moore winning was the most depressing thing I've seen, because it essentially said what this says to women in Alabama who've been abused, who've been assaulted, who've been harassed, who have finally had a moment where they feel like they can open up and talk about it, are basically being told that we don't want to hear you. But on the other hand, a Doug Jones win gives those people hope, and it's quite a different statement. And there is a lot of relief from reasoned people here.
John, stand by. I want to bring in Tamara and Carol on this, because one of the other pieces that we're watching come into play today is what happens now in the Senate. You just heard Congressman King talk about how he wouldn't support pushing a tax bill vote down the road. But when you look at what's going to happen come 2018, this election again has consequences here for both Democrats and for Republicans, Tamara.
Well, and certainly the margin is much narrower. It was already a narrow margin.
Already tight.
Now it's a one-vote margin.
How often does the Vice President have to come over for these tie-breaking votes? A lot. Right. A lot more than we've seen recently.
And you saw Bob Corker just now. He's clearly not, he's not somebody who is always going to be a guaranteed yes vote for the next year.
I was on the phone overnight with White House sources, with people close to the administration, talking about what this all means and talking about how this plays into policy now. And there is an acknowledgement that, this is not ideal, obviously. But I also think Bob Corker, Susan Collins, these are people who are not afraid to criticize the president, and they may be the most powerful Republicans in Congress right now.
Right, and the president really needs them for his agenda, and they've, as you said, been on the fence, and this does not help. Look, this is 2 things. There are policy implications in terms of the president's legislative agenda, obviously, and then there's a perception implication in the sense that the president is undoubtedly weakened, and if people aren't afraid of him,
he doesn't want to say that, Carol. He doesn't want to admit that he's weakened.
Right, but he is. Right. He's a 2-time loser on this one race.
One special election.
Right, one special election. And so, if they get through tax reform, what next? At what point do Republicans really start to and you hear it with just the attacks on Steve Bannon, because that's not something we were hearing 2 days ago.
Exactly.
And now everyone feels freer to do it.
Speaking of attacks on Steve Bannon, Joe Biden had a little something to say this morning about this. The former vice president, who, by the way, is very close with Doug Jones. Here's what the former VP had to say.
I think probably some of the happiest people in America today are the Republicans in the Senate. The divisiveness that was caused within the Republican Party by Bannon and all the sort of bile that comes out of the administration, it's just, and I know the majority of those members of the Senate Republican side, and they're decent people.
Hey, John, down in Birmingham, is Joe Biden right? Did Republicans dodge a bullet here?
Yeah, I absolutely think so. Having Roy Moore in your midst is a poison that would have affected everybody. It has happened here, and it would have dragged them down there.
And let's remember, the reason the Senate seat was open in the first place is because Donald Trump appointed Jeff Sessions to be his attorney general. Is that, when we look back after this administration, is that going to be among the greatest regrets of Donald Trump's administration?
It certainly seems like, for a number of reasons, that is the thing that sticks with it. Just keeps haunting him, right?
It's Alabama, it's the DOJ, it's the special counsel.
It's Russia, it's everything.
gets recusing himself, and then the special counsel being appointed.
Jen Archibald, thank you very much for joining us from Alabama after what I know was a late night for you. And hey, speaking of Jeff Sessions, I want to show you right now his number 2, Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, over at the House Judiciary Committee in what is expected to be a fiery hearing, probably mostly focused on the special counsel investigation. We've just gotten through some of the opening statements right now. Remember, Rosenstein directly oversees the special counsel inquiry with Bob Mueller. And ahead of that hearing, the Justice Department has sent Congress 90 new pages, 90 new pages of text messages exchanged between an FBI lawyer and an agent who we now know was pulled off of Bob Mueller's team. A lot of those messages were pretty tough on Donald Trump. I want to bring in our NBC News Justice correspondent, Pete Williams, who is, Pete, I know, monitoring this Rosenstein hearing. We talked with you when Christopher Wray had his oversight hearing. We've seen Jeff Sessions asked about this special counsel probe when they were on the Hill. What do you expect to see today, particularly given Rosenstein's oversight role?
Very little about the Justice Department, lots about the special counsel investigation from Republicans who are concerned that it's politicized, lots about President Trump from the Democrats, Hallie.
And will Rosenstein have satisfactory answers? Pete, so far it seems as though neither side has been overly thrilled.
I think that's right. He will say that there's an independent counsel investigation going on about how the Clinton email investigation was handled. But now there are these new emails that have become public from an agent who worked on that and was assigned to Robert Mueller's team. Here's a look at those.
The emails were exchanged between FBI agent Peter Strzok and an FBI lawyer, Lisa Page. The two were romantically involved. Sent between August 2015 and December 2016, most were exchanged before either party secured its nominee. But many of them were harshly critical of Donald Trump. One sent by Page to Strzok, March 2016, reads, "God, Trump is a loathsome human." On July 14, Strzok wrote about Trump, "It's clear he's capturing all the white, poor voters who the mainstream Republicans abandon in all but name in the quest for the almighty dollar." In other messages, the couple shared pro-Clinton views, Strzok telling Page, "God, Hillary should win 100 million to nothing." After Clinton was nominated, he wrote to Page, "Congrats on a woman nominated for president in a major party. About damn time." After the election, when Mr. Trump announced his choice of Senator Jeff Sessions for Attorney General, Strzok said, "Sessions for AG," to which Page responded, "Good God." When Mueller learned of the emails last summer, he removed Strzok from the team.
Now, the Republican chairman, Bob Goodlatte, has already set the table on this, saying it shows that there's bias in the Clinton email investigation and the Mueller investigation. But the ranking Democrat, Jerry Nadler, is saying that there's nothing wrong about saying these things. It may be bad judgment, but it's not unethical. It doesn't even violate Justice Department rules on political activity. And there's been a call from Republicans for a special counsel to investigate how Mueller's doing in the investigation. But what Nadler says is, you have to have evidence of a crime to call for a special counsel, and while this may be bad judgment, there's no evidence that any laws were broken, Hallie.
Yeah, the president's legal team calling on that second special counsel to oversee the DOJ. Pete, I'm going to let you get back to watching that hearing for us and monitoring, and we'll bring you back with any news. And I want to bring in now our panel here. MSNBC Justice and Security Analyst Matt Miller, former chief spokesperson for the Justice Department. Tamara and Carol also still here on set. You heard Pete mention Congressman Nadler. Should point out he just is in the process of delivering his opening statement live. You're looking right now, obviously, at Rod Rosenstein getting ready to deliver his remarks. So we're going to hear from Rosenstein. It looks as though, from the movement from photographers on the House floor there, he's getting ready to begin, getting sworn in now. So he's going to speak for a little bit, and then we expect the real fireworks to start, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. And these texts will obviously be a big part of it. Something fishy is going on at the Justice Department. Look, these texts, if you look at them, FBI agents are allowed to have political opinions. DOJ employees are allowed to have political opinions. What matters is if it affects their work. And there's no sign yet, of course, it's under investigation by the Inspector General. Right, there's no sign that it did affect their work. But what is strange that's happened in the last 24 hours? So there's an ongoing Inspector General investigation into this very question about whether these agents acted appropriately. The Justice Department turned over these text messages to Congress in the middle of that investigation. Arguably appropriate. They do it sometimes, others they don't. But that's not all they did. They brought reporters over to the Justice Department last night gave these texts to reporters. These are career FBI agents who have due process rights, and they leaked them out to the press in advance of this hearing. I don't know whether it was to get
So why do you think
credit.
that is?
I don't know whether it was to get Rosenstein credit with Republicans on this committee, or if the political leadership at DOJ is committed to undermining the Bob Mueller investigation. Either way, it's something DOJ never does, and it's a pretty inappropriate thing for them to have done here.
You worked at DOJ.
I worked at DOJ.
You
we
would have
never
done
did
this.
anything like this.
There is a growing sense that this effort is, while in some ways legitimate to scrutinize, is just a roundabout way to attack the Russia investigation. And you can't separate the two. The president's legal team has tried to, and you just can't. They overlap, they're related, and there's a growing perception that it's all just designed to do, rather than go directly at the Russia investigation of Robert Mueller, to just go around it and kind of attack from
backdoor it
behind.
almost. Well, let me ask you this, Matt. How would you be advising Rod Rosenstein when he gets these questions, as he inevitably will in the next 25, 30 minutes here? If you were still at the DOJ, what would you be telling him to say, to respond?
Follow the rules, follow the precedent, do what DOJ always does. Don't do things like leaking out people's reporters in the middle of an investigation. Don't talk about investigations. Don't talk about what they're doing. And defend the work of career agents. Defend the special counsel and say, look, if there are questions about employees, we will deal with that. We will take the appropriate action. But this is an investigation that needs to be respected. We need to let the special counsel speak in court. We need to stop the political attacks on it. He needs to handle this the way previous attorneys general and previous deputy attorneys general have handled these types of situations.
Pete Williams alluded to this, that multiple congressional Republicans have now called for an investigation into the DOJ, a second special counsel, basically, on top of the DOJ, on top of the FBI. If presumably Rosenstein will get asked about this, Tamara, does he just flat out say, nope, no need for it? Yeah. Can he say that? Should he say that?
He'll say there's an ongoing Inspector General investigation, and that's the correct venue. Almost certainly that's what he'll say.
And you think so too, Matt?
Yeah, so look, here's the problem with these calls for a second special counsel. Special counsels don't exist just to investigate things that people on the Hill don't like. The Department of Justice investigates criminal violations. Of all these things Republicans are complaining about, inappropriate texts, people on Mueller's team having attended Hillary Clinton's victory party, none of those are violations of law. None of those are criminal acts. And the Department of Justice does not go rummaging around appointing special counsels because people on the Hill are unhappy about political issues.
So, Rod, you're looking again, Rod Rosenstein right now delivering his opening statement. Then when he takes questions, that's when we expect things to get a little bit thorny. But on the other side of your screen, if we can, I'd like to show a little bit of video from about an hour ago. Donald Trump Jr. leaving a hotel here in Washington, presumably headed back over to the Hill. This is a little bit of deja vu. We just saw this last week, but Trump Jr. again going presumably to speak with members of Senate intelligence. Remember last time he said, oh, attorney-client privilege, as you look at Don Jr. there? Is he going to get away with that? Is he going to be able to use that argument again in this setting with Senate Intel? Tamara, Carol, Matt, whoever wants to take it?
I think he probably can if he wants to try. Look,
so he'll say it again?
He may. We'll see. Here's the thing. That almost certainly wasn't an appropriate assertion of attorney-client privilege. There are some rare circumstances under which it might have been.
But he asserted it, and he didn't have to answer questions.
That's right. But he can get away with it with the Hill committees because they're unlikely to take these steps they'd have to do to enforce it, going to court, holding him in contempt.
Although this weekend on Meet the Press, you did hear some folks talk about potentially subpoenaing, making this not voluntary so that he can't then rely on the attorney-client privilege argument.
It would take so long for them to litigate it in court to force an answer. It would be months and months from now. Where it will really come up is when he is interviewed by Bob Mueller, and Mueller will not put up with that kind of answer.
The two of you nodding.
That's exactly right. I mean, if it worked and when he went before the House investigator, why wouldn't he also do it for the Senate? And it's kind
of
like
every kid learns that when they're little, right? If you
got away with it, just gotta keep going. And it's like Matt said, it would take months for them to enforce this, and so of course he's going to try to do it. And anyone who was representing him would tell him to do that.
So it's not just Donald Trump Jr. appearing on the Hill. You've also had members of White House staff, people inside the White House, doing these interviews with the special counsel when you look at that particular inquiry. And NBC News has spoken with Ty Cobb, who is the president's internal lawyer, about this investigation. He says all the White House interviews are over. Now, I will tell you that in private conversations with sources in the White House, they had always expected the interviews to be wrapped up by the end of November, beginning of December, which is where we are now. But Cobb also says that the Trump camp hopes the special counsel's office brings its probe to a, quote, prompt and appropriate conclusion. Your reaction?
You know who hasn't been interviewed yet by the special counsel?
Donald Trump.
That's exactly right. This investigation will not be over, at least, until that
So
interview
you think
takes
that's
place.
where we're going?
I think that's where we're going. I think Mike Pence hasn't been interviewed yet, to our knowledge. He almost certainly will be. We are nowhere near the end of this investigation. It's a political ploy by Trump's attorneys.
And that statement is not a statement of hope. That is a statement of saying, Robert Mueller, you better hurry up. Yeah. We want you to hurry up. He's projecting a message.
Yeah. We want to go back to what you're looking at on your screen here. The first question to the Deputy Attorney General, Rod Rosenstein. We're going to listen in to how this is unfolding for a minute.
Tainted for
And good day. I'm Andrea Mitchell in New York. We have been watching the House Judiciary Committee hearing with Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. NBC Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins me now. Pete, first of all, Rod Rosenstein is in charge of the Mueller probe, and he is being queried by Republicans intensively about whether there are conflicts of interest or bias or any other issues involving that probe. And he's been pushing back very strongly. You want to recap it?
Well, right. He's generally been, without getting into specifics, defending Mueller's investigation. He says he's seen no good cause to fire Mueller, that he's not aware of any impropriety in the special counsel's investigation. He also said he's had no orders from President Trump or anyone else to fire Mueller. And he says there's been no indication that Trump has asked him to remove Mueller or to initiate any specific investigations. A lot of the questions today, Andrea, are about previously known but not known in detail text messages exchanged between an FBI agent who was working on the Mueller team and was dismissed by Mueller in July, and an FBI lawyer who also worked briefly on the Mueller investigation. The bulk of those texts is highly critical of Donald Trump and also praises Hillary Clinton. And so the question has been, did that mean that there was bias in the investigation? What Mr. Rosenstein has said here is that there's a difference between expressing political views and bias in the investigation. He says he and Mueller have talked about this and have tried to make sure that everybody's behaving properly. The same question has arisen, not just at this hearing, but hearings before. Many Republicans on the committee concerned that about 9 of the lawyers who are working for Robert Mueller have contributed to Democratic causes in the past, either the Obama or Clinton campaigns or the Democratic Party in general, and Rosenstein again has given a similar answer there.
Thanks so much, Pete Williams. We'll continue to monitor this and, of course, return to live coverage when warranted. Now, of course, the latest reaction to an historic election in Alabama, where Doug Jones became the first Alabama Democrat elected to the Senate in 25 years. A stunning victory that seemed unthinkable only a few weeks ago. But the sexual misconduct allegations against Roy Moore, first revealed by the Washington Post, caught fire, energizing Democrats and raising doubts among some Republican women about Moore's qualifications for office. Today, President Trump is trying to explain why the 2 candidates he endorsed for this seat in the Republican primary and now the general election both lost. A huge defeat for the White House and for Steve Bannon.
Folks, I got to tell you, I think that I have been waiting all my life, and now I just don't know what the hell to say.
Realize when the vote is this close that it's not over. And we've still got to go by the rules about this recount provision. And that's what we've got to do, is wait on God and let this process play out.
Huge turnout yesterday, and that's because the Democrats hustled.
Every Republican in the country this morning needs to wake up and fear for their political lives.
You know, strange to say, I guess, from my side of the aisle, but I thought it was a great night for America.
I think probably some of the happiest people in America today are the Republicans in the Senate.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker joins me now, who campaigned for Doug Jones. First of all, Senator, this is an historic election, clearly, and there was a very high African-American turnout, 29% according to exit polls. To what do you attribute Doug Jones' victory and Roy Moore's defeat? Was this a one-off because Roy Moore was such a damaged candidate?
No, well, first of all, victory has many parents, as you know, and there are many people that should feel good about themselves. Most importantly, Alabamans. They were the instigators. They were the drivers. I spent a lot of time on the field, a lot of time talking on radio, visiting churches, college campuses. This was an extraordinary grassroots effort by a lot of folks. that were working on the field, not just for weeks, but for months, even before these allegations came out. And when I was down there, I was calling back to people here in the Senate and telling them this is not a campaign. This has a movement feel to it. And so I give a lot of praise to the people that really poured their heart, energy, and soul into this election. But I do want to say that this isn't a left-right election. There are a lot of Republicans that defected because they knew that this wasn't about left or right. This was about right or wrong. And that was something that was very affirming to me. There's got to be a level of decency in this country that I know is our nation, is America. And this was a choice between someone who is about bigotry, about hate, about misogyny, that was violating the law, the rule of law. I mean, his career is a stain on the ideals that we hold precious. And so many Republicans rejected that, including my colleague, Richard Shelby, who has a profile of courage for him to come out days before the election as strongly as he did. So this is a moment that I feel this institution, the Senate, has been protected, but more importantly, the values of America have been affirmed in the state of Alabama, and everyone in that state should feel very proud about themselves.
Now, the allegations against Roy Moore, including the allegation from Lee Corfman, who was 14 years old at the time, that she claims that he had inappropriate contact with her, which was basically child molestation. Those were much more extreme than the allegations against your colleague, Al Franken. So if we're in the middle of a revolution here on standards, what are the rules? Was it appropriate for Al Franken to be basically fired from his entire political career based on the groping allegations?
Well, there are behaviors that just cannot be acceptable in our country anymore. And clearly there are courts, rules, due process. But what are our societal standards? And I'm one of these people that says all of us should be accepting responsibility for allowing a climate in our country where millions and millions of women have had to endure these despicable conditions, realities at their workplaces, from diners to to office spaces to the halls of power. And we should not tolerate that anymore. And that's really, I think, where we are, where this is very important purge and a demanding that things never go back to normal, that we create a new normal. And you're right to make distinctions. I think it's important to ask about the behavior of individuals. Clearly, Al Franken did the right thing, but this really does cast a shadow on those people like the President of the United States, who's had more compelling fact patterns against him and his behavior that is despicable, that is unacceptable in American society, and something that we should reject. The President of the United States should examine what's going on right now and should do the right thing himself and resign.
Well, the other argument, the counter argument from the White House, is that the voters had all those facts in front of them after the Access Hollywood tape, and they elected him anyway.
Well, again, I think that what we need to understand here is that we are in a new time in American history where we now understand, rightfully, there's a movement afoot that this is not tolerable in the United States of America right now. And I understand that argument, but I hear that argument, but I don't accept that argument. The reality is we have a clear and compelling fact pattern that the President of the United States has habitually sexually harassed people. We have over a dozen of those stories, has bragged about it, has literally told us what he did, like walking in on pageant contestants while they were in a significant state of undress. I mean, these things are disgusting. These things are unacceptable in American society, and there should be more voices coming out calling for the president to resign.
So is the new standard a zero-tolerance standard of any allegations, including anonymous allegations, such as some of the final ones against Franken? Zero tolerance, including anonymous allegations, for any behavior, including behavior before someone's in politics or elected to office?
Well, again, I don't want to, when you say things like anonymous allegations, clearly, as a guy who's worked in the realm of criminal justice reform, who has seen false allegations made and people trumped up charges, and many folks, African Americans and others, be wrongfully convicted. I'm a person that believes that there should be a process, that there should be due process. But we also have an environment in this country where women have not been believed, where their experiences have been delegitimized, where there's been a climate of fear coming forward. And so, again, I think you should look at various cases and evaluate what they are, and there should be some kind of process. But when it comes to situations like the President of the United States, I mean, come on. There are clear and compelling evidence. There is a president himself speaking towards doing this behavior. There are numbers of over a dozen women that have come forward. And so that's why I have such, I was in pain the day listening to Al Franken's remarks, because he was right when he talked about the irony of what he is doing the right thing and stepping down from his position voluntarily. And you have a president of the United States sitting there where there is a message being sent to Americans, to young men, to young women, that the highest office in the land, a guy sitting there can get away with doing this behavior. And I find that utterly unacceptable. And we've gotten to the point in America where in other areas of such bad behavior, we wouldn't accept it. We wouldn't accept if dozens of people came forward and said, this person has called me the N-word consistently over time. We wouldn't accept it in the kind of anti-Semitism. But some reason for misogyny, for sexual harassment, we seem to have a different tolerance level in this country. And I refuse to accept that, especially knowing the damage that's done as a former mayor about domestic violence, rape in this country, sexual assault in this country, the pervasiveness of it. This has got to stop. We cannot be a nation that tolerates this level of violence, this level of harassment towards women, where so many women, millions of women, have these stories, truthful stories about their experiences.
Senator Cory Booker, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And to the White House, which has been responding to all of this. We have breaking news from the White House. Kristen Welker is there. Kristen?
Andrea, a little bit of breaking news on tax reform, in fact, which, of course, the scope of that has been changed in the wake of that Alabama Senate race. White House officials hoping that defeat of Roy Moore overnight will add urgency to Republicans to act on the tax bill. According to our own Peter Alexander, a White House official confirms that House and Senate leaders have reached an agreement in principle on their sweeping tax package. This official says they're hoping to have a vote in the Senate first, then the House, with the bill finished ultimately by Wednesday. Now, that is an ambitious timeline, and I want to stress the fact that this is a deal in principle. So that means that it's not quite across the finish line yet. We know that the president is having lunch with a bicameral group of lawmakers from the Senate and the House. He is trying to nail down the final details, Andrea, and a group of reporters have just been called back. So hopefully we're going to get a little bit more information on what specifically this deal entails. We know that the broad outlines include lowering the corporate tax rate as well as limiting the number of tax brackets. There was some real concern, though, that this could not only hurt the middle class, but ultimately add to the deficit. So those are issues that they're trying to hammer out and fix. But meanwhile, Andrea, this obviously, again, goes against the backdrop of that stinging defeat for the Republican Party in Alabama overnight. President Trump trying to save face with a lot of finger pointing here behind the scenes. He tweeted earlier today, if last night's election proved anything, it proved that we need to put up great Republican candidates to increase the razor-thin margins in both the House and Senate. He's also pointed out throughout the day that he didn't back Roy Moore during the primary. This was Steve Bannon's candidate, Andrea. And so there are a lot of people pointing the finger at Steve Bannon as well, who has said that he's waging a war against the establishment. Source close to Steve Bannon says despite all of the calls for him to essentially drop this war that he's waging against the establishment, he's not going to do that. A source close to Bannon says he's just getting started with that war. One more point I'll make, Andrea. The communications director for the Office of Public Liaison, Omarosa Manigault, has resigned, according to the White House. There are some rumblings that there may be more to that, and so we're trying to drill down on what specifically is behind her departure, Andrea.
And in fact, some of our Yamiche Alcindor, who's of course an MSNBC contributor, is reporting, as are some other correspondents, that she in fact was let go, was fired by John Kelly yesterday. And so they are putting out that she is leaving on her own, but that in fact this is another White House firing or staff shakeup from the new chief of staff. Kristen.
Andrea, there have been a number of high-level departures in this first year of the Trump presidency, and this certainly adds to it. Omarosa was undoubtedly one of the most well-known top officials here within the administration. She, of course, was a former Apprentice star from the president's former reality TV show. She was really charged with a lot of the outreach to the African-American community. She was working on securing more funding for historically black colleges, for example. That was her big project. She was in Mississippi over the weekend when President Trump went for the opening of that Civil Rights Museum there in Jackson. There was no indication over the weekend. I saw her, I spoke to her, that she was on her way out. So it would stand to reason that at least some people here are surprised by this departure. And Andrea, as you point out, there is reporting that she was in fact fired by Chief of Staff John Kelly, who, as you know, came into office and essentially said he's going to clean house. He was behind the ouster of Steve Bannon, for example. So we're trying to drill down on all of those details. But this is a pretty high-level departure here at the White House as we approach the holidays and end of the year, Andrea.
Kristen Welker with all the news from the White House. Thank you so much. And joining me now is MSNBC political analyst and former Republican National Committee Chairman Michael Steele, NBC senior political editor Mark Murray, and Washington Post national political reporter Robert Costa, moderator of Washington Week on PBS, and NBC's Vaughn Hilliard in Alabama. Robert Costa, first to you, just to drill down on the tax package. We know that the House and Senate had different packages, but do we know where they ended up in terms of the corporate rate and the individual rates? They were talking about moving up to 21% corporate rate to try to get a little bit more revenue because they had spent so much money elsewhere, and also lowering the individual rates. Not sure whether they had the money to do that, up against this ceiling of $1.5 trillion deficit in order to get it passed with only 50 votes, not 60 votes. That's been the framework of the Budget Act. Robert?
Andrea, here at the Capitol, details have yet to emerge, but it is clear, talking to lawmakers on both sides of the Capitol, that a deal has emerged. It's a handshake deal, and lawmakers cautioned me in the last hour that they still need to hammer out some of these details about the corporate rate, the rate for high-income households over the coming weeks. What they wanted to do today in the wake of Alabama, they tell me, is to come up with some kind of handshake agreement to start moving this toward the floor, because Democrat Doug Jones is going to be sworn in, and they want to move before then.
Well, Robert, when we're talking about this tax bill, now, first of all, Mitch McConnell was saying over the weekend on the talk shows, well, we've had many hearings. Well, in fact, they haven't had hearings. They've had markups, which are not hearings. So this is the fastest I've ever seen any kind of legislation this big. Michael Steele, what about rushing it through conference this quickly in a handshake deal? We still don't know what's in it.
Well, we don't know what's in it, and the reality of it is we are doing exactly what we criticized Democrats doing with Obamacare. The difference is that was a real process. It was a lot of time in which that was vetted out, and Republicans were balking at that process at the time. So this stands in stark relief as something that is outside of the normal, process. Everyone's talking about regular order. We want to do this the right way. You have leadership talking about, we've been doing this for 4 years. No, you haven't. And the American people know that. And at the end of the day, they're going to rush through a bill because now they've lost a seat in Alabama. They definitely don't want to do this with Jones coming in the door to have a vote. They want to get it done. They want to get it to the president's desk so they can, slap each other on the back and say, look what we did. Let's get ready to go win elections next year. But unfortunately, the American people, I think, are paying a lot more attention to this, and the numbers don't add up. And a lot of folks are going to realize those tax cuts they're talking about go away after a certain period of time. They're permanent for corporations. They're not permanent for individuals in the middle class, and I think it's going to be a hard sell to the American people next year.
And Mark Murray, master of all things politics, our deputy political director. Let's talk about what people really want. The Republicans now will be able to say, assuming they've got the votes to pass this, that they've passed something for Christmas. The president will go on social media. It'll be extolled as a middle-class tax package. But all of the data that we've seen, talking to independent analysts at the Committee for a Responsible Public Budget, Federal Budget, is that it's not a middle-class tax package at all.
Yeah, Andrea, even despite that policy debate, you ended up looking what happened in Alabama last night, and in passing a potentially tax legislation, I don't think ends up really impacting at all what the midterm environment looks like, which is already really baked in, Andrea. And, if you want to kind of look through some of the exit polls that happened in Alabama, of all places, we're not talking about Virginia, but in Alabama, you look at the coalition for Doug Jones. He ended up winning 96% of African-American voters, 7 in 10 moderates. You had more than 6 in 10 of people who were under the age of 45, and then 57% of women. And then, Andrea, I'll just kind of point to, looking at how President Trump fared in Alabama. His approval rating was split, 48% approve, 48% disapprove. But when you break down those numbers on an intensity factor, you see 41% strongly disapprove versus 32% who strongly approved. And in Alabama, to me, that is a stunning number and a really rough sign of Republicans going into the midterms, regardless if they pass this tax legislation or not.
Now, Vaughn Hilliard is down in Alabama. Vaughn, I was very struck by the fact that Doug Jones, with his victory announcement last night, his big celebration, was talking about economic issues, talking about the sort of kitchen table issues that many people feel the Democrats failed to communicate in the 2016 campaign.
Andrea, he's tried to take the approach in this campaign over the last month, despite attempts to, essentially prod him on different issues outside of those, whatever, he calls them kitchen tables issues, healthcare, education, the economy. And he stayed focused on those messages, saying that not only did it play towards the white population here in Alabama, but he said also to African Americans here. African Americans turned out made up 30% of the electorate yesterday. I was talking with, at one point in Tuscaloosa County, I think is one of those counties worth looking at, where the University of Alabama, it's been a long time traditional conservative place. But Doug Jones went there a week ago Sunday. He visited 9 different churches in the area, Andrea. They had a field operation. I went in and stopped into the office. They were canvassing, phone banking. The organizers there told me, though, that they were targeting Democrats. They were targeting those African-American voters because they believed if they could turn them out, it would be enough to catalyze, if they were also able to get those Republican crossover voters, that it was able to get them over there. I was talking to a reverend out in Tuscaloosa County there, and he said that there were 2 factors in play. He said, yes, there was frustration with President Trump, with Roy Moore, in his comments here just this last week that were made public about the family ties were stronger back during slavery. But he said the second factor was that Doug Jones made a play for black voters on radio. He went into churches. He talked about these issues that were important to them on social media, that he made an effort, unlike he said that they saw a year ago with Hillary Clinton, to actually galvanize and give them a reason to come out. Andrea?
And back to Michael Steele, when we're talking about the tax package, is that going to be enough to lift the Republican Party? Will they be able to sell it? Because the real impact of it won't be felt for a while. So can't they describe it any way they want, especially the president, in speeches and in social media?
Oh, yeah, they will describe it all kinds of ways. And you're absolutely right. The full impact of that, or even just the beginning impact of it, won't be felt until you get into 2019, for example. So they're going to make the noise about the tax package, and it's not going to be, I think to Mark's point, it's not going to be an offset for the underlying rot, if you will, that is occurring within the GOP. On race, with women, sexual harassment, the types of candidates that we've endorsed. And remember, Steve Bannon is still out there talking about a war on the leadership. Donald Trump isn't backing away from that. He may say, oh, I didn't, Roy Moore wasn't my candidate. Yes, he was. He was your candidate. I got the robocall to prove it. So, you can say what you want to say. You can lie as much as you want, but the facts are still what they are for a lot of voters out there, that they're looking at the GOP now, not suspiciously, but with a sense of, we don't want to be a part of that. And that's a problem for the party. It's a long way from where we were when I was chairman back in 2010. The ground that we've lost here could be incalculable for the RNC and the GOP next year.
And Robert Costa, what is the reaction inside the White House? Do they realize just how bad this defeat was, that no matter what they do on taxes, that they're going to have a real midterm problem? Or is there a big blame game going on as to who dragged the president back into this with the robocalls and with the speech in Pensacola last Friday night?
They're well aware of the stakes in Alabama, and there are two fronts they're concerned about. Talking to them last night and this morning, people close to the president. They say, one, a 51-49 Senate makes it much more difficult to pass legislation in 2018. If they're going to try to gin up momentum in 2018, it's going to be harder to do that. And the other issue they're facing is a revived Democratic Party that's bringing up the issue of sexual harassment and the allegations against President Trump. And he was able to win elections last year in spite of those allegations against him. But now those allegations are again at the fore of our national conversation, and they're grappling with that challenge.
Thanks so much, Robert Costa and Michael Steele. Stay with us. We'll be right back. More on the big breaking news that there is an agreement, a handshake at least, with the finance chairman, Orrin Hatch, confirming that there is an agreement on taxes between the House and Senate, and votes are being scheduled for next week in both houses, including presumably final passage. We'll be right back. And with continuing breaking news, joining us now, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Casey Hunt on the agreement between House and Senate on taxes. Excuse me. Out of breath with all the news today. Tell us if you have any details at all on schedule, on content, what's in it. We don't know. When will the votes be?
Andrea, we're still getting a sense. We know that this is a deal that's been made in principle, that both the House and the Senate have agreed to this. We're expecting at some point a joint statement from the Finance Committee chairman and Kevin Brady, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Over on the House side, Senator Hatch's office confirming to our Frank Thorpe that this deal has been reached, and Peter Alexander at the White House reporting that the White House says that this is the case. So we're still learning about the details of what's in it. We have a general idea of, kind of where the problem areas were. They've been talking about where to set the corporate rate, perhaps 21%, how to handle pass-through businesses, and some other things. So we're going to look for that statement for all of the finalized details as this unfolds today. But this does come out, this news broke before that public conference meeting that's supposed to happen this afternoon, and before the lunch at the White House with the president and these conferees. So I think there was a little bit of frustration that this came out before they took that public step to kind of show that they were having these negotiations. But the reality is, for most conference committees, the work very rarely takes place around a table that the public gets a glimpse of. This is a lot of horse trading kind of behind the scenes. So how this plays out next, the thinking is that the Senate would vote first on this, and our initial thinking had been that that would happen early next week, probably Monday. It's not clear that they would have time to get this finished this week on the Senate side, with other business and requirements about the bill being posted publicly for 48 hours. So we're still checking in with leadership to see if there's been any change on that front. But if they proceed as planned, they would go take this deal to the Senate floor likely on Monday, and that would set up a vote in the House later in the week. And this, of course, all sets them up to send the bill to the president before Christmas. Right now, they are scheduled to be here next week. They have to reach a spending deal before of some kind, even if it's a short-term one, before the end of the week. Next Friday is December 22nd. That's where funding runs out. And, of course, Sunday is Christmas Eve. The following Monday, Christmas Day, that is when the president has promised that he's going to send this tax bill, sign this tax bill. He has said it's going to be a Christmas present for the American people. Right now, that timeline seems to be holding for Republicans in Congress. Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said this morning that because of the results in Alabama, Republicans should hold off. They should wait until Jones is able to be seated before this vote is held. That is, of course, what Mitch McConnell called for when Scott Brown was elected in Massachusetts, in a scenario that some are comparing to what happened in Alabama last night. But so far, there's no indication that McConnell is going to slow down this process. And it looks like this is something, a massive rewrite of our tax code. It's going to affect every American business, every American family, likely to be done before Christmas. Andrea.
And the question is it a Christmas gift or a lump of coal in people's stockings? That remains to be seen. But bring us up to date also on the players involved, because what we know is that Mark Dayton, the Minnesota governor, appointed an Al Franken replacement who will have to run next year in
Senator
2018. Did I lose
yes,
Casey?
Andrew, I apologize. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I know
I'm still here.
It was Senator Flake, and you were trying to grab him. My question is, who's on first? Okay, so a new Minnesota senator has been named but not sworn in yet. Al Franken has said he's resigning but has not physically left. But the big unknown is Doug Jones, which would be a flip of a seat and one fewer Republican. And it's very clear to you, I would assume, that Mitch McConnell is not going to let him be sworn in time to vote on the tax bill.
Well, and that was the thinking in the event that Roy Moore.
Right.
Right, exactly. And I mean, and that's not a departure from what they were saying before this, regardless of who had actually won this seat. They were planning on, assuming, and McConnell said on Tuesday, that they had been planning to vote with Luther Strange in office through the end of this session. So, to a certain extent, that's not a surprise or a change. There, of course, was one Republican who voted against this before, Senator Bob Corker, because of concerns about the deficit. Once Jones is seated, he'll only have that one seat to lose. He's been in a position where he could lose 2 votes and then bring Mike Pence up here to cast a tie-breaking vote and still pass legislation. So in theory, they could still pass the tax bill even with Jones seated. However, there have been some questions about Senator Susan Collins, for example. Is she getting what she wants in this bill? She seems to still be on board with it, but has also said if the negotiations don't go the way she wants them to, she reserves the right to vote against it. So it makes it a riskier proposition, obviously, to wait. I think Democrats would also argue that the longer that this tax bill is out in the open, the more people will be able to poke holes in it, the more that the polling might actually matter more in the national debate. So far, we just haven't seen kind of the mobilization against this that we saw around health care. And you combine that with, the Republican desire to get this done from a political perspective. And here we are with them pushing this through to the end of the year. So, again, I would be shocked if Mitch McConnell delayed this bill past the end of the year. Andrea.
Thanks so much, Casey. If you can stand by, we're going to bring back MSNBC political analyst, former Republican National Chairman Michael Steele, NBC senior political editor Mark Murray, Washington Post national political reporter Robert Costa, moderator of Washington Week on PBS. And joining us now, Yamiche Alcindor, New York Times congressional correspondent and MSNBC contributor. First, Yamiche, I wanted to ask you about this new departure from the White House staff, a pretty significant one, and with Omarosa leaving, claiming that she's resigning because it'll be a year, but I think your reporting is that she was really fired by the chief of staff.
Well, there are sources that are very familiar with this departure who have said that she was let go, that General Kelly moved to essentially say that she should no longer be working at the White House. But there are also sources that are very close to her who say that she's telling people that she left voluntarily. They say that she always wanted to leave after a year. That the president's comments on Charlottesville and other things have really made her have a lot of criticism. She's faced a lot of booing crowds and hissing, and that she essentially wanted to leave because the job got too hard. Whatever it is, the idea is that Omarosa was definitely someone who was seen as polarizing. She was seen as someone who other people in the White House didn't like, but she was also someone who President Trump really liked. She was very loyal to the president. He gave her a good salary. He gave her access to the White House and access to his office before General Kelly shut that down and shut her out and a couple other people out. So there's this idea that President Trump would have to, I think, have been involved in these talks for her to leave. So as a reporter, I'm finding it kind of hard to believe that she would have been completely ousted without President Trump at least talking to her because of their relationship that goes back to The Apprentice.
And Robert Costa, from your reporting as well, this is another sign of General Kelly sort of not only cleaning house, but also trying to establish some discipline in this White House.
Omarosa was a confidant. Omarosa Manigault was a confidant of President Trump going back to her time on reality television. And she is indicative of a trend within Trump's inner circle. The president has seen some of his confidants and allies from his business days, the campaign days, fade away as the presidency has unfolded, not for necessarily personal animus or problems with the president, but because General Kelly has installed a new order inside of the West Wing. And if you defer from that order at all, you're at risk of being urged just to go to the door, or maybe you just start to rethink your own job.
And Mark Murray, if you're still there, we understand that the pool is about to come out, that they did get a couple of questions to the president. The president was meeting with the conferees on taxes from both houses and apparently told the pool, and we'll get it all and play it back in full coming up, that he's happy with the agreement. didn't indicate which way they're going on those rates, or at least we don't know that. And when asked about the results in Alabama, said that he's okay with it because some Republicans are okay with it. This despite the fact that he was very aggressive in his late endorsement and campaigning across the border in Florida and robocalling on behalf of Roy Moore. So this is 2 defeats for him in the primary and the general, with 2 different candidates in the same Senate race.
Absolutely, Andrea. You know, you think about the beginning of the Trump presidency, and there was good news for the Republican Party. You ended up looking at their win in that Georgia congressional special election where the Republicans ended up winning. They won in Montana, they won in Kansas, they won in South Carolina, and there was this kind of sense of President Trump is bulletproof in a lot of these contests. But what we ended up seeing last month in Virginia, last month in New Jersey, and then certainly the really bombshell result last night in Alabama, and this is a president who is now on a losing streak. But when I look at the totality of all of these races, Andrea, starting with that Georgia race on to Alabama, and you end up seeing that Democrats are overperforming or where they did in 2016 or the most recent election in that congressional district or in that state. And to me, that all ends up creating the signs of what is likely to be a big wave in 2018 for Democrats. That doesn't mean that it's a guarantee that Democrats are going to take back the House or even the United States Senate. But if you ended up holding those midterm elections tomorrow, Democrats would have a pretty good night on given everything that we've seen across the country this year.
And before that we get that tape rolled by the TV pool, I just want to recap something reported by the Associated Press on the details of the rates that have been set. Michael Steele, follow me here. The corporate rate, 21%, not the 20 that the president asked for, not the 22 that some had suggested to bring that deficit down. The personal rate, the top rate, going from 39.6 to 37%. So this is good for the wealthiest Americans. And among the tax breaks, they agreed that homeowners can deduct interest on the first $750,000 of a new mortgage, and that's down from the current rate of $1 million. But still, it looks like no benefit at all on the state and local taxes. So that is sort of a summary. We're about 15 seconds away from seeing this video from the president. Michael Steele, some final thoughts there?
Yeah, just real quick on that. I mean, I still think that the state and local tax issue is going to be a big one for those big states that also have Republican governors.
And here's the president.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I'll be also speaking at 3 o'clock today, a little bit more about what's happening with this incredible journey and what we're doing with regard to bringing down taxes, the largest tax cut ever. But I appreciate you being here today. I want to thank the incredible members of the House and Senate who have been working so hard. We're very, very close to a historic legislative victory, the likes of which rarely has this country seen. I think I can say, Kevin and Orrin, that we're getting very close, and I know a lot of the folks that we'd like to have here, we said, if you have your choice, stay back and get it done, right? They're all working and negotiating some final points, but we're very, very close. This bill is vital to the American people for many reasons. First of all, it's going to have a tax cut, the likes of which we haven't seen for not only business, but for the working families of our country. It's really a tax cut based on jobs and also very good for companies, which also means jobs. The typical family of 4 earning $75,000 will see an income tax cut of $2,000. So that's $2,000 in their pocket, additional to spend on whatever they want to spend, or they could save the money also. You do have a lot of families, in the old days they saved money, but they will be saving it in many cases. Second, the bill is going to cut taxes for American businesses, both big ones and small ones, so that they can grow higher and compete all around the world. Right now they're paying 35%, and that's the highest in the industrialized world, in many cases by far. And we'll be bringing that down to a number that will be extremely impressive to a lot of people. I don't think I'll give them the surprise yet, Kevin, right? So Yes, maybe sir. I'll hold the surprise, but I think you'll be very happy with it. I think the businesses will be very happy, and we'll be able to compete all over the world. Third, we're simplifying our broken system. It's so complicated that nobody can figure it out. Tax returns that are very, very big and large, and they have to go out and hire companies to do them. So we're fixing the system. And finally, the plan's going to bring trillions of dollars back into the United States, money that's offshore. And you've been hearing me say $2.5 trillion for years. Well, the 2.5 has grown, and it's going to be a lot more than that, probably $4 trillion. It could even be higher than that. We don't even know. It's so much money, we don't even know how much it is. But you look at the great companies, Apple and so many others, they have billions of dollars overseas that they want to bring back. Now they're going to be able to bring it back, and we'll be spending that money, and they'll be spending that money right here, and it'll be jobs and lots of other good things. While the media has focused on the differences between the House and the Senate bills, I can only tell you that we have very, very talented representatives right here, and I think I can say, Orrin, that we're very close, right? We're very, very close.
We'll get it done.
And I want to thank Senator Orrin Hatch. He's been incredible, and Kevin Brady, incredible. You guys have been just really, really amazing. Although I should save that until we sign. Let's have that. You know, we've been there too many times. Let's get the vote first, right? But I want to thank my whole team, Gary and Steve and everybody. The whole team has been really something special. And Diane, thank you very much for everything. We appreciate it. So we're very close to getting it done. We're very close to voting. And our economy, as you know, has surged from where it is when I took it over. We were having an economy that was going in the wrong direction. They can say all they want about the last administration or even administrations. This country was going in the wrong direction from the economic standpoint. And you saw where it was one of the early times we were at about 1% and 1.2%, and you were going down. 401ks right now. I met last week in New York City with a very, very fine group of policemen, and they were all so happy about their 401ks. They feel like they're geniuses, because in one case he said, I'm up 39%. I see all the guys carrying the booms are smiling. Are you up too? Yes, he is. So look at him. He's got that boom. Let's see, he's got the one that's the highest and the closest. He's a good boomer. But he's got a big smile on his face, right? Thank you. That's very nice. You know, usually with the press they won't admit it, but he does, because he's beyond the press. But I just want to say that people are up 30%, 40%, 50%, depending on what's in there, and they are very, very happy. So we think we're going to grow that a lot more. We really think the economy has a long way to grow, and it needs the tax cut. It needs it desperately, and all that money is going to be spent on expanding businesses. I mean, we have so many different things in this bill that are going to create jobs. And for me, this is a bill very simple. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class, and it's about jobs. And the jobs are really defined by the companies. The companies are going to be expanding, and they're going to be creating jobs. And, you know, in education, we're talking choice. Well, in jobs, we're going to be talking choice, too, because right now people go for one job and they don't have many options. They're going to have plenty of options. They're going to look at 5, 6, 7 jobs, and they're going to pick the one they want. And wages are starting to go up. First time in many years, wages now are actually starting to go up. So we have a lot of great things happening, but what really is something that I think will really be the capper is going to be the massive tax cuts that we're planning, that hopefully within a very short period of time we'll have signed into law. It will be bigger than anything ever done in this country, bigger than the Reagan cuts, bigger than any cuts. And it'll also be reform. And there are also some other things in that bill that are very, very big, that are somewhat unrelated. But ultimately, I think it's all related. So I just want to thank everybody at the table, Mike, everybody at the table for being here. And I want to have a very fast lunch so you can go immediately back and finish it up. I actually feel very guilty having you here. So I want you to go back immediately and finish it up. Thank you very much. It's going to be something very, very special. Thank you all. Thank you.
The 21% corporate tax rate, will you sign for 21%?
I would. We're going to see where it ends up, but I certainly would. It's at 35 right now. So if it got down to 21, I would certainly I would be thrilled. I would be thrilled. But we'll see. We haven't set that final figure yet, but certainly 21 is a very great difference.
Mr. President, after Alabama, is it crucial to get a vote next week?
I think it's very important for the country to get a vote next week, not because we lost a seat. Wish we would have gotten a seat. A lot of Republicans feel differently. They're very happy with the way it turned out. But I would have, as the leader of the party, I would have liked to have had the seat. I want to endorse the people that are running. But I will tell you that to me, it's very, very important to get this vote. Not because of that, but because of and I don't know what the vote will be. I don't know what exactly the final. We have a margin now of 2, plus our great vice president. So I really, I think we're going to get the vote. But I will say we have to get more senators and more congressmen that are Republicans elected in 2018. And then you'll see a lot more of what we're doing right now.
How could that loss affect your agenda going forward?
I don't think it's going to affect it. I think we're doing a lot. This is the biggest thing that we've worked on. This also has to do with other subjects. As you know, I won't mention the subjects, but there's some subjects in here that are very vital to the beyond. I'm talking about beyond pure tax and tax cuts. But I'm just very excited by it. This is one of the biggest pieces of legislation ever signed by this country. And I can tell you that everybody around this table, we are very, very excited about it. And thank you all very much. Appreciate it. I'll talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, John.
Thanks, Mr. President. And a good afternoon to you. Craig Melvin here on MSNBC. Some breaking news right now. Republicans telling NBC that they have reached a deal in principle to pass tax reform. As you just saw there, as you just heard there, President Trump at the White House with members of the House and Senate who are charged with merging those 2 bills that came from the separate chambers. The president is scheduled to give what the White House calls a closing argument for tax reform. That is scheduled to happen about 2 hours from now at the Treasury Department. But again, President Trump there just a few moments ago talking by and large about that tax reform deal that appears poised to pass both chambers, perhaps before Christmas, it would seem. The president also taking just a handful of questions there. He did talk about the upset last night in Alabama, acknowledging that a number of Republicans were pleased with the outcome, indicating, though, that he would have preferred to, of course, keep that seat. For more on all of this, Capitol Hill correspondent Casey Hunt joins me now, and so does our chief White House correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, let me start with you again. NBC confirming that Republicans have reached this deal in principle. What does in principle mean?
Well, that nobody's signed on the dotted line just yet, right? That we don't have the text of what this looks like, that there is still, you could say, a question mark about the numbers, although from what we have been seeing widely reported, it looks as though, of course, the corporate rate is going to come down. There are some discussions about the top tax rate, too. It looks as though that is going to come down. Let me point out one number that seems significant that you heard the president mention in the last 3 minutes there in that pool spray, and the number is 21%. That is, it looks as though, based on sort of what we've been hearing, where this will end up. The corporate rate currently at 35%. This was a big deal to the president. This was something he's talked a lot about. He flirted with a rate as low as 15% early on in this process, but it's our reporting that his advisors steered him away from that. That was a little bit much, a little bit extreme, if you will. The president has talked for weeks, for months, I guess, about 20% being ostensibly his red line, although, as you heard him say there, a little bit of news, he would be fine with something at 21%. There was also a question of whether it would be 22%, so it looks as though perhaps they're splitting the difference. The other part of this that you heard was the timing of this, and the president getting a question on it, tying it back into the Senate race in Alabama that we've been talking about. Doug Jones, still a question mark of when he will be seated in the Senate. Calls from Democrats, as Casey knows, to delay any kind of push on this tax bill until after Doug Jones comes in. It looks as though that's obviously not going to happen, Craig. But the president talking about how important it is, how urgent it is to get something done now. That jives with the timing that I have heard from senior administration officials here, that they want to get something done by, that they expect, actually, something will be done by Wednesday, next Wednesday. So that's a week from, I think, today. And then think about it. Everybody blows town for Christmas and for the holidays, Craig. So that looks to be the timeline. Again, still a question. You heard the president citing some numbers there of how this would affect, for example, the average family of 4. again, without knowing the specifics of the plan and having run that through some of those sort of analyses, it's tough to say for sure. The Treasury Department, of course, has come under fire for its one-page analysis, essentially confirming that unless a lot of other things go right economically over the next year, the Senate bill that the Senate had worked out isn't going to pay for itself. And then I'll leave you with one other thought, too, as we look ahead to the president's speech, Craig. White House officials saying he's not going to lean in to specifics. So don't expect to hear a lot of nitty gritty on numbers from the president. This is going to be broad brush, broad strokes. The president looking to make that big final sell.
To be clear, though, Hallie, should this thing actually happen, and again, at this point, at this hour, and of course, it's Washington, D.C., so things obviously change very quickly. If this happens, this would be the president's first significant legislative victory of his administration, correct?
Listen, and more than ever, right? Republicans right now need it. They need something to be able to fly into 2018 and to look ahead to the midterms and say, look at what we did. We actually did something concrete. Now, yes, Republicans talk a lot about getting Neil Gorsuch on the Supreme Court. That was earlier in the year, obviously. But as far as a legislative accomplishment, something like this, the president was not able to get something done on health care. He has stalled on other priorities. So this would be that's part of why this is so important for the president to get done and for White House officials to finish this up before the end of the year. They want to be able to know that they're going into the holidays and go into the new year with a victory.
Casey, again, House and Senate leaders still have to sell this plan that came out of conference. They have to sell it to their members. Is this a plan that they can sell?
I think so, Craig. I mean, I think the reason why they're saying in principle is just because they need to finish actually drafting the legislative language. They need some final scoring from the Joint Committee on Taxation to nail down a few final details. But I think the sense here, and leadership, in addition to the conferee, is very involved in this. They know their members very well. And this announcement would not be coming if it didn't seem clear, at least to leadership, that they think that they can get this across the finish line in both of these chambers. Now, they think that the Senate, as per usual, is a trickier place to navigate. So, you know, many of the things in this bill were written with that in mind. And some of the details that we're hearing about reflect essentially compromises that make changes to the House bill to make it palatable enough for the Senate, some changes to the home mortgage deduction, for example. On the House side, they had anything over $500,000 wasn't going to be deductible for future home purchases. They've raised that threshold to $750,000, we believe, at this stage in the negotiations. And, of course, that corporate tax rate went up a little bit from 20 to 21%. That helps cover some of these other changes that they were making through this negotiating process. But at this point, unless we hit some unforeseen snag, this process has unfolded basically as Republican leaders have insisted that it would and that the president has demanded. They have moved very quickly. The political imperative around this is to get it done, because if they don't, then what? What do they go home and tell donors? What do they go home and tell voters about what they're able to accomplish and why they should continue to maintain the majority here? So, again, it looks like that's on track, and it sounds like if the White House is saying Wednesday, that's a pretty rapid timetable, but, you know, any weekend is usually a big motivating force to get these members of Congress out of the halls and back to their home districts. So I can tell you Christmas is an even more significant motivating factor. So I think at this point, the last we knew, this was on track to see a Senate vote on Monday and potentially a House vote right after that. We'll, of course, keep you updated as we hear any changes to that timeline.
And journalists as well. Really quickly, the individual mandate in Obamacare, Casey, what do we know about that?
Yes. So that is actually something that we are trying to do some more reporting on. The last we knew, the individual mandate repeal was still going to be included in this bill. So it's something we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. It's something, that particular piece of it obviously was not a problem for Senators Murkowski and Collins, who voted against the overall health care package last year. So it's not something that has caused the same kind of level of concern and problem that the broader health care bill did. So the sense was that House leaders were signaling that it was probably going to be okay with their conference. So it looks like that is likely to be on track. But again, we'll update you once we get the final version of this deal across the wires.
All right. Casey Hunt there on Capitol Hill, and Hallie Jackson at her second home there, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. A big thanks to both of you. Let's talk taxes here. What will this plan mean, and what will it not mean? MSNBC contributor Jared Bernstein is with us. He, of course, was chief economist for former Vice President Joe Biden. Josh Barrow, MSNBC contributor, senior editor at Business Insider. And Damian Paletta from the Washington Post is also with us. A big thanks to all of you gentlemen here. Damian, I know that you're reporting here on the compromise that's going to reduce the corporate tax rate to 21%, as we're understanding it, as well as cutting the top tax rate for earners. This is what the president said about that just a few moments ago. Take a listen.
It's at 35 right now. So if it got down to 21, I would certainly be thrilled.
All right, unpack this for us, sir. Tell us a little bit more about that and any other details that you might know.
That's right. So remember, President Trump wanted the rate to be set at 15%, and then he was sort of talked up to 20%, and he drew a red line there and said it wouldn't go any higher. But getting it to 21% is still a huge victory for him. And I think the most important part of this, actually, is that the tax cuts will go into effect in January. Remember, the Senate bill would only have these tax cuts go into effect in 2019, so there'd be a whole year of kind of lag. He gets this tax cut to go into effect immediately. That's really going to, be big on Wall Street. Companies are going to get to do these tax cuts immediately, and that'll save them a lot of money, and we'll be able to sort of see the impact immediately.
Are payroll companies going to be able to adjust that quickly?
That's a great question. I was just thinking, if you're thinking of buying a home, right now, it's going to impact the mortgage you get in January, right? Because they're going to change the mortgage rules, especially for people that live in California, New York, Connecticut, places like that, where the houses are really expensive. There's going to be a lot of scrambling. The IRS is going to have to come out with a lot of rules immediately. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of confusion and mistakes in the first few months, perhaps longer, because they're trying to do this, obviously, at the end of December, and a lot of these tax cuts are going to go into effect immediately in January.
Jared, I made some notes here while the president was speaking. These are just a few of the things that he promised this tax plan is going to do. Help us compete globally. It's going to simplify the tax code. Trillions of dollars are going to come in offshore, and wages are going to go up. The wage stagnation that we've been experiencing in this country is going to cease to exist. Are any of those things true?
I'm very skeptical about every one of those things. For example, corporations currently are sitting on really vast troves of investment capital. They've retained trillions in earnings over the year. And by the way, if they wanted to borrow, interest rates are very low. So if they wanted to invest more, they could do so. In terms of wages, well, actually, wages, the president was wrong about that. Wages have been going up. They were growing about 2% around a year ago. Now they're growing about 2.5%. That's a little bit ahead of inflation. It is true that with unemployment this low, we'd expect wages to be rising more quickly. But you have to remember, what the president is actually talking about is a very complicated chain with a lot of links. Corporate profitability goes up, that raises investment. That raises productivity, that trickles down, that's key word, trickles down to workers. Every one of those links is fragile. As I've already pointed out, the investment channel, they could do that if they wanted to. As far as productivity growth reaching workers, well, that hasn't happened for a while now. So I'm very skeptical about that point. The solid economy is going to generate some wage gains, no question. Linking that to the tax cuts, I wouldn't go there.
Josh, the social safety net in this country, what will this plan mean for the social safety net, specifically Medicare, specifically healthcare costs?
Well, so first of all, there are these pay-go rules that are rules that govern the federal budget that say there are supposed to be automatic cuts in various kinds of spending because of the deficit increases that would be triggered by this. Now, I think it is very likely that the House and the Senate will waive those cuts and you won't see those automatic cuts. Now, in the longer run, because this tax cut will lose revenue for the government at somewhere in the ballpark of $1 trillion plus in additional federal debt over the next decade compared to the debt we already would have borrowed under the tax law without these changes. Because of that, it's going to be harder for the government to meet its needs. It's going to have to borrow more money. That could push interest rates up in the long run, make it more expensive for the government to run deficits. And in the long run, you'll need to pay for that with taxes in the future. So that could create pressure that could cause the government to decide later to pass cuts in Medicare spending, Medicaid spending, et cetera. There's been some rumblings among Republicans in
Congress that they want to take on some kinds of entitlement reform next year. Now, so there's been some talk about actually doing stuff to Medicare, which would be extremely unpopular with voters. There's been some talk about some welfare reforms, maybe adding work requirements to some programs that don't have them now. Those changes probably wouldn't change the overall spending level that much if they pursued that route. So there are definitely Republicans who would like to go next after the social safety net. But remember, when President Trump ran for president, he said he wouldn't cut Medicare and Social Security because he'd make us so rich that it wouldn't be necessary to do that. And I think President Trump and the people in his administration actually believe what they're saying when they claim that this tax cut is going to grow the economy so much that it will pay for itself. Now, that's not going to happen, but if they believe it's going to happen, then I see no reason for them to pursue cuts to entitlements over the next few years.
Does this simplify the tax code as you understand it?
To some extent, I think it simplifies the tax code for most individual filers. A lot fewer taxpayers will take itemized deductions. The bill nearly doubles the standard deduction that you get to take. It also takes away something called the personal exemptions. So that's not the doubling isn't as great as it sounds. It probably allows you to exclude about 16% more income than you otherwise would. But that change will mean that a lot fewer people will choose to write off their mortgage interest, their state and local income taxes. Even though this bill will allow those deductions for some taxpayers, a much smaller fraction of people will take them. So for those people, filing will be simpler. On the other hand, there are some business provisions in here that are very complicated, including a tax preference for only certain kinds of businesses that are owned directly by individuals. And so there's going to be a lot of questions, those people sitting down with their tax lawyers and their accountants trying to demonstrate that their business activities are eligible for that. There's going to be an opportunity for lots of tax avoidance, and it's going to make a lot of people's taxes very complicated.
Can I make one comment on this?
Really quickly, go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, very quickly. You know, there's some outrage that I'd like to bring to the table here on this safety net cutting thing. I mean, Republicans are basically pointing to a budget deficit that they're about to make at least $1 trillion deeper and saying, oh my goodness, there's a deficit, we're going to have to cut the safety net. Now, moderate and low-income people get about nothing from this tax cut, especially when it's fully phased in, and now they're going to get hit twice by these cuts. It's just, I think it's extremely unfair, and I don't want to let that go unsaid.
Jerry Bernstein, thank you. Josh Barrow, big thanks to you. Damien, thanks as well for your insight there at the Washington Post. So that is one big story that we are covering today. Of course, that tax plan that appears to be the first legislative victory for the president. The other big story, the upset in Alabama. It's got a lot of Democrats hopeful about 2018. We have a congresswoman from Alabama who campaigned with Doug Jones. She is standing by to tell us just how much this race means to her state, how much it means to the national political landscape as well.
I think it's very important for the country to get a vote next week, not because we lost a seat, which we would have gotten a seat. A lot of Republicans feel differently. They're very happy with the way it turned out. But I would have, as the leader of the party, I would have liked to have had the seat. I want to endorse the people that are running. But I will tell you that to me, it's very, very important to get this vote.
President Trump, just a few moments ago, they're talking tax cuts, also talking about that stunning loss in Alabama last night. Republican Senate majority cut in half last night. A 2-vote margin for error in the Senate has become 1. When that Senate seat officially flips, however, is something of a question. What is not in question, though, the strong turnout among black voters who helped put Jones over the top. Terry Sewell is a Democratic congresswoman from Alabama. She also sits on the Tax Writing Ways and Means Committee. Always good to see you, Congresswoman. Thanks for your time.
Great to see you. So exciting today.
Getting black voters to the polls was instrumental. We've looked at the numbers. We know that's the case. What was the poll? Was it Roy Moore? Was it President Trump? Was it a combination of the two?
Listen, I think that African-American voters, just like voters in Alabama writ large, understood that the stakes were high. So much was at stake. I think this was a true referendum, at least in the African-American community, against the Trump administration and its policies. And so, look, people came out in droves. I was so excited for us to be able to have African-American turnout that reached the levels of Obama in 2008 is amazing. 30% turnout. We only make up 23% of the electorate, the voting electorate. So that was really meant that people in my district overperformed. I'm so grateful because I think that it shows the world what I've already known, which is that the heart and soul of the people of Alabama is decency, it's integrity, it's character. We chose that over party yesterday, and that, to me, is the story.
A number of Republican senators have been telling our reporters throughout the morning and last night as well that the race is a story about a flawed candidate, nothing more. What about last night do you think that your party can replicate in 2018 during the midterms?
Well, listen, I think that we learned that a coalition of traditional Democratic base African Americans, along with white suburban women, white educated electorate, and moderate Republicans could be an interesting coalition that could be a winning coalition for Democrats across this nation. You know, I think the real story within the African American community is really the black women's vote and women's vote generally. You know, Jones was able to garner 57% of all female voters last night, 57%, and that was 16 points more than Moore. And you know, with that, it meant that African American women voted for Jones by 98%, while white women voted for him by 37%. So, look, I think that it's really important that we get a coalition. What we learned last night is that we can put together winning coalitions, even in the reddest of states, and places like Alabama. People will look at the candidate selection and the issues. The message matters, the candidate matters, but also the coalition building matters as well.
Terry Sewell, I know you've got to go and vote. I'll let you go. The pride and joy of Selma, Alabama. Congresswoman Sewell, thank you.
Thank you.
For more, Josh Moon, columnist with the Alabama Political Reporter, John Meacham, author, editor, and MSNBC contributor, and Eugene Scott, political reporter for the Washington Post, and coming to us from Birmingham, Alabama, on this Wednesday. Josh, let me start with you, and let me show what may be the biggest number out of last night's exit polling. This is the president's approval rating. This is back on Election Day, 2016. President Trump won 62% of the vote, 62% with almost a 28-point advantage. Last night, voters gave Trump a 48% approval rating, dead even with his disapproval. What message should national Republicans take from that number?
I think you should take that even in a very, very red state, you are losing voters over some of the policies that you have implemented here and some of the scandals that have taken place, and by marginalizing a lot of voters here. You know, the black voter turnout last night speaks volumes, I think, to the motivation of a lot of people who have historically in Alabama not played a large role in state elections and in statewide elections. And so I think that that's a pretty clear message to them nationally.
I want to go back here, Josh, to something that Congresswoman Sewell just said there as well. A top line, at least for me, black voters coming out in Obama-like numbers for Doug Jones. And here's the thing. No Obama on the ticket, non-presidential year. The temperature in Alabama yesterday, you know, I know it's close to 50 degrees, and in Alabama that might as well be 20. And you know what folks say about voters of color when the conditions aren't perfect, we don't show up to vote. That wasn't the case last night. 29% of the turnout last night, very similar to the 28% back in 2012, exactly the same as 2008. One of our reporters, Vaughn Hilliard, he talked to black voters this morning. Listen to what one of them said.
You voted yesterday.
Yeah.
Who did you vote for and why?
Doug Jones, Democrat. You know, we need a change. I mean, it's scary out there. You know, I'm like, since we've got the new president and everybody's been accused of sexual harassment and molesting women and stuff, we need a change.
Eugene, what do you make of that?
Yeah, when I was speaking with voters, Craig, I think it's really important to communicate that black voters were certainly disgusted by the allegations of sexually assaulting minors, but most black voters I spoke with were voting against Roy Moore way before those stories came out. Roy Moore has a history in this state of saying things that many black voters find problematic and unwelcoming and not inclusive, and they did not want someone like that representing them in Washington during the Trump era.
Any idea what Roy Moore does now, Eugene?
Well, ideally, if he really wants to win black voters in a future election, he could hear them out and include them in his vision of making this state great again. But he hasn't had a track record of doing that, and many of the black voters I spoke with aren't confident that he'll move in that direction.
John Meacham, the president, tried to take a bit of a victory lap on Twitter earlier today. Quote, "The reason I originally endorsed Luther Strange is that I said Roy Moore will not be able to win the general election. I was right. Roy worked hard, but the deck was stacked against him. The president, of course, actually endorsed both men at various points, which makes him 0 for 2 in this race.
Yeah.
How does a loss of this magnitude diminish a president's political capital, John Meacham?
Well, the majority in the Senate's been cut in half. So as a pure mathematical matter, it gets ever more difficult for him to pass what he wants to pass. Now, if he loses one vote, and he's been so warm and accommodating toward Senator Flake and Senator Corker and others, I have a feeling that that's going to be a tricky bridge to rebuild. You know, what I think happened in Alabama is and my neighbors in Alabama managed to prove Winston Churchill right one more time. Churchill once said, you can always count on Americans to do the right thing once they've exhausted every other possibility. And they've sent a message, I think, that the president and this kind of reality show excess that has become so much part of our politics is not going to always carry the day.
John, you've obviously been following the Steve Bannon component to all of this. This is what an aide to Steve Bannon tells NBC News. Quote, after doing everything in their power to throw this election to a liberal Democrat, the McConnell establishment should expect the very same America First movement that elected the president in 2016 to be out for their blood in 2018. Was Steve Bannon's influence diminished at all last night, or does he still have enough pull among Trump's base to still cause trouble for Mitch McConnell and other members of the so-called establishment?
That's the key question before the 2020 presidential election is, did Bannon, did the Breitbartism of the America First wave that elected Trump, did that carry such a flawed candidate to within 20,000 votes? Senator-elect Jones won. It's probably good news for the country, I think inarguably, but it was close. This was not a blowout. And so I do think that that's going to be a salient factor going forward. We're about to have a big race in Tennessee, which is about as red as Alabama almost, where a former Democratic governor, Phil Bredesen, is running for the Senate. The last time a Democrat won statewide was 12 years ago, and his name was Phil Bredesen. So, and when the margin is this close, you know, everything counts. I think one thing to keep in mind is in a 51-49 Senate, if you need one more example of how fundamentally divided the country is, just look at that number.
We'll leave it there. John Meacham, thank you, sir. Josh, Eugene, I appreciate your insight as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moments ago, the testimony of Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein on Capitol Hill. It took a break so the committee members could go vote, along with Congresswoman Terry Sewell that we just had on a few moments ago. Rosenstein, of course, there in front of that committee, the Judiciary Committee, answering questions about Special Counsel Robert Mueller's Russia investigation. Republicans on the Judiciary Committee really pressed Rosenstein on the impartiality of Mueller's probe. Rosenstein's appearance coming the day after the DOJ released those text messages between an FBI agent and an FBI attorney that disparaged President Trump during the campaign. They were turned over to lawmakers. This is just a portion of what Rod Rosenstein had to say about Robert Mueller.
Have you seen good cause to fire Special Counsel Mueller?
No.
Thank you. If you were ordered today to fire Mr. Mueller, what would you do?
As I've explained previously, I would follow the regulation. If there were good cause, I would act. If there were no good cause, I would not.
And you've seen no good cause so far?
Correct.
NBC's Ken Delanian is covering the hearing for us. Ken, what were the key questions for the Deputy Attorney General this morning?
Well, Craig, there are really two headlines out of this hearing, and you just heard one of them, which is that Rod Rosenstein, the man who appointed Robert Mueller, sees no reason to fire him, sees no impropriety, and essentially defended Robert Mueller's character. But the other big headline is nearly every Republican on the Judiciary Committee was raising questions about what they see as bias in the Mueller investigation. And one of them, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, called for the Mueller investigation to be disbanded. And they are citing these text messages that you mentioned that were released last night between the two FBI officials who are no longer on the investigation. Those messages clearly showed a bias against Donald Trump, and many independent observers have said that was inappropriate, and they're under investigation now by the Inspector General. What the Republicans didn't cite, though, is any actual evidence of bias by Mueller or his people, or any evidence of unfairness or impropriety. And Rod Rosenstein was asked whether he had seen any evidence of that, and he said he hadn't. But a lot of independent observers are worrying that these are Republicans now laying the groundwork for a potential decision to fire Mueller. Now, Rod Rosenstein would be the guy that would have to fire Mueller because Jeff Sessions, the Attorney General, is recused. But in the event that Jeff Sessions leaves the Justice Department and another Attorney General takes his place, that person would then take over the Mueller investigation, and that's got a lot of people worried, Craig.
All right, Kim Delaney, breaking all of it down for us. Is the hearing over, or are they just on break, by the way?
They are coming back, they say. They're on a short break for votes.
Thank you, sir. We'll check in with you in a bit. Women and Roy Moore. How big of a role did the moment that we're in right now, how much of that played into Roy Moore's historic defeat? Two resounding voices in Alabama's electorate are being heard today. Women and black voters came out in big numbers to make Doug Jones the first Democrat in 25 years one of that state's U.S. senators. 57% of women cast their vote for Jones, and black voters made up 29% of total voters. That's more than the 28% who turned out back in 2012 to vote for a guy named Barack Obama when he ran for a second term. Black voters broke for Jones over Moore, 96 to 4%. Here for some more insight, New York Times opinion columnist Michelle Goldberg and former communications director for Hillary Clinton's campaign, Adrienne Elrod. Ladies, thank you both so much for being with me.
Thanks, Craig.
Michelle, I want to start with you because you wrote an op-ed that caught our attention before the election. I want to just read just a snippet of it for our viewers and listeners. Moore in the Senate would send the message that defending slavery, never mind segregation, is no longer beyond the pale. We have been focused, rightly so much on the sexual misconduct allegations against Roy Moore, which of course he denies. But you contend and have been contending for a couple of weeks now that this was much bigger than just the women. Explain.
Right. Well, I mean, that was obviously part of it, right? Most women, most people don't want a pedophile in Congress. But I think that an accused pedophile in Congress. I think that one of the things that got lost in the focus on his sexual transgressions was that there were so many other things that should have disqualified Roy Moore, including his absolutely vicious racism, apologies for slavery, apologies for segregation, right? This is someone who, when asked by an African American at one of his rallies, when was the last time America was truly great? His answer was that it was great during the time of slavery because families were strong. And we can only imagine what kind of families he was talking about, right? And that's in keeping with his history. He's also somebody who has said that he would like to repeal every amendment after the 10th, which would include both the amendment abolishing slavery and the amendment giving women the right to vote. And so my sense is that black voters in Alabama were very aware of who this man was and the unbelievable contrast to Doug Jones, who's a civil rights hero.
Adrienne, so black voters, one part of the story. The other part of the story, women voters in Alabama showed up in a big way in general. Women voters who did not show up for Hillary Clinton. Here are the numbers. 53% of white women voted for Trump. 42% of total women voted for Trump. 54% of total women voted for Clinton. 51% of white women with college degrees voted for Clinton. Why do you think that women were so inclined to show up and vote last night for Doug Jones, but not for a woman who was at the top of a ticket?
Well, look, I think that a lot of these women realized how important their vote is. I think they took a lot of that for granted, perhaps, during the presidential election. But since then, they've seen a president who has just assaulted every single constituency out there, in particular women. He certainly has an issue with any woman who disagrees with him or anybody who he considers to be powerful, who pushes his buttons, he lashes out. And I think a lot of these women are fed up with this, frankly, along with African Americans too. I mean, people are just fed up with the way President Trump conducts himself, and they're revolting. And
so you think last night was a referendum on the president? No doubt.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And I think this is a good sign for us going into 2018. I don't see any signs that President Trump has any intention of changing his tactics and the way he conducts himself. So this is a good thing for 2018, and the Democrats have taken such advantage of this moment in a good way, and I think we'll continue to see that going forward into 2018.
Another big story right now, of course, happening in Congress. It seems as if every couple of days there's a lawmaker who is forced to resign. Al Franken, I know that the Minnesota Senator, of course, today, the governor announcing that his replacement is going to be the lieutenant governor from that state, a woman. This is something, Michelle, that you really struggle with. You went back and forth. Another article of yours here. This is from November 20th. It doesn't matter that Franken's transgression wasn't on the same level as the abuses that the Alabama Senate candidate Roy Moore, Donald Trump have been accused of. It's easy to condemn morally worthless men like Trump. It's much harder to figure out what should happen to men who make valuable and political and cultural contributions and whose alleged misdeeds fall far short of criminal. Where should that line be?
Oh, I don't feel like I'm qualified to draw that line. And I think that we're all really struggling over where that line should be. And I'm still, to me, the problem with Al Franken was twofold. One, it was the drip, drip, drip of these allegations. And it was also the pressure that it put on the other members of his party, and particularly the women of his party, who they don't want to have to be out there negotiating that line either, right? I mean, Kirsten Gillibrand doesn't want to go out there and have to defend why, when she's such a strong voice against sexual harassment, why she's nevertheless defending her colleague. I mean, and there are a lot of ways that you can defend Al Franken. What he's been accused of is not on the scale of what some of these men have been accused of. But nevertheless, he was becoming an albatross around the necks of a lot of people in his party who want to be able to draw a very clear contrast with the Republican Party, which is the party of impunity for sexual harassment.
Kirsten Gillibrand, Elizabeth Warren, other prominent female Democratic lawmakers. Over the next year, are we going to continue to see their profile raised, or are they going to become the leaders of the Democratic Party that we see at the rallies, that we see on TV ad nauseum? Are they going to become that because of the current climate?
Well, I don't think it's just because of the current climate. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that people are still ready for a woman to be a president and to be in leadership positions. But look, I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that we've got a president in the White House who's the ultimate misogynist, and people are just sick and tired of it, and they're ready to move forward. And I see Senator Gillibrand, I see Senator Warren as being continued to be leaders in our party.
All right, we'll leave it there. Adrian, thank you. Michelle, always good to have you as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Craig.
A tip of the hat. Last night's big defeat for Steve Bannon has him giving out some surprising compliments on this day after the election. And right now, Democratic lawmakers joining protesters outside the Capitol. They are railing against that Republican tax plan that we started the broadcast with. Right now, Senator Ron Wyden there from Oregon who is speaking. We are monitoring that event. We will bring you any news that comes from that event.
The rate for people at the top. Can you believe that?
You might take something for your heart, your joints, or your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you, your brain? With an ingredient originally found in jellyfish, Prevagen is now the #1 selling brain health supplement in drugstores nationwide. Prevagen, the name to remember.
If your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's symptoms are holding you back, and your current treatment hasn't worked well enough, it may be time for a change. Ask your doctor about Entyvio, the only biologic developed and approved just for UC and Crohn's. Entyvio works at the site of inflammation in the GI tract and is clinically proven to help many patients achieve both symptom relief and remission. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, serious, potentially fatal brain infection caused by a virus, may be possible. This condition has not been reported with Entyvio. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, experience frequent infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Liver problems can occur with Entyvio. If your UC or Crohn's treatment isn't working for you, ask your gastroenterologist about Entyvio. Entyvio, relief and remission within reach.
At Joseph A. Bank's weekend warm-up sale, save up to 70% store-wide. All dress shirts, $39. All 1905 and executive sport coats, $99. Plus all sweaters, buy one, get two free. The weekend warm-up sale, only at Joseph A. Bank.
You can't predict the market, but through good times and bad, at T. Rowe Price, we've helped our investors stay confident for over 75 years. Call us or your advisor. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Touch is how we communicate with those we love. But when your psoriasis is bad, does it ever get in the way? Embrace the chance of 100% clear skin with Taltz. Taltz is proven to help people with moderate to severe psoriasis achieve completely clear skin. With Taltz, up to 90% of patients had a significant improvement of their psoriasis plaques. In fact, 4 out of 10 even achieved completely clear skin. Don't use if you're allergic to Taltz. Before starting, you should be checked for tuberculosis. Taltz may increase risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or have symptoms, or if you've received a vaccine or plan to. Inflammatory bowel disease can happen with Taltz, including worsening of symptoms. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Ready for a chance at 100% clear skin? Ask your doctor about Taltz today and go to Taltz.com to learn how to pay as little as $5 a month.
This is not an echo chamber.
What is the project that the Republicans are pursuing?
This is not a one-way street.
Overturning the norms of American politics was a campaign promise.
This is a dialogue.
The obligations right now for the members of my party is remember your history.
That looks at the world.
That's what America First means to me. Country over party.
And all its complexities.
Don't watch what they say, watch what they do.
From every side.
It's exactly what the founders of this country imagined.
Right now, Democratic lawmakers are joining protesters to talk about the Republican tax bill. We have seen and heard from Nancy Pelosi, Ron Wyden just before the commercial break there. Senator Elizabeth Warren was there. Right now, this is Randy Weingarten. Randy Weingarten at one point ran the country's largest teachers union. Again, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren just a short time ago. Take a listen.
We believe that no middle-class family in this country should have to pay more in taxes so that giant corporations and billionaires can pay less. Are you ready to tell Mitch McConnell no vote on the Republican tax scam until Doug Jones takes his seat in the Senate? No vote. No.
Earlier today, Republican Congressman Peter King of New York lashed out at the man that he sees as one of the chief strategists of Roy Moore's big loss last night, Steve Bannon.
I don't think Steve Bannon adds anything positive at all to the dialogue in the country. He looked like some disheveled drunk that wandered in off the street. To have him become the face of politics or to have a major voice in politics, I think is wrong. I think we should shut him. I think we should cut him off.
Bannon went all in for Roy Moore in that Alabama Senate race, but his campaign efforts resulted in a loss. Not the first time Steve Bannon's candidate has lost an election. Not long ago, Ed Gillespie in Virginia lost his bid to become governor there. That was just last month. Many Republicans had made it clear they did not support Roy Moore, but now they are distancing themselves from Steve Bannon as well. Conservative commentator Charlie Sykes is also an MSNBC contributor. Charlie, I want to play some sound from Steve Bannon on his radio show. This is Steve Bannon on Breitbart just a few hours ago. Take a listen.
Huge turnout yesterday, and that's because the Democrats hustled. And, you know, people have got to understand, you don't turn out, they're going to turn out. They did, you know, hat tip to these guys at the DNC. They slipped in here under the radar scope and did a great job of ground game. And you got to, you know, of all the other convergence of forces, as you said, Alex Marlowe, just out hustling and out working people is a big one.
Charlie, that sounded like a backhanded slap there at the RNC as well.
Well, it is interesting that he would take that tack because, you know, yesterday was a complete humiliation and rejection of not only Steve Bannon but that whole, you know, Bannonite Breitbart wing of the party. And you know, the reality is that that Steve Bannon, you know, is toxic to other Republicans, and obviously, you know, this is going to lead to a lot of, you know, second guessing of, you know, around the country, Senate candidates that have aligned themselves with him. But keep in mind that Steve Bannon is frankly not focused on winning anything. He is more focused on tearing things down. He's a political nihilist who's an arsonist who wants to burn down the house because he can burn down the house. So, you know, this may be a moment of graciousness because he realizes the extent of the repudiation and the embarrassment that he suffered last night, but it won't last.
You wrote an article, you wrote a column rather, in the New York Times this morning. I want to just share a snippet of it. At every stage of the run-up to the special election, Republicans could have resisted, pushed back, drawn lines, but their failure to do so led them inexorably to this moment, the defeat of an unreconstructed bigot and ignorant crank who had the full-throated backing of the president they have embraced and empowered. What does this mean for the GOP, for the Republican Party over the next year, Charlie?
It means that even with this defeat, they are lashed to Donald Trump in the memory of Roy Moore because, you know, the bottom line is you had the Republican National Committee and the President of the United States in full-throated support of somebody who was just, you know, as I said, you know, an unreconstructed, benighted bigot on so many levels, and they're not going to be able to walk that back. And so what that article basically says is, you know, this is the culmination of this 2-year capitulation of the Republican Party to Donald Trump.
Charlie, I wish we had more time, but we do not, good sir. Thanks as always. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
A little more than an hour from now, President Trump will be making his so-called closing argument for that Republican tax plan. But even before he starts that, House and Senate members are getting ready to meet for the first time to start hammering out the details on what that bill is going to look like. We will be watching for both of those in the next hour. That'll do it for this hour of MSNBC Live. I'm Craig Melvin. Katie Turner is here.
I'm just about ready to take it over.
You ready?
I need one more second. Okay, now I'm ready.
Fresh off the Stephen Colbert Show last night. She's got that comedic timing down.
Ah, that's right. It's 11 a.m. out west and 2 p.m. in Washington, D.C., where we are following breaking news. Republicans in the Senate and the House have reached a sweeping tax deal, at least in principle, that'll impact every single American. President Trump will deliver his closing argument in just an hour in a speech where he will appear with middle-class families he claims this bill will benefit.
We're very, very close to a historic legislative victory, the likes of which rarely has this country seen. It will be bigger than anything ever done in this country, bigger than the Reagan cuts, bigger than any cuts, and it'll also be reform. And there are also some other things in that bill that are very, very big that are somewhat unrelated.
This tax overhaul is a legislative win for the White House and Republicans that they desperately need, especially after losing a vital Senate seat in a stunning Alabama upset last night. Our Republicans rushing to get the tax deal done, knowing that the balance of power is about to shift. We've got a team of reporters and analysts to break it all down for us. NBC's Hallie Jackson is at the White House, and NBC's Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill.
Figured out they've answered they have to sort through some of the finer details. There's a lot of technical writing that goes into a bill like this. They have to get a few more numbers from the JCT, the Joint Committee on Taxation, to figure out how much a couple things are going to cost. But they basically have agreed to the broad outlines that the leadership and Republican conferees think will pass both the Senate and the House. And the timeline for that could be pretty quick. This is something they've been talking about trying to put on the Senate floor by next Monday, and then quickly sending it over to the House of Representatives. Now, what do we know about what this deal is going to look like? It seems like they've taken the corporate tax rate up a percentage point to 21% from 20%. That likely allows them to pay for some other changes that they've made to the bill. They've taken the top tax rate down to 37%. from its current position. And then they've also made a deal on the home mortgage interest deduction. You'll remember initially the Senate made no changes to the home mortgage interest deduction. It's very popular with homeowners. The House, however, had limited it to $500,000. Now it looks like the compromise will be at $750,000. So again, all these things cost money. And so you're seeing a move away from what that 20% line in the sand was. Now, of course, the president alluded to this a few weeks ago, kind of throwing a little bit of a wrench into negotiations, saying, hey, this might happen. But so far, seems okay with it, and everything here seems on track to go forward.
Democrats, Casey, want them to wait for Doug Jones to get seated. Any indication that the Democrats are going to have any firepower with Mitch McConnell to get him to delay?
At this point, I see no sign of that. I would be shocked if they delayed this over seating Doug Jones. The reality is, for tax reform, Jones being seated or not doesn't really make a huge material difference to their numbers. There's a world where it could if Susan Collins were to come out and say she's really unhappy with this compromise for some reason. That would be a second Republican vote lost. Remember, Bob Corker voted against this last time because of concerns about deficit spending. But the reality is McConnell can still lose that one vote. So right now, there's no inclination that this isn't on I wouldn't go so far as to call it a glide path, but this is this is a truck that is driving down the road full steam ahead and shows no signs of stopping.
Hallie, we got a new poll out about the president's approval ratings. A Monmouth University poll shows he's at 32%. That's a record low for that poll. Could this be seen as an effort by the White House to turn the page after last night's pretty stinging defeat with Doug Jones over Roy Moore?
Yeah, this has always been an effort by the White House to try to get a legislative victory on the board for the president, frankly. You talk about the president's approval ratings nationally. Look at the approval ratings where all of the action happened overnight. In Alabama, 48%. In the Deep South, in a state that he handily won in 2016. So, yes, the attitude of the White House here is certainly looking forward to potentially next Wednesday, the end of next week, when this thing actually gets to the president's desk, as all indications are, it likely will, and when he signs it. In fact, during this segment, I got a text from a White House source who was talking about how excited and how much the president is looking forward to today, looking forward to this. Obviously, a big day in their view. The president will be delivering that speech, but we're told that he's not going to lean into the specifics. So don't expect this to get down and dirty on numbers, like Casey was talking about, on percentages, on rates, et cetera. This is going to be a broad strokes plan on a bill that just by all accounts, it does benefit the wealthy more than the middle class. That is something that the president wants to talk about in a different way, right? They want to talk about it like it benefits middle-class Americans. And while it looks as though there will be obviously tax rates dropped, there's still a question mark on how it would affect, for example, the president himself.
Yeah, the corporate tax rate alone is pretty huge, and that's going to affect the wealthy. Hallie Jackson and Casey Hunt, thank you very much. On Capitol Hill right now, Democratic lawmakers are joining protesters to talk about the Republican tax bill. Sheila Jackson Lee is talking right now. We've seen Nancy Pelosi, Ron Wyden, and a little bit earlier, Elizabeth Warren.
Take this no more. We believe that no middle-class family in this country should have to pay more in taxes so that giant corporations and billionaires can pay less. Are you ready to tell Mitch McConnell no vote on the Republican tax scam until Doug Jones takes his seat in the Senate? No vote. No.
That's not going to happen. Joining me now is Chris Liu, a former assistant to President Obama, former Deputy Secretary of Labor, and a senior fellow at the University of Virginia Miller Center. Chris, thanks so much for joining us. The president wants to paint this as a middle-class tax cut, as a tax cut that will help businesses, help create jobs. Is that a valid way to sell this bill?
Well, he's going to try to sell it that way, but the facts belie that contention. There were three major problems with this bill. It increased taxes on people earning under $75,000. It adds $1 trillion of debt, and it takes away 13 million health care from 13 million people. This compromise they've reached today doesn't address any of those problems. And in fact, if anything, what it does is it drops the top tax bracket down. So to the extent they helped anyone here, they gave more to the super wealthy instead of trying to, for instance, raise the child tax credit or provide some tax relief to middle class earners.
Well, how will middle class earners see their paychecks change?
Well, what they're going to see in the first couple of years is a very minimal tax increase, which will then kind of scale up to a tax. They'll see a small middle class tax decrease, and then they'll see an increase in the following years. And then add on top of that the 13 million who are going to lose their health insurance because of the changes to the Affordable Care Act. So the overall money coming out of their pocket in terms of higher health insurance premiums, ultimately this is a net loss to millions of people in this country.
And you say it'll go up in later years because the tax break for the middle class is not a permanent tax break for the middle class.
Well, that's exactly right, and they chose not to make them permanent in this tax cut. Again, to the extent that there's any deal here, it's a deal that's even more weighted toward the wealthy than what emerged from the Senate. And it'll be interesting to see where Senators Collins, Flake, Corker come down on this. It's very clear that the deals that Corker and Collins cut for their votes probably won't materialize. And so, yes, I think this probably gets done, but I don't think it's on a glide path right now.
Chris Liu, former Deputy Secretary of Labor, thank you very much. Let's go now to Elise Jordan, MSNBC political analyst and former advisor to Senator Rand Paul's campaign, and Joel Benenson, former senior advisor to the 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign. Guys, thanks so much. The tax bill is getting rushed through. Maybe Doug Jones wouldn't have made a difference, but certainly it's given the Republicans a bit of a shot in the arm to get things done more quickly so as to avoid any hiccups. Republicans are trying to sell this as a benefit to the middle class, but we just heard Chris Liu say they may feel it in the beginning, but they're going to pay for it with higher health care premiums, and they're eventually going to pay for it later on when these tax cuts expire. So how are they getting around that?
Well, a White House official I spoke to said the justification is that because middle-class earners aren't paying a ton in taxes already, they're going to get some decrease. It's not necessarily going to be huge, but it will be something. So something being better than nothing. That, though, might not actually be enough if health care keeps rising and nothing is done on that front, and the provisions of the ACA are repealed, and it's just more the premiums keep rising.
How are Democrats going to campaign on this?
Oh, I think they're going to campaign on this as a corporate tax giveaway and a giveaway to the top 1%. That's where the bulk of this money is. The lion's share of this money is overwhelming there, and there is no constituency for that in any party. Republican, Democrat, or Independents, they do not believe corporate America needs a tax break, nor do they believe such a tax break will benefit them. I think you have to stay singularly focused on that message.
Corporate tax rate, 21%. Top individual tax rate, that's low. Top individual tax rate is going to drop from 39.6 to 37%. The top individual, those are the wealthiest Americans. Right. The mortgage interest deduction, that's the one that a lot of homeowners were focused on because the one chamber wanted to lower it to $500, the other chamber wanted to keep it at $1 million. It's going to be at $750. State and local taxes, there will be an allowance for some deduction, $10,000, but it will be flexible for property or income taxes. Is that enough to assuage some Republican lawmakers in states like New York, New Jersey, and California?
I don't think so, because their taxpayers are going to be hit. They're going to be hit hard, and it does. It unfortunately is a bill that seems targeted towards areas that didn't necessarily vote for Donald Trump in the 2016 election. And I think it's unfortunate that we are designing public policy in a way that comes down to how you voted in an election.
Some lawmakers were pretty frank about who they were trying to appease with this bill, and they said very frankly, this is the donors who are asking for this. The donors are the wealthiest Americans who give a lot to campaigns and give a lot to these lawmakers in order to get reelected. Isn't that the sort of admission that will come back to, I don't know, haunt you in an ad going forward for 2018 or 2020?
Gee, let me think about that. Yes, it will haunt them. It will haunt them because it's the exact antithesis of what people want out of Washington. Donald Trump claimed he was going to drain the swamp. This is exactly the kind of line that's being put out by people who are swimming in the swamp, and they're admitting it, and they're going to have to eat those words in 2018. And in some of those states that we just talked about, California, New York, and to some extent maybe even Texas, you're going to have some Republican Congress people who are going to be vulnerable in the midterms because of this, because you're going to run dead against them full on. I think you got 7 seats in California where you're going to be able to make this an issue with 7 Republican congressmen. That's a lot of seats to lose in a state like California.
And Katie, the irony is that there are some Republican donors I've spoken with, particularly on the hedge fund side, who actually hate this bill.
Interesting.
Because they are not necessarily pass-through businesses, so they aren't going to be able to reap any benefits. So they're questioning their investment in the Republican Party when this is a bill that they feel specifically targets them.
Although they didn't lose their carried interest.
No, just a little bit of breaking news. Jessica Yellen has just announced that the Federal Reserve is going to raise its benchmark interest rate from 1.25% to 1.5%. She's announcing that right now. A reminder, Jessica Yellen steps down, I should say, in February. Joel and Elise, guys, thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to come back in a moment to talk about Roy Moore and everything. And you at home, stay with us as well. Janet Yellen, I'm sorry. My names are all mixed up. I'm mixed up today, clearly. I needed more than a second with Craig. Stay with us. We'll be right back. The House Judiciary Committee hearing with Deputy AG Rod Rosenstein has started up again. He's getting grilled on all things having to do with the special counsel today. We're going to talk more about that in just a few minutes. But first, let's go over to Alabama and what happened last night there. The stinging defeat of the president's chosen Senate candidate in Alabama was delivered mostly by women and African Americans. Their message to Washington and the country: no more. Republican Roy Moore may have been a judge, but last night women voters were the jury, making Doug Jones the first Democratic senator from Alabama in a quarter century. And his victory makes the GOP's already slim majority in the Senate even slimmer.
What message did the election send last night? The election?
The Alabamans didn't want somebody who dated 14-year-old girls.
This isn't a rebuke of conservative values or agendas. This is a rebuke of a candidate.
Well, we had a blemished candidate. Everybody knows that.
Steve Bannon, just like anybody else you want to name that's not in government or not in politics, is a private citizen. And how are you going to ban a private citizen from whatever he wants to do?
He looked like some disheveled drunk that wandered in off the street. To have him become the face of politics or to have a major voice in politics, I think is wrong. I think we should shut him. I think we should cut him off.
He looked like a disheveled drunk. Joining me now, Republican and Alabama radio host Joe Lockett, who hosts the Joe Lockett Show. Joe, of course, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Representative King and Steve Bannon. You're a Republican. You chose not to vote for Roy Moore. Why was that?
Right. Because, again, as I stated earlier this morning, the things that you saw him talking about, the issues of the family, when you mix slavery, but you put a conjunction with but back in that time, that is a problem, Katie. And as a black man here in Birmingham, Alabama, there's no way I can vote for a guy that says those type of things to the American people. He doesn't fit my values. He didn't fit my community values. So that's why I did a write-in.
Well, listen to this. Doug Jones got 96% of the black vote. Hillary Clinton only got 88% of the black vote in 2016 when voters went out to cast ballots for the presidential election last year. So why do you think black voters were so much more motivated last night than they were in 2016?
Because right now in Birmingham, Alabama, I can speak for us. We are tired of being played from side to side. What we have, Katie, all the time is people want us, the GOP wants us to come over and be a part of them. But then when we be a part of them and it doesn't go right, when you go back to the black community, you're ostracized. No one wants you. So if the GOP really want to get serious and want to keep blacks and want to make blacks come into the GOP, you have to listen to what we are saying. Stop trying to pimp the black community. If you want to work with the black people, you got to work with us. If you don't work with us, you see what will happen. The GOP has a problem.
And Joe, you voted for Doug Jones. Do you think Doug Jones is going to work with you?
I did not vote for Doug Jones. I wrote on, but what was the question again, Katie?
I'm sorry, I thought you did. My apologies.
No, I didn't. I did it right in. No, I did it right. What was the question?
I'm sorry. Do you think Doug Jones will be able to work with you in your interests?
You know, I hope so. I really hope so. But I'm going to be reaching out to Doug Jones' camp because I want to talk to him. Even though I'm a Republican, in politics, guess what? We should all be able to work together. The American people, Katie, is tired of the back and forth from the left and to the right. It is time that these politicians, you've been sent Doug Jones, you've been sent to Washington to do a job, and I hope you can do it for the American people.
Joe Lockett, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And back with me here in the newsroom is Elise Jordan and Joel Benenson. Guys, this was a tough election for Republicans. They didn't like Roy Moore from the beginning. This was a party that wanted Luther Strange. Roy Moore trounced Luther Strange in the primary. What happens going forward for Republicans? What does this mean for places like Arizona, Elise?
I think that Republican leadership needs to listen to what their voters on the ground want out of the candidate, and not that Roy Moore was that type of candidate, but Luther Strange was seen as a continuation of a corrupt governor that he, as Attorney General, did not prosecute over a scandal. So by the GOP putting their weight, the establishment weight, behind a candidate that voters rejected, they were trying to force to impose their will on the people, and we see how that ended.
How are they going to contend with Steve Bannon, that faction?
Oh, look, I don't think Steve Bannon is the Republican Party's only problem. I think the Republican Party and what you saw in Alabama and Virginia is a very risky mix that's creating a dangerous cocktail for Republicans. They are becoming the party of intolerance. I know I'm sitting next to a friend who's a Republican, and bigotry to some people. And so what you saw last night was a dramatic shift in the suburbs in Alabama, including the wealthy suburbs. 5 counties that Donald Trump won by double digits shifted to Democrats, and 4 of them with double-digit wins for Doug Jones. So if you put together the fact that you're alienating suburban voters, motivating people of color who feel this party doesn't respect me, won't treat me the way we need to be treated, that's a very risky mix going into the midterm elections.
Not just Alabama, New Jersey and Virginia as well.
Yeah, and this is how what people can do. This is how women can protest Donald Trump in these elections. You know, you have the morning of this special election in Alabama. President Trump chooses to attack a female senator, basically insinuating that she was begging him for campaign cash and offering favors.
The woman problem, does that still exist?
I think it is more glaring and pressing than ever, and I think that a generation of Republican women are leaving the party.
You know what? That is an interesting point. We're going to talk more about the women in a later block, but it's very odd to see white women still voting for Roy Moore, which they did in Alabama, and white women voting for Donald Trump in 2016, even after the Access Hollywood allegations. We're going to dive into that and see if there's a difference there between white women and minority women. Go ahead.
White mothers of children 18 or under living in the household voted for Doug Jones. They won older white women, older Republican women, women who have kids in the household. They lost.
We're going to get into that. Joel Benenson, thank you very much. Elise Jordan, thank you as well. Thanks for sticking around for 2 blocks with us. And Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, as we said, just sat back down to take more questions from lawmakers on the House Judiciary Committee. He's been getting an earful all day from that committee over anti-Trump texts sent by an FBI agent previously assigned to the Mueller investigation. They were ultimately purged from the probe, that agent that is. But is that enough to keep the president from firing the special counsel? Rod Rosenstein, the #2 man at the Justice Department, is facing tough questions on Capitol Hill today. The House Judiciary Committee just reconvened their hearing with the Deputy Attorney General, and many of their questions have focused on what's being called, quote, anti-Trump bias at the DOJ, more specifically, the FBI.
I can assure you that the special counsel is conducting himself consistently with our understanding about the scope of his investigation.
You're the guy in charge. You're the guy who picked Mueller. You're the guy who wrote the memo saying why he needed to fire Comey. You're the guy in charge. What's it going to take to get a second special counsel to answer these questions and find out, was Peter Strzok really up to what I think he was?
An inspector general has 500 employees and a $100 million budget, and this is what he does. He investigates allegations of misconduct involving department employees. That review that he is conducting is what turned up those text messages. It will also involve interviews of those persons and of other witnesses.
Bias? What text messages? Well, last night we received a release of 90 pages of texts between FBI lawyer Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, an FBI agent who was later assigned to Mueller's investigation. The two were romantically involved. The texts sent between the summer of 2015 through last December included barbs against then candidate Donald Trump, and one Strzok wrote in March God, Trump is a loathsome human. And another, he wrote, God, Hillary Clinton should win 1 million to 0. Mueller removed the FBI agent over the summer after he discovered those texts. Joining me now from Washington is NBC News national security and justice reporter Julia Ainsley, and Matt Miller, former chief spokesman for the DOJ, also an MSNBC justice and security analyst. Guys, thank you so much. Julia, the president obviously seized on this to say that there's bias against him. He tweeted, anti-Trump FBI agent led Clinton email probe. Now it all starts to make sense. That's from December 3rd when those texts were first discovered. I mean, doesn't he have a point when he goes out and says this, when those sort of texts are discovered?
Look, I read through these 90 pages of text messages last night, and they were certainly shocking. They're not the kind of thing that you would want a law enforcement officer who is supposed to be involved in an independent investigation saying. But what's important to keep in mind is Mueller knew about everything that we're discovering now this summer, and he got rid of Strzok. He made sure that he wasn't part of this investigation. But of course, that isn't going to keep the president or those Republican lawmakers that we saw today who were grilling Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein from using this and creating as much fire out of this as they can to undermine the credibility of the Mueller investigation.
Edward Snowden is even commenting on this. He tweeted this morning, don't use your FBI-issued phone for things you don't want the FBI to know. I mean, Matt, come on, that's pretty obvious. Don't use your FBI phone to tweet negative things, political things. The FBI is going to find them. How dumb do you have to be to do this?
Yeah, you would think that especially a counterintelligence investigator would know to be a little more cautious. But I will say, look, FBI employees, like all Justice Department employees, are allowed to have their own personal political views. They're not expected to refrain from politics in their personal life, and in fact, it is illegal for Department of Justice officials to consider people's political views and their private political activities in hiring them or placing them in jobs. That said, there certainly is an appearance of impropriety because of these texts, and I think that's why Bob Mueller removed him from the investigation. But there has not yet been one actual piece of evidence showing that they acted on those political beliefs, and that is the clear thing that would be inappropriate. Now, that is what the Inspector General is investigating. What you see Republicans calling for is something far more aggressive, though, the special counsel investigation. And I think it's important to point out, special counsels don't investigate personal misconduct. They don't investigate partisan allegations. They investigate violations of law, and there's not yet been one evidence of a violation of law that would justify any type of criminal investigation, let alone a special counsel.
So regardless of this, the investigation is still ongoing, obviously. But one of Donald Trump's lawyers, Ty Cobb, has told NBC News that he believes Mueller's investigators have now finished interviewing White House officials. Julia, is that true? Have they finished?
Well, as we know, the grand jury and the Mueller investigation aren't going to be the ones who come out and tell us when they've finished what interviews. So we could probably take Ty Cobb at his word here. He's been telling us when people like Don McGahn or Hope Hicks have been questioned. But what is key here is the word finished. As we know, Mueller has a really broad scope in what he's been tasked with doing, and he can call people back. He may be interviewing certain witnesses as he drills down, seeking to perhaps do an indictment on one certain person or seeking to really drill down on one subject. But these people can always come back later as he moves on to a different part of the investigation. So finished may be a bit of a strong term in this case.
There's another curious tweet, the morning of the tweets, I should say. This one was from James Comey, and it was sent out just as the Rod Rosenstein hearing was underway. It quotes a Civil War-era politician on President Lincoln. Nothing discloses real character like the use of power. Most people can bear adversity, but if you wish to know what a man really is, give him power. Matt, what do you think that was about?
I have no idea. I assume it's some kind of subtweet about the president, as most of his tweets are. Jim Comey has been a little bit of a bizarre presence on Twitter since he joined. So I'm going to guess that's about Donald Trump. He seems to subtweet him a lot.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll leave that to the former director to explain.
Let's also note that Don Jr. was back for a closed-door interview with Senate Intel. Remains to be seen if Democrats in the House are going to be able to get a subpoena through their Republican counterparts to get Don Jr. to come back to answer questions more forthrightly than he did last time he was there. Guys, thank you very much. Julie Ainsley, Matt Miller, appreciate your time. And whether it's Virginia, New Jersey, or last night in Alabama, it is clear that women are leading the charge when it comes to politics and who they vote for. Steve Kornacki breaks it down next. But before the break, if you didn't know, I was on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert last night. Had a great time. During Colbert's monologue, let's just say, well, he had his own take on Roy Moore's ride to the polls in Alabama.
He arrived on horseback. Yes, and I just want to say to Roy Moore, hello you and the horse you rode in on. Hi-yo, sassy! Off to the mall!
Protesters at the Women's March promised we are not going away, and they have not. What started there back in January is now, in December, a galvanized political force. They voted in Ralph Northam in Virginia, and last night in Alabama, they put Doug Jones in the Senate. Our own Steve Kornacki joins us now with a breakdown. Steve, how big of an impact did women have down in Alabama?
Yeah, I mean, let's break down these numbers and show you what we can. If you look, voting in Alabama, it is very polarized along racial lines, and so you saw here, look, 98% of black women voted for Jones, the Democratic candidate, last night. Now, that's a huge number. That has a big impact on why he won last night. That's also, though, consistent roughly with what Democrats get in Alabama. Generally, when it comes to the black vote, it's 90% plus. When President Obama ran in 2012, his number here was 96% with black women. This number among white women, however, this 34%, obviously much smaller, but that's also much higher than a Democrat normally gets with white women. This number back in 2012, the last time we had an exit poll in Bama, it was down at about 16%. So that more than doubled last night. Now, the reason for that, oops, that wasn't supposed to happen. The reason for that, that's the wrong screen too. I'm all discombobulated here. Sorry, Katie. The reason for that is there's a social class divide that we're seeing when it comes to the mobilization of women in the Trump era. And you can see it right here. Women with a college degree. Almost 50% of them yesterday in Alabama went for Jones. Women without a college degree, you almost cut that number in half. This is that college, non-college divide among white voters we've been talking about. We've been seeing the biggest gains. This was true in Alabama yesterday. This was true in Virginia a few weeks ago. We have been seeing the biggest gains from traditionally Republican voters switching over when it comes to these suburban women with college degrees.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. And stay with us right here. We're going to drill down on why exactly women voters are coming out for these candidates. What does that mean for 2018 and 2020? And why is there a divide between white women and minority women? Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
I got to tell you, what was it? 97% of black women came out. 98% of black women. Yet again. Wow. Black women are saving the country yet again.
I mean,
this is the second time.
Yes, it is.
On
Twitter, it was hilarious because if you read the hashtag, it was black women coming out of everywhere going, "You're welcome. We saved you all again."
Yeah.
And it was like, it was just, I was dying.
Earlier today, the Women of the View celebrated black women in Alabama. So is this the beginning of a women wave, if you will, a trend for 2018 and 2020? Joining me now from Alabama is DeWanna Thompson, founder of Woke Vote. She's also the former director of African American engagement at the DNC. Also with me from Alabama is Joyce Vance, a professor at the University of Alabama Law School and a former U.S. attorney. You might recognize her from all of the Russia investigation conversations we have. We're going to use her for female voting today. Joyce, 57% of Alabama women voted for Doug Jones in the face of all of those Roy Moore allegations. Do you think that number is a correct number, or should it have been a little bit higher?
I think it was a great number, Katie. And not only did women come out and vote for Doug Jones in droves, they were energized. Women were every place working in this campaign. They were phone banking. There was a woman-to-woman directed canvass that took place over the past couple of weeks. In fact, women were much more likely to discuss the issues and take them head on in this campaign than really anyone else. So I think this is a great moment for women in Alabama, a fabulous moment for women in the African-American community who really drove this vote.
Let's talk about race. Steve Kornacki laid it out a moment ago with the numbers. White women, 63% of white women voted for Roy Moore. Only 34% of white women voted for Doug Jones, while 98% of black women voted for Doug Jones and 2% of black women voted for Roy Moore. Steve said that's generally in line with how things play for Democrats and Republicans in Alabama. But when you look at the election of Donald Trump last year and all of the allegations that came out against him, we saw a similar breakdown. White women, or a relatively similar breakdown, white women went for Donald Trump 53% to 43% for Hillary Clinton. Black women, 94% for Hillary Clinton and 4% for Donald Trump. Why do you think there's a racial disparity here? Dewana, sorry.
Oh, I believe that particularly black women in the South understand what they have to do as it relates to voting is on behalf of their community. And so they don't look at it as just their vote. They look at it as what's going to be best for our city, what's going to be best for our schools, what's going to be best for our churches. Whereas there's still a stigma of patriarchy in the South that says that white women vote in a lot of ways align with their male counterparts, so their husbands or their fathers or their brothers. And I think that black women understand that we have to bear a lot of the times the weight of the community on our shoulders. And I think that is one of the reasons why you might see a difference in black women's alignment with their values in that way.
That's interesting, because I get asked this question all the time during my book tour. Is why in the world did a majority of white women vote for Donald Trump, even after all the Access Hollywood tape and after the more than a dozen allegations of sexual misconduct? Joyce, what is your opinion on it? Do you think that Dewana has a point?
I think she has a great point. There is this sense of responsibility that really overarches everything else in the black community in general. There's so much history in Alabama, and there's so much importance in having the vote and using it wisely. Yes. That's something that people think about. But Katie, the larger question you ask, I think, is a big curiosity. Why do people vote against their own self-interest? Why would women support a candidate who doesn't believe in them? That's something that we really need to confront in this country between now and the next series of elections in 2018.
So, Dewana, what does it mean for 2018? Are we gonna see Democrats push forward more, I don't know, black women lawmakers instead of asking for black women to vote for white men lawmakers?
Well, I can certainly tell you that the networks that I'm a part of are pushing for black independent structures to birth and to breed their own candidates, their own organizers, their own structures that create and sustain the platforms that we need to push the black agenda. And I think that you are going to see black people stepping up and saying, if we can't get what we need from the leaders the traditional models, from the leaders who bear the party lines, then we will step up and we will have our own leaders step up and speak on our behalf. And I think you're going to see that specifically in local races and statewide races where we know that social justice issues are going to be won and fought on the local level. So people are going to have to step up for their sons. They're going to have to step up for their communities. And I think that we're ready to do that. And I think you saw that last night here in Alabama.
Dewana Thompson, thank you very much. Joyce Vance, always good to see you.
So much.
Thanks for playing with us on this. I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
We're just a few minutes away from seeing the president speak on taxes at the White House. We're going to keep an eye on that and discuss where the tax bill stands on the Hill and what it could mean for you, me, and everybody else. But first, Omarosa Manigault-Newman is out at the White House as an aide. Sarah Huckabee Sanders tells NBC News that the former Apprentice contestant resigned last night. She's not going to leave the White House, though, until January 20th. Well, that is the White House explanation. The Wall Street Journal, though, has a pretty different account. They report Omarosa was, quote, physically dragged and escorted off the campus last night. NBC News has not independently confirmed that account.
Today, we Senate Democrats are calling on Mitch McConnell to hit pause on his tax bill and not hold a final vote until Doug Jones is sworn into the Senate. Doug Jones will be the duly elected senator from the state of Alabama. The governor didn't appoint him. He won an election. It would be wrong for Senate Republicans to jam through this tax bill without giving the newly elected senator from Alabama the opportunity to cast his vote.
Earlier today, Senator Chuck Schumer called on Republicans to stall their sweeping tax overhaul. He wants a delay so he can get Alabama Senator-elect seated for the vote, which would shift the balance of power in that chamber. This as the president prepares to make his final pitch for the GOP plan. Trump is scheduled to take the podium right there in minutes to make his closing arguments for the legislation. We're told he will not be alone. He's going to be alongside 5 families, presumably hoping to make the case that the plan is good for them, middle-class America. But is it? Here's what we know so far. It drops the corporate tax rate to 21%, sets the top individual tax rate at 37%, puts the pass-through business income deduction at 20%, and caps the mortgage interest deduction at loans of $750,000 or less. Joining me now, Politico's senior writer Jake Sherman and former McCain 2008 economic advisor, president of American Action Forum and Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission member, Doug Holtz-Eakin. Doug, that is a mouthful of a title. You're killing me with it. Kidding. All right, so Jake, a recent Reuters Ipsos poll found that 49% of Americans don't like this plan. They oppose it. Are the changes that were made today going to make it more popular with American voters?
It's going to be a really simple equation, right? I mean, if people feel like they have more money in their pocket next year, this is not a couple years away, next year, then Republicans could keep the majority. And what people tell us behind the scenes is if they don't, they likely won't. Now, the thing that's interesting to me is that Republicans are doing what they tried not to do for so long, which is they are cutting that top rate to 37%. So this, and you could already see the campaign ads taking shape. I'm not saying that I agree with this, what they're going to say, but Democrats are certain to run ads that say Republicans took away your health care to lower taxes for rich folks. And I don't know how that's going to play, but they just hope that people will feel like they are better off economically in 2018, and they hope that this bill just sells itself.
Maybe so, maybe not. Doug, we don't know a lot about the bill as of now. We're still waiting to see the final version, but Republicans are obviously trying to push it through really quickly. Is there concern, should Americans be concerned that this is just too much of a rush to change something so massive?
Well, I think the key changes, first of all, I want to say I think Jake's got the arithmetic right, but what's happening in conference doesn't change the basic character of the House or the Senate bill. And what Republicans are in fact relying on is a reform to the business tax code in the United States, both the corporate and the small business code, that will improve the incentives to invest, innovate, and do it in the United States, not push our patents offshore, not push our production offshore, certainly stop pushing all the earnings and headquarters offshore, do things in the United States, and as a result, generate some real wage growth for the middle class. So it's not the provisions per se, the deductions of the rates, it's a better performing economy that they're banking on. Now, time is not their friend. They have to get this done. They have to have it impact the economy quickly in time for people to care in November 2018. And so I think that's what you're seeing them try to do.
Who's going to benefit the most from this, Doug?
Say again?
Who's going to benefit the most from this?
I think the vast benefit, if the Republicans get this done right, will be better economic growth and thus the opportunity for a better standard of living for the middle class. In 2016, families that worked full-time, full year, saw exactly zero increase in their real incomes. And that's just a tragedy. We were almost a decade after the financial crisis and recession. We need a better labor market. People are at work, but they're not getting any return from work. That's the key element. This tax reform can improve that, and that would benefit people the most.
Jake, my brain is a little fried on who to watch for when it comes to this legislation. Who do you have your eye on?
I mean, it's in the will be. Although the whole thing is scrambled right now, people are speaking out of every side of their mouth. I actually think this is going to be very drama-free. I think that basically both chambers have had pent-up legislative aggression since 2011. They haven't done anything real significant, mostly because Barack Obama was in the White House. Now they're both sharing in each other's groove, and they feel like this is a a shared goal. They all agree on cutting taxes. I mean, listen, it gets complicated in 2018 when they're trying to keep the majority in both chambers. And now they have different math in the Senate, a 51-49 majority, which basically takes off the table any sort of entitlement reform. It puts health care in serious doubt. So I think these next 2 weeks are critical. And by the way, they have to keep the government open in the next couple weeks, which is going to be very difficult as conservatives are barking at Paul Ryan at almost every opportunity.
Just hold tight, Jake Sherman, Doug Holtz-Eakin. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, guys.
Thank you.
And that right there is going to wrap things up for me this hour. Chris Jansing will pick it up right now. Hey there, Chris.
Katie Tur, star of Late Night TV. Thank you so much.
I should say, buy the book. I never say that. I'm going to say it today. Buy the book.
Buy the best-selling book.
That's right.
By Katie Tur. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Jansing in for Ali Velshi. After what's been a tough 24 hours for President Trump, including that devastating loss in Alabama, this hour, a move to make a comeback. Trump is about to make a speech on another major challenge, tax reform. His final pitch on the tax overhaul at the White House will come just a few hours after Republicans announced that House and Senate leaders have reached that agreement in principle on their sweeping tax package. Now, earlier today, the president met with key Republicans who worked to get this massive, controversial change into place and into that final package. And before Trump declares victory, there is this new polling that we'll bring you in just a moment, showing the tax plan is extremely unpopular. But he still claims that this is a cut for the middle class.
We have so many different things in this bill that are going to create jobs. And for me, this is a bill very simple. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class, and it's about jobs. And the jobs are really defined by the companies. The companies are going to be expanding, and they're going to be creating jobs. And, you know, in education, we're talking choice. Well, in jobs, we're going to be talking choice, too, because right now people go for one job and they don't have many options. They're going to have plenty of options. They're going to look at 5, 6, 7 jobs, and they're going to pick the one they want.
Let's get right to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, break it down for us. What are we expecting to hear from the president in just a few minutes?
Actually, less than probably 90 seconds now, Chris, since we just got the warning from the White House that the president is expected to begin speaking any moment from here inside the White House. And I will tell you that based on some advanced excerpts of the speech that just popped into our emails here, the president is going to frame this, of course, as the beginning of a victory lap, frankly, looking ahead to what he's going to call a big victory. You've often heard the president and many Republicans harken back to the Reagan tax cuts. President Trump, according to these remarks, will likely talk about somebody else, John F. Kennedy, and tax cuts back 55 plus years ago, roughly. So that is sort of the framing of what you'll expect to see. And I'm looking on my screen here, Chris, because there are families, or there should be families, that will be lining up, and it's tough for me to see right around the president. I think they're there. Thanks, Chris. Yep. That's because the president wants to point to these families and say, these are the people that we are helping with this tax cut package. These are the folks, just like the president's messaging will be, just like you at home, who are going to ultimately benefit from this plan if, in fact, the Senate does pass this early next week. The House then expected, according to sources, to take it up Tuesday, and then on the president's desk potentially by Wednesday as he walks in the door, Chris.
And here is the president of the United States. Let's listen.
We're joined today by college students, young entrepreneurs, families, workers, mothers, and fathers from all over our nation. You make this country run. It's an honor to be with you, and it's an honor to have you at the White House. And thank you all for being here. Really fantastic. Thank you. Great people. As a candidate, I promised we would pass a massive tax cut for the everyday working American families who are the backbone and the heartbeat of our country. Now we're just days away, I hope, you know what that means, right? From keeping that promise and delivering a truly amazing victory for American families. We want to give you, the American people, a giant tax cut for Christmas. And when I say giant, I mean giant. As we speak, Congress has reached an agreement on tax legislation that will deliver more jobs, higher wages, and massive tax relief for American families and for American companies. The typical family of four earning $75,000 will see an income tax cut of more than $2,000, slashing their tax bill in half. It's going to be a lot of money. You're going to have an extra $2,000, but there are many more things than that. Our plan expands the child tax credit for working families. You'll hear the numbers very soon, but they're even larger than anticipated. It nearly doubles the amount of income taxed at the rate of 0. I don't know if any of you are paying 0. I hope you're not. I hope you're paying above that. But a lot of people who are having it a little bit tough are going to be paying 0. It closes special interest loopholes. It lowers tax rates for families. And our plan also cuts taxes on businesses, which is expected to raise income by an average of more than $4,000. So your income goes up. It's like having a $4,000 increase, which isn't bad. It's a lot of money to spend. A lot of jobs are going to be created with the money that you spend. Very special. And it makes America competitive again, so we can bring back that simple but beautiful phrase. You've heard it before, made in the USA, right? I don't know if they've heard it, but you've heard it. Our current tax code is burdensome, complex, and profoundly unfair. It has exported our jobs, closed our factories, and left millions of parents worried that their children might be the first generation to have less opportunity than the last. Our factories have left, so many of them, gone, but they're all coming back. And you see it even before we do this. They're starting to come back. Our country's starting to do really well again. And as a country, we're being respected again. We're being respected again. I'm here today to tell you that we will never let bad things happen with respect to the economy of our country. We're not going to lose our businesses again like has happened over the last number of decades. America is coming back bigger and better and stronger than ever before. Okay, they'll see it, and they're going to see the result. America isn't content just by getting by. America is about getting ahead, about finding the best in ourselves and in each other. We're reclaiming our destiny as Americans, a nation that thinks big, dreams bigger, and always reaches for the stars. We didn't become great through massive taxation and Washington regulation. And by the way, we are cutting regulation at a rate never seen before in the history of our country. We became great because our people, our families, and because of our freedom. We became great because of our drive to find the next horizon, to unlock the next mystery, and to begin the next adventure. You know what I'm talking about. And that's who we are, a nation of strivers and builders and dreamers and doers, people who treasure their independence and don't know how to quit. Never quit, never ever give up, never ever. I say that also to our great cabinet. And they've done a great job. A lot of things have happened. Nobody's done the job that we've done. When government loosens its grip, there is no summit we cannot reach. Our tax cuts will break down, and they'll break it down fast, all forms of government and all forms of government barriers, and breathe new life into the American economy. They will unleash the American worker. They will tear down the restraints on discovery, innovation, and creation, and they will restore the hopes and dreams of the American family. Millions of middle-class families will win under our plan. And today, we are honored to hear from a few of those wonderful and truly great families. Bryant and Ashley Glick right? Are from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. I know it well. They have two beautiful children with a third on the way. Bryant manages a farm equipment store. Ashley works in healthcare. This year, they were in the 15% tax bracket. Under our plan, they will drop to the 12% bracket. It's a big drop. Instead of itemizing their deductions, they'll be able to file their taxes on a single little beautiful sheet of paper. That's good. That's good. And instead of paying $2,600 in income taxes, they will get it down to $2,000. They'll save at least $600 and probably more than that. Bryant, Ashley, how about saying a few words? You want to? Come on. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here. On behalf of the good people of Lancaster County, my family, and specifically my grandmother, Linda Martin, well done. Many of your predecessors promised that this reform was coming, but you did it. We are greatly excited about this. With the tax savings that we are going to see, we are going to put that money into home renovations. And I'm excited that you were the one that got it over the finish line. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Kovacs family also joins us today from Ohio. That's a great state. A lot of success in Ohio. Adam is a veteran who works in telecommunications. Lindsay works in administration, admissions at a university, and they have two beautiful children. This year, they're currently in the 25% bracket and pay nearly $14,000 in taxes. Our plan gives them their time back because they won't have to itemize, and it gives them nearly 1/3 of their money back, more than $3,500 for 1 year. I'd like to invite the Kovacs to explain what our tax cuts will mean for them. They've studied it very closely. These are very smart, sharp people. They know exactly what we're doing here, and they like it. Come on up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is truly an honor that you invited the Kovacs family to the White House today. This is going to be great for our family. We have home renovations that we want to take care of and hopefully save for our two children to go to college. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
The Giampolo family is from Polk County, Iowa. Anthony is a police officer, and Auburn is a 911 emergency dispatcher. When they're not at work protecting and serving their fellow citizens, their hands are full with 4 wonderful children. This year, they were in the 25% bracket. They're itemized deductions, and they've done everything they can. They paid more than $19,000 in taxes. Thank you very much, by the way. That's a lot of money. I like it. Under our plan, they will file on a single page and save $2,700. Anthony, Auburn, maybe you'd like to say a few words. Come on in. Thank you.
Just want to thank President Trump. Education is very important to our family. Under this bill, our family will be able to save a lot of money. We have a lot of people going to school. My wife and I are both in graduate school finishing up, and we still got 4 other kids to get through college, so it'll help out a lot.
Leon and Maria Benjamin are pastors of New Life Harvest Church, and it's a beautiful church in Richmond, Virginia, and they have 3 wonderful children. Under our plan, they will get a larger tax refund to help them pay their bills. They'll receive a tax refund this year of $3,000. Leon and Maria I would love you to discuss your middle-class tax cut a little bit with the millions of people watching right now on television. You do very well. We're very proud of you, and it is indeed a beautiful church. I got to see a very, very nice picture. We'll have to get there someday soon. Thank you. Come on in. Please, please.
To God be the glory. Thank you, President Trump, for inviting us here. On behalf of the Benjamin family and, of course, Richmond, Virginia, we represent a cadre of many families across the nation. African-American families, urban communities, and families all across need this now. And it's time for a change. And it's time that we recognize that our president is making good on his promises. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless you, and we'll continue to keep praying for you and your team as you move forward and forge ahead with this new future in America. God bless you.
He can be my minister anytime. The Howard family lives in Tenino, Washington. Isaac owns an espresso machine service company, and Emily takes care of their 4 beautiful children. They're currently in the 15% bracket and pay $2,500 in taxes. Our plan will totally wipe out their tax bill, and they might even get a refund of substantially more than $700. I'd like to introduce them. Come on up.
I'm going to speak for us today. We are absolutely blessed to be here. So thank you, Mr. President. It's our joy to stand before you guys. And what this means to us as a family is that we will be able to pour out into our community, whatever that looks like, giving away to families that are in need or setting them up for success in any way that whatever God has planned for our family. I think that is our goal, and we are blessed to have such an amazing president, and what a good steward he is of our country. So thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you all. It's critically important for Congress to quickly pass these historic tax cuts, and that's going to take place I think even before the media. I use the word media. Do you notice? As opposed to fake news media, I don't say. Because today is a very important day. We want everybody to be covered very accurately. So I'm excited to announce that if Congress sends me a bill before Christmas, the IRS, this is just out, this is breaking news, has just confirmed that Americans will see lower taxes and bigger paychecks beginning in February, just 2 short months from now. Okay? Just got that. We just got that. 55 years ago this week, President John F. Kennedy, a Democrat, launched a historic effort to pass sweeping top-to-bottom tax cuts. A half a century later, we're reminded that lowering taxes is neither a Republican or Democrat idea, but an American principle and an American idea. The goal of my administration is for every American to know the dignity of work, the pride of a paycheck, and the satisfaction of a job well done. We want people to love waking up in the morning and going to work just with that incredible enthusiasm that we have in this country. And that's what we're going to be doing, and that's what's going to be happening. Today, we stand on the verge of a new economic miracle. Our economy has already surged to 3% growth, far ahead of schedule, by the way, far, far ahead, in each of the last 2 quarters. And if we didn't have the hurricanes, we could have hit 4 last quarter. 4, a number that was unthinkable 2 years ago when I started the campaign. And even my first month in office, that was an unthinkable number. And I'll tell you what, it's going to go higher than that. We've created 2.2 million jobs since the election. Unemployment is at a 17-year low. The unemployment rate in the manufacturing business is the lowest in recorded history. Consumer confidence is a 17-point high. Pensions and retirement accounts are soaring as the stock market hits 85 new record highs since the election. How are we doing? Are we doing okay? Not bad, right? And if Congress sends me a tax reform, this is only a small beginning to the incredible things that our people will achieve over a very short period of time, and the tremendous heights that we will reach economically and so many other ways in our country every day as this victory draws closer. I mean, we are so close right now, so close. In fact, almost, I don't want to talk about it. Maybe we shouldn't talk about it. The cynical voices that opposed tax cuts grow smaller and weaker, and the American people grow stronger. I heard one of our opponents stand up the other day and say, this is for the rich. They had no idea. They didn't even see the final bill. I didn't see the final bill. This is for the people of middle income. This is for companies that are going to create jobs. This is for very, very special people, the great people of America. Every day, hardworking Americans know that the future of this nation will never belong to those who say you can't. It will always belong to the American people who will say, we will. It belongs to people like the Glicks, the Kovacs, the Giampolos, the Benjamins, the Howards, and the millions of Americans just like them across our nation who pour out their hearts and souls every single day to take care of their families and the country they love and that we love. We are going to have a country that celebrates you again. Hardworking, great people. You're being celebrated again. Remember that. Because you were a little bit forgotten. We have caught the forgotten people. Somebody else called me and everybody else the deplorables. Have you ever heard that term? Right? We're proud to be the deplorables, and we're doing well. We're going to make our tax system work for you again. We're going to make our economy work for you again. And we are going to make the American dream. And that's the real dream. That will be the dream that you want for your children and your grandchildren once again. But we need your help to get Congress across that finish line. We'll have very little Democrat support, probably none. And that's purely for political reasons. They like it a lot. And they can't say it. They don't like what's happening, but they can't say it. Someday we have to come together and do bipartisan, and hopefully it can happen soon. Right? If you make your voices heard, this moment will be forever remembered as a great new beginning, the dawn of a brilliant American future, shining with patriotism, prosperity, and pride. With your help, we will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our wealth as a country. And for every citizen across this beautiful land, we will bring back our great American dreams. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The president, in his closing remarks, making a call for Americans to support the tax plan. He probably knows he has an uphill climb here. There's a new USA Today Suffolk poll that's just out today. This is a very unpopular plan. 32% of Americans support it, 48% oppose it. And as the president makes his way out of the room there, he called it a very important day. There's no doubt about that. He's had, at the very least, a rough 24 hours with the loss of Roy Moore in Alabama. He has had this very nasty back and forth with Kirsten Gillibrand, highly controversial statements he made in a tweet. And he has never had, in the course of his presidency, a major legislative victory. This would be his first. Now, we're just learning more about this in-principle agreement between House and Senate leaders on this tax plan. The corporate rate reportedly would be cut from 35 to 21%. The top individual rate would be lowered from 39.6 to 37%, and the mortgage interest deduction would be allowed on loans up to $750,000. I want to bring in Maya McGinnis, president of the Independent Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Budget, to get your take on it. Maya, thanks for being with us. I'm sure you heard what the president had to say, and this is, even though he's calling on people to be apolitical, obviously very politically charged. It also affects every single American in one way or another. Do you think the president made his case?
Well, I think you're right that this is politically motivated, that it has to get done so quickly right now. And that's clearly what's going on, that it has to get across the finish line so fast. And I think that's a real problem because there's a lot more exploration and education on the tax bill that needs to get done. I think the first point is tax reform is critically important in terms of growing the economy and simplifying the tax code. But I would say there are major problems with this tax bill, certainly from an economic and fiscal perspective, but it may also turn out to be a political problem because it hasn't been done in a bipartisan way, and there's so many pieces of it that are going to come out that people really don't understand the details of yet, and as you just pointed out, it's not very popular.
He made a pretty broad statement. He said it lowers tax rates for families, that their income, the net effect will be that their incomes will go up about $4,000. He claims a lot of jobs will be created, and he says it will make America competitive again. As you've looked at what we've known of the House and Senate proposals, are those things true?
So there are parts of the tax bill that I think will be good for growing the economy. A lot of the things that will help with competitiveness and with the corporate tax rate to improve the potential growth of the economy. What's less clear is if that growth will be shared broadly across the economy and where those wages will go up and where those jobs will be created. But the real problem, the real shortcoming with this bill is that instead of being financed by being offset or paid for, it leads to over $1 trillion in borrowing.
Well, this is the interesting part because they had that one-page analysis that came out from the Treasury Department, right? That was largely positive. After there had been a whole slew of analyses that said, this is bad. This is not it's not going to accomplish what they say it's going to do. Even the Treasury Department says it doesn't have the revenue neutral cuts. So what does that mean? What's the real world impact?
Right, and of course that word analysis is a very generous word because that was a really backwards kind of PR stunt where what the Treasury put out was a claim that growth was going to grow a certain amount. They just assumed it, for economists, assume a can opener, and then said that they will get that from the president's full agenda, most of which has not even been enacted yet. So it was really a misleading and unfortunate Treasury study, again, quote unquote study, as we're looking more at how much the economy will actually grow from these things. The problem with borrowing, and they're going to be borrowing over $1 trillion for this tax bill, is that that lowers economic growth. So while on one hand, some parts of the tax bill can promote growth, the added amount of debt that is going to affect American families also means there'll be less growth. So all the potential of improving the economy is really undercut by the fact we haven't done the hard work of figuring out how to pay for this tax bill and how to really put something together that's focused on long-term growth instead of short-term, maybe in this case, political gains more than economic gains.
Maya McGinnis, president of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Thank you so much for being on the program. Hallie Jackson is back. She's at the White House for us. Casey Hunt is following the latest developments from Capitol Hill. Casey, let me go to you because the president says he wants this done quickly, and he gave this kind of little teaser at the end. He says the IRS says if we can get this done post-haste, within 2 months, you're going to be seeing a difference in your paycheck. What's happening on the ground right now?
Well, Chris, essentially what he's talking about there is this idea that immediately people would see changes to how much was withheld from the paychecks that they're getting every year. And we are still kind of nailing down the details of what will start right away and what would be phased in over time. We've gotten some conflicting information that suggests that the president has been told that working families will see those withholding changes right away. Now, of course, this is all in keeping with the political timeline that had been set. Initially, the president has been selling this as a Christmas present to Americans. I think there are Democrats primarily who would argue that this is not necessarily a Christmas present. They would say that it's a negative and that it's not something that Americans will want for Christmas. However, regardless of where you sit on whether or not this is a good idea, it's looking as though this is full steam ahead before the end of the year here on Capitol Hill, unless there is some very much unforeseen bump in the road. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are trying to throw one up. They both did a press conference earlier. Take a look at that, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Okay. What they're doing is dishonest in terms of telling the middle class they're getting a tax hike, when in fact they're getting ripped off. It's dishonest when they say they're going to pay for itself. They're robbing the future. They're robbing the future, ripping off the middle class. And why? To reward their friends, corporate America.
The public knows about this bill. They don't know all the details, but they smell what's going on, and that is tax cuts for the wealthiest, no help for so many in the middle class, and tax increases for a good portion of those in the middle class.
Now, Chuck Schumer has called for them to delay a vote on this until they're able to seat Doug Jones, the new senator-elect from Alabama, who, of course, is a Democrat. That seems very much unlikely to happen. Mitch McConnell's been given no indication that that would be the case. I would personally be shocked should such thing occur. Instead, the conversations are around what is the timing for getting this done next week. They want the Senate to start out to make sure that they do have the votes lined up. There's discussions right now that could happen Monday into Tuesday. That would set up a vote in the House for later in the week. Right now, it seems like that's all on track, and that would, of course, meet that deadline that the president set and send him this bill before Christmas.
And Hallie, you could argue that this was well stage managed. You know, you have these lovely families that come out and they talk about, you know, they want to donate to their community. They want to help their kids go to college. They want to renovate their home. They've been waiting for this for a very long time, which is in conflict with that poll that I mentioned. By double digits, Americans are against this tax plan. The White House Republicans clearly have not made their case to the American people that this isn't largely to benefit the rich. Are you sensing any hesitation, or are they getting ready for a big party there on the West Wing?
I would say more the latter than the former, Chris. Listen, I don't think that after the sort of mission accomplished Rose Garden press conference with House members back in the healthcare days earlier in the spring that the White House is going to be counting too many chickens before they are hatched. But I will tell you that it seems as though, as Casey has been reporting, as you've been talking about, all things are in place for this thing to be done by Christmas, when the president will, of course, be spending the holidays likely at his Mar-a-Lago resort. It's going to be done before that. The president will probably sign the bill if, again, this moves forward as expected. And so, no, I don't sense in my conversations with White House officials a real hesitation about the way that this has been unfolded. I think today's speech is an example of that. Today's sales pitch is certainly an example of that, at least in the view of administration officials. I spoke with one senior administration official who impressed upon the need for urgency, essentially, in trying to get this done. They want to make sure that this happens because, again, the president needs a victory, and he wants one before the start of the new year. Now, I think there also is a line of thinking that, hey, once people, and the president making that news today, that headline that you just talked about, that February looks like the time when people will actually feel the impact, I think that Republicans are betting on people actually seeing at least a little impact. Some people seeing some kind of impact to their wallets, to their budgets, and that maybe making a difference in their view, in their hope of how the American people perceive this.
Hallie Jackson, Casey Hunt, thanks to both of you. I want to bring in Republican Congressman French Hill of Arkansas. He sits on the House Financial Services Committee. Good to see you, Congressman.
Hey, Chris, thanks for having me.
So you, as I understand, either you're about to or you just ducked out of the conference with your House Republican colleagues. First, easy question. Do you support this bill?
I do support the bill. I want to see the final product out of the conference in order to make that final determination.
So you really don't know what's in it, along with, I guess, most of the rest of us, for sure.
Well, the conference is still working on it. I expect to see text probably as early as Friday afternoon or Friday evening. And then I think members will have the opportunity to study it carefully over the course of the weekend.
So, I mean, we heard the criticism, and I worked in the White House during the Obama era, so I know this. You know, Republicans repeatedly criticized that administration for trying to ram things through. Criticize Chuck Schumer, criticize Nancy Pelosi. You have a bill that is going to affect every single American. It is the biggest tax reform that we have seen in at least a generation. And yet, the American people, who are living their lives, getting ready for Christmas, taking the kids to the Christmas pageant, going to the mall and getting their presents, are supposed to make an informed decision so they can call you, a member of Congress, and let them know how they feel. Is that any way to run a railroad, Congressman?
Well, Chris, thanks for the question. You know, in the 113th Congress, the 114th Congress, now the 115th Congress, both the House and Senate have had extensive hearings on the exact kind of language we've had in reforming the corporate tax code and the kind of pro-family, pro-growth individual tax reform changes that are in these bills. And as you know, both the Senate bill...
But you wouldn't argue that the average American was following that as closely as you are. That's your job. Should the American people have more time to truly consider what the impact on them individually will be?
Well, I think people have been studying it all during the past 6 weeks as this has been discussed in the House and Senate and the text has been available. I know I've done meetings throughout my district with people and tax preparers and CPAs and other experts to understand the ramifications of the bill and how it will impact positively both family budgets and our greater economic growth.
The number one thing that we have seen as you look at the polls and the people who are against this by double digits, 64% of Americans think the wealthy will benefit the most. 17% only think it will be the middle class. 6% think the poor will. And corporations do get that big tax break from 35 to 21%. Do you understand why in these polls the American people are skeptical that this is really about them and not about helping big business, which is already sitting on some of the greatest wealth we've seen in the history of our nation?
Well, Chris, the bill design in both the House and the Senate clearly is to create a more competitive, pro-growth business tax code. There's no doubt about that, so that we increase investment, productivity, and jobs and wage growth in this country, which we've not had in over a decade.
You know, these CEOs have said, a majority of them have said that they're not going to use this extra money to hire people.
Well, that's not what the CEOs in my district are saying, but I appreciate your point of view. And the other point is that doubling the standard deduction, doubling the child tax credit, lowering rates up and down the age and income distribution curve are benefiting Americans at all point of the family income bracket. And I know from looking at the details in the House and Senate bill that if the conferees do a good job, they'll have a result that will benefit many, many millions of households in this country.
I just want to ask you really quickly, if I can, on a different topic. As you know, Roy Moore lost yesterday. He is in one of the reddest of red states. Did the Republican Party make a mistake here? Did Steve Bannon blow it? What happened here, and is there a lesson for 2018?
Well, I don't know that there's a lesson for 2018. You had a terribly flawed candidate that somehow was nominated by the Republican voters in Alabama. He was not a good candidate. He lost, and I don't see that there's a long-term trend there. I suspect he'll serve his 3 years and be replaced by somebody that's more representative of the whole state of Alabama than Mr. Jones. But we'll have to wait and see that. We'll see what kind of job he does.
Congressman French Hill of Arkansas, appreciate your time,
Chris.
sir. Thank you. And after the break, it got ugly, but can Democrats got the W in Alabama last night? Can they keep the momentum after last night's victory? We've got that next. Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, the man in charge of overseeing the Russia investigation, getting grilled by Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee earlier today. The GOP seized on the opportunity to question the legitimacy of the investigation after revelations that FBI officials on Robert Mueller's team had exhibited political bias. But Rosenstein defended Mueller and says no changes are needed or planned.
I can tell you that nobody has communicated to me a desire to remove Robert Mueller. I won't take any action unless he's violated his duties. I can assure you that the special counsel is conducting himself consistently with our understanding about the scope of his investigation.
Your order appointing the special counsel authorizes the special counsel to investigate the president.
It authorizes him to investigate anybody who there is predication to believe obstructed justice.
And that includes the president. Correct.
It will include anybody who was suspected of obstructing justice.
Peter Strzok did not say anything about Donald Trump that the majority of Americans weren't also thinking at the same time.
The country thinks we need a second special counsel. 20 members of this committee, the Judiciary Committee with primary jurisdiction over the Justice Department, thinks we need a second special counsel. All kinds of senators think we need a special counsel. What fact pattern do you have to have? What kind of text message do you have to see before you say it's time for a second special counsel?
I want to assure you, Congressman, as I think the Attorney General explained, we take very seriously the concerns of 20 members of this committee or one member of this committee, but we have a responsibility to make an independent determination, and we will.
I want to bring in New York Democratic Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, who was in that hearing questioning Rosenstein. It's good to see you, Congressman. And your colleague, Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio, says, look, when you have agents involved in the investigation exchanging text messages calling Donald Trump an idiot and a menace, the public has lost faith in the investigation. Does he have a point?
He absolutely does not have a point. Bob Mueller is an incredibly well-respected, talented law enforcement professional who, for the last several decades, has been receiving nothing but praise from both sides of the aisle, from Democrats and Republicans, from progressives and from conservatives, for his service to this country. It's only now because Donald Trump has directed his allies on the Hill to engage in this false narrative that this is a hoax and a witch hunt that Bob Mueller has come under attack.
So you think that this is some sort of plan to get Bob Mueller to look bad, but will it work?
Absolutely. This is nothing more than a Hollywood-style production. We have a reality show host in the presidency masquerading as if he's the commander-in-chief, orchestrating this show to try to undermine the ultimate results of whatever Bob Mueller's investigation will be. It will not work. As Rod Rosenstein, who was an appointee of Donald Trump, demonstrated during his testimony today, Bob Mueller has done nothing inconsistent with his charge to follow the facts, follow the evidence, and let that lead him to wherever the conclusion may rest.
The other big story, as you know, today is the Republican agreement on the tax plan. It includes an agreement that lawmakers like you from high-tax states seem to have gotten at least a bit of a concession. It allows individuals to deduct up to $10,000 in state and local taxes. The president says folks like you are going to oppose it anyway, even though, and I'm quoting the president, Democrats like it a lot, that the opposition is purely political. What's your take on the tax plan?
Well, back at home in the district that I represent in Brooklyn and Queens, folks are alarmed at the prospect that the Republicans would jam a massive tax scam down the throats of the American people in a rush job that will result in approximately 36 million middle-class Americans receiving a tax increase. It's going to undermine Medicare. It's going to raise and explode the deficit. Our children and grandchildren are being asked to shoulder approximately $1.5 trillion in additional debt simply to provide an unnecessary, unconscionable tax cut to millionaires, billionaires, special interest corporations, and big donors to the Republican Party. It's a raw deal. The American people know they deserve a better deal. We're going to continue to focus as Democrats on providing better jobs, better wages, and a better future, and do everything we can to defeat this tax scam.
Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Congressman, thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Meantime, the reverberations continue this afternoon from the Alabama earthquake. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is trying to hit the pause button on the GOP's tax bill until Jones is sworn into the Senate. And Democrats today hoping they can take the momentum from that shocking Alabama win and mount a serious challenge for control of the Senate in 2018. But some Republicans see this loss as an exception, not the rule. And one Republican senator called Roy Moore blemished.
Well, we had a blemished candidate. Everybody knows that. I know that very likely the winner of that Senate race is going to be a pretty short career because we know Alabama and know it pretty well.
I want to turn to NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, who is still on the ground, this time in Montgomery, Alabama, where residents voted overwhelmingly for Doug Jones. Also with us, NBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki, who's at the big board for us. Vaughn, quick check, what happens now? Roy Moore didn't concede. Is there any real challenge to the results here? And what are the chances Doug Jones gets seated quickly?
Chris, Doug Jones is up 1.5%. In order to trigger a recount, it has to be below 0.5%, the difference between the two candidates. At this point, though, there's still provisional ballots, write-in ballots, some overseas ballots that have yet to be counted, and that's what Roy Moore says that he's waiting for at this point. But will Doug Jones be seated before this potential tax plan is voted on is the question. Well, the counties don't have to turn in their results until December 22nd. The Secretary of State, John Merrill, says that the state at that point does not have to certify this election until anywhere between December 26th and January 3rd, which would give the opportunity to the U.S. Congress, with Luther Strange still in office, to pull that off. But we are here. We're finishing off our little Alabama stop here at Dreamland Barbecue in Montgomery. And the interesting conversation after being here for more than a month, Chris, is the feeling of empowerment for particularly Democrats and African-American voters, as well as more moderate Republicans. You know, you go around, and I was just talking with a gentleman, James Harrell. They haven't had a competitive Democratic race here statewide in a long time. And I asked him, what about this race was it that provoked black voters to come out, a 30% share of the electorate to come out? Was it Roy Moore or was it Doug Jones? This is what he told me.
I think it was more Roy Moore than Doug Jones. Doug Jones didn't have to apologize for anything. I think the polarization that Roy Moore showed really makes you want to get out and vote against this man.
Polarization. Specifically, what about Roy Moore here?
Oh, he's sexist. In my opinion, he's racist. And you didn't represent my interests at all.
Roy Moore was a known entity, Chris, here in this state. He was controversial, and you talked to many of these black voters that said that it was Roy Moore was enough. But to note, though, Doug Jones, the Democrat here, did go out. He went out to places like Greensboro, out in the Black Belt. This was a town of 2,300. Was with him 2 weeks ago on a campaign stop. He went to Selma the last 2 weekends. He went in to try to get the black votes in places like Tuscaloosa, traditionally conservative. He made an effort. The question is whether Democrats are able to replicate that, right? That feeling of empowerment for Democratic voters in places like Arizona, where the U.S. senators have been Republican for years at this point. They have a race in 2018. Can they turn out, particularly over there, Latino voters, Democrats to come out after watching what happened here in Alabama, voters here that didn't believe that they had a voice, but came out in strong numbers because they saw an opportunity in the face of Donald Trump administration to do just that. Chris?
Vaughn, I'm going to let you get to the barbecue and go over to Steve. What's your big headline out of this, Steve?
Yeah, well, so Vaughn's talking about black turnout. It was higher than I think even folks in the Jones campaign maybe were expecting, and you could see that. Vaughn talks about that area known as the Black Belt, also in Birmingham there in the middle of the state. So obviously that was a key factor. That is a question going forward. Can Democrats replicate that elsewhere? The other reality in Alabama, though, is even if you get sky-high black turnout like Democrats had yesterday, that alone's not going to do it. If that's all Democrats got yesterday, they'd still lose. It wouldn't be close. They had a second ingredient as well. This is something else I think Republicans have to worry about heading into 2018, and that was defections from the Republicans' traditional suburban base. And in Alabama, I'll show you one county in particular. It's right outside Birmingham, Shelby County. This is a place where Mitt Romney almost got 80% of the vote in 2012. Trump got 73%. Well, yesterday, look at that erosion there. Roy Moore all the way back down to 56%. On paper, this is a win. The county is red. The county is supposed to be the darkest shade of red imaginable. Instead, this is a comparatively light shade of red. This kind of erosion of the traditional Republican base, we saw it in Virginia, Northern Virginia, in that governor's race. If that's a national trend, too, that's a huge problem for Republicans.
Yeah, that's a big question. And so now you have a tighter race for trying to get things passed through the Senate. The Republicans have lost a seat. But reality check, what's the map look like for 2018?
Well, the map for Democrats took a huge step in the right direction with this result yesterday. So going into yesterday, here was the balance of power in the Senate. When they do seat Doug Jones, Dems will have 49 seats. Republicans will have 51. Remember, tie goes to the Republicans with Pence there as VP. So Democrats need a net gain of 2 seats now. That's a huge, significant difference because look at this. The map favors Republicans so much. So having having one less seat you got to pick off next year becomes that much more doable for Democrats. These are seats Democrats, we think, have to worry about at least potentially. 10 of these blue states are states Donald Trump won. They have Democratic incumbents up next year. Dems got to defend all those. We also add Minnesota, was a Clinton state, but barely. She only won it by 1.5 points. Just today, the governor of that state's announced the successor to Al Franken, the lieutenant governor. She says she will run next year. So Dems got to defend those 11 states. But look, they need to pick off 2. If you can defend those, you have potentially 3 pickup options on the board. It is doable. Chris.
Doable. Thank you so much, Steve Kornacki. Vaughn Hilliard, who is now an honorary Alabamian. In Birmingham, we're expecting to see Democratic Senator-elect Doug Jones speak in the next hour as both parties assess now what these results mean for 2018. Wandalyn Given is an Alabama state lawmaker and vice president of the Birmingham NAACP. Jess O'Connell is CEO of the Democratic National Committee. And Michael Steele, former senior advisor to Jeb Bush and spokesman for House Speaker John Boehner. Good to see all of you, Jess. Big win, no doubt about it. Lots of Democrats who were celebrating last night. But have you had time to plan? Can you build on this momentum? And what lessons are there for 2018?
Well, it was an incredible win. I mean, Democrats haven't won a Senate seat there in over a quarter of a century, so we're incredibly excited about that. It was an uphill battle, but Democrats did what we need to do to win now and in the future, which is we had a terrific candidate in Doug Jones who led with his principles, led with his values, and we built a winning coalition, where African Americans led this effort to victory, particularly African American women, who, by the way, did the same thing in Virginia and did the same thing in 2016 in many states.
Even some Democrats, though, have said to me over the course of the last 12 hours or so, Jess, they're worried about overconfidence. You know, there is an argument to be made that Democrats are not likely again to get such a weak opponent, an accused pedophile who's been removed from the state bench twice. So are you perhaps, the way you're talking, some people might listen to you and say, Democrats better not be overconfident because this is not a race that's going to be replicated anywhere else.
Certainly Roy Moore is an indecent candidate, no question about it, but the Republicans are putting forward indecent policies, and that's happening all over the country. I think this is a trend, and we're not overconfident. We have to do the work. We have to organize. We have to have conversations, just like Doug Jones did in 67 counties in Alabama. We have to reach every single county in America, every single zip code, and have conversations that we haven't had in a while. But when we do that and when we organize, we are building a winning coalition that will take us into 2018. That includes African Americans. It includes millennials who came out 20 points in favor of Doug Jones last night.
Well,
it includes women.
I want to interrupt you there and go to Wandalyn because the exit poll data, there's no doubt about it, is beyond almost anybody's expectations, even Doug Jones's campaign's expectations. 29% in a special election, meeting what Barack Obama got in a presidential election year. I mean, what's the lesson here for the Democratic Party, and what does it say to black voters?
For one thing, let me just simply say the African-American black voters of Alabama meant yesterday not to send Roy Moore to Washington. It was simple. It meant more to us yesterday to go to the polls to vote, to galvanize, to use a grassroots technique to say to America, this was a vote for America, not just for Alabama. It was a vote for women. It was a vote for children. It was a vote for anyone who would prey upon a child, to make sure that we sent a message that it is not right, it is not okay to be a pedophile, and nor for you to be a pedophile and represent us in the United States Senate.
But one of the big supporters of Doug Jones, Charles Barkley, went a step further last night. And I want to play that for you and get your reaction on the other side.
This is a wake-up call for Democrats. Your Democrats, and I told Mr. Jones this, and I love Doug, they've taken the black vote and the poor vote for granted for a long time. It's time for them to get off their ass and start making life better for black folks and people who are poor.
Wandalyn, do you agree with what Charles Barkley had to say?
I absolutely agree with Charles. I 100%. Let me just simply say this election yesterday said to the African-American people of the state of Alabama and this country, not only does your vote count, you should respect your vote. And not only should you respect your vote, you should get off your butt and you should make sure you get to the polls and you should make sure that your vote is counted and your voices are heard. This was a grassroots effort. Cory Booker came here, John Lewis, and all of the other members of the House of Representatives who supported Doug Jones. But this election yesterday hinged upon people going door to door, people getting out, knocking on, going into restaurants. Doug went into places just like, for one thing, that Hillary Clinton failed to do last year. He went into these places, into the rural communities. He knocked on doors. He said to people, you have a choice. There is something different and something better. We are galvanized, and we're going to be ready for the 2018 elections to take back these state houses that have been overcome by the Republican Party, that have taken over the state houses and have done absolutely nothing. But the Democrats also must tell a story. We've got to tell a story that we can bring economic development, we can create jobs, that we are also a voice of the people, and we have something to offer with regards to all of these other types of incentives. Affordable health care. What can we do to change America? America's already great. We're going to continue to make it greater. This is the greatest country in the free world.
On the Republican side, Michael, you've heard from a number of folks who say, look, just what I said before, you know, this was an extremely weak candidate. Having said that, if you're Paul Ryan, if you're Mitch McConnell, are you panicking? Are you learning lessons? Are you making adjustments looking ahead to November? What are you doing?
No, it's like Michael Jordan always said, you either win or you learn. There's no question that they're going to take lessons away from this. The first is, if we nominate kooks and dingbats, we can lose anywhere, including in Alabama. But we're on the verge of passing historic tax reform legislation. The American people are going to start seeing more money in their paychecks starting in February, as the president announced earlier this hour. We have an exciting opportunity to tell a story about economic growth, economic prosperity to the American people, and we're going to have the tools in hand to do that.
And Philip Bump is also here, national correspondent for the Washington Post. You wrote a piece today saying Trump might want to ignore Bannon's political advice. Having said that, if you read Breitbart, didn't really take it as a big loss the way a lot of other people are seeing it. They saw it as the battle. This is not the war. They're ready to move forward with the war. Right. Is Steve Bannon done? Is he just injured? Is he mortally wounded? What's going on?
I mean, it was sort of fascinating to see Steve Bannon argue that this is a fight that's going to take place over years, as though it's this huge lift to have a Republican elected in the state of Alabama. I think that Steve Bannon needed to prove to Republicans, he's threatened the GOP establishment, he needed to prove to them, I can actually take your guys out if I want to, and he has not proven that at all. The only race he's won was Donald Trump's race, which, of course, Donald Trump actually lost by millions of votes in the popular vote. So, you know, Steve Bannon's threat came up as empty, which is hugely problematic for Bannon. It's problematic for Trump as well, because Trump has tied himself so closely to Bannon. And also, it's worth noting that Bannon is the one that told Trump to focus on his base, right? That's why Donald Trump's approval ratings are as low as they are. This is bad advice that Trump got from Bannon on that. It's part of the reason why Moore lost, because Trump was so unpopular there. He's gotten a lot of bad advice from Bannon, and this may be the point at which Trump says, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll try a different direction.
Michael, I have only 30 seconds. Do the Republicans... Oh, Michael had to leave, so I'll ask you the question, Philip. Sure. Do Republicans hold on to the Senate in 2018?
Oh, man. I mean, Steve showed the map, and the map is really tough for Democrats. They have to pick up... If you look at the toss-up races that Republicans hold right now, Democrats have to win 2 of those 3 races. That's a big lift, but this has been... Every indication is that there's going to be a wave next year, and so if that happens, maybe.
Philip Bump, Wandolyn Given, Jess O'Connell, Michael Steele, thanks to all of you. And one quick look at what's going on Wall Street. This is what the president was talking about today. He has been touting the economy. This is a record number, right? 24,598. We are at record levels. Obviously, on word that the tax plan looks like it's going to go through. That's going to do it for me this hour. Ali Velshi will be back in the chair tomorrow, but you can always find me on Twitter at Chris Jansing. Thanks for watching. Deadline White House with Nicole Wallace starts right now.
Hi, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in New York. Doug Jones made history last night, becoming the first Democrat elected to the Senate in Alabama in 25 years. His victory over Republican Roy Moore was largely determined by high turnout from African-American voters and what the New York Times describes as a suburban shellacking. Both dynamics mark an ominous sign for Republicans running in 2018. We are waiting to hear from Jones, and as soon as those remarks begin, we'll bring them to you. In the meantime, President Trump woke up to the sound of his own backpedaling. After taping an 11th hour robocall for more and holding a rally just across the Alabama border to drum up support for more, Trump today tried to say, hey, I was with the other guy, tweeting, quote, the reason I originally endorsed Luther Strange and his numbers went up mightily is that I said Roy Moore will not be able to win the general election. I was right. Roy worked hard, but the deck was stacked against him. Not all Republicans shared that assessment.
Strange to say, I guess, from my side of the aisle, but I thought it was a great night for America. So I couldn't be more happy. The people of Alabama responded, I thought, in a very appropriate way.
Well, I'm certainly glad that Roy Moore lost, and the only alternative to that was Doug Jones.
Being down a seat, does that help the Democrats move ahead, do you think? Is the Republican agenda at risk?
Well, it makes it more difficult, obviously, with the margin. You know, it's as low as it is. So, but, like I said, it would have been more difficult with Roy Moore.
Doug Jones' victory is an undeniable blow to Donald Trump and his former strategist, Steve Bannon. The Washington Post's Greg Sargent writing, the outcome, when taken along with the recent Virginia results, also shatters another of Trumpism's foundational lies, that a large, silent majority of forgotten Americans is rooting for Trumpism to succeed, and that only a conspiracy of elites is standing in the way. And another hit to the president today, Monmouth University has his job approval at the lowest point since taking office, 32%. Joining us today to break all of this down from the Washington Post, Ashley Parker and Ann Gearin. They both cover the White House. With us on set, Bill Kristol, founder and editor of the Weekly Standard, Nick Confessori, political reporter for the New York Times, and Doug Thornell, former senior advisor to the DNC. Ashley Parker, let me start with you. And we've warned everyone that if Doug Jones starts talking, we will abruptly move over to that. But I wanted to ask you about your reporting that by late Tuesday night, aides had already begun guessing where the mercurial Trump would hurl the blame and how he would distance himself from Moore, a man he had privately criticized for weeks, even as he backed him. That sounds like a little bit of revisionist history. He was tweeting out that Moore was, you know, basically some guy that was going to be a Pelosi-Schumer puppet. He traveled to Pensacola to drum up support for Moore, and he really opened up the Pandora's box of relitigating all of the sexual harassment accusers that had accused him by siding with the accused child molester.
So we now know how he's going to distance himself from Moore. It was in part that tweet you just mentioned. And we also have at least some early sense of who he's going to blame. And talking to White House aides today, there's at least 3 people right now who are top of mind. One is he blames Mitch McConnell for, he thinks, sort of unfairly and unhelpfully meddling in the race and not trying to help Moore, or he believes sort of even trying to help Doug Jones win. He actually blames Steve Bannon. He believes Steve Bannon sold him a bill of goods and convinced him that he needed to support Moore and that Moore would win. And he quite correctly blames Moore for being an abysmal candidate. And then there's also some talk about, and I don't know that this is necessarily the president himself, but about, I wouldn't call it a shakeup, but sort of a rejiggering or maybe an overhaul of the political operation, which they've been discussing before, but last night's election results simply accelerate that conversation.
And Ann Gearin, the president has everything on the line. I mean, for Republicans running in 2018, it's control. Right now, they control the Senate, they control the House, and that's far preferable to being in the minority. But for Donald Trump, who's under one investigation for potential collusion with Russia, and with a growing drumbeat that feels like the beginning of something that could be much bigger on sexual harassment and past claims of sexual harassment against this president, he could be facing a 2-pronged attack at his presidency at the very hour where he's been revealed to have zero political acumen and no one around him with much political acumen. How exposed is this White House politically?
Well, certainly they are feeling the, sort of hot breath of the special counsel investigation, as well as the, very many other potential headwinds that they would be facing as you lay out. That's one of the reasons that the president is so focused on getting this tax cut bill through by Christmas, and certainly he would have one fewer Republican to work with come January for that or anything else. If he doesn't notch that legislative victory this year, he really will have very little to show for his getting stuff done agenda. He certainly, as he regularly does, has a soaring stock market and a number of other positive economic indicators to point to. He did that again today. But he needs a legislative victory, and he needs that not only so that he can say he can get things done, but he needs that so that he has something to push back against all of the above, against Mitch McConnell. When Mitch McConnell says you have to do it this way, Trump wants to be able to say that his instincts are good. When Steve Bannon, to the extent that he remains an advisor in the outer orbit or inner orbit, but not in the White House, Trump wants to be able to use Bannon the way he wants to use Bannon, but also have some things to show on the ground, like a tax cut, that Bannon doesn't really involved with.
Nick Confessori, he wants to sort of call the shots on Congress, but it was hard to do with sort of the scant knowledge that he had about legislation. It's doubly hard with a 32% approval rating. Who's afraid of the big bad 32% approval president?
Look, he doesn't have the capital or the temperament or the depth of policy knowledge to be an effective advocate on the Hill. And increasingly, he is a millstone for his own party. There are just precious few places where he's popular enough with the right voters to put pressure on votes he would need for this, which is why you're seeing basically a rush for the exits on this tax bill. Just get it done and baked in. There's no upside to them in waiting for the president or for Congress.
Doug, I'm going to flip your question. So I'm going to ask you, what do Democrats do with the three Republicans that we aired? You had Bob Corker, Jeff Flake, and Pete King saying, I'm happy that a Democrat won last night.
Yeah, well, look, you could make an argument that Richard Shelby, who's the senior senator from Alabama, had a lot to do with the victory last night, in the sense that his endorsement of him saying he was not going to vote for Roy Moore created a permission structure for some Republicans in the state to vote for Doug Jones. And so I think that, look, I think part of it is maybe Schumer reaches out to Flake and others to see if there's some sort of coalition of moderate Republicans that they can use to try to, get some things done. But I think a lot of Republicans feel like Pete King and Jeff Flake and Bob Corker. Corker looked like he was about to fly out of the...
He looked like he was breaking into dance. I love him more every day. You've got a cough, so if you need to cough, we'll let you cough. I've had a box of Kleenex on the desk all week. But what I was going to ask Doug is how do the Democrats run against the tax bill? Real quick, and then we're going to go to Doug Jones.
Let me just say one thing about what we were just talking about, though. I'm happy that Doug Jones won, and I don't like Donald Trump, but we should not underestimate him. There was how many times in the campaign did he have humiliating setbacks, embarrassments?
But the point is, it's not transferable to Roy Moore.
Right, but Roy Moore had his own problems. But at the end of the day, if you're like me and you're trying to save the Republican Party from Donald Trump, 90% of Republican primary voters in Alabama voted for Roy Moore. Trump still has strong support with a chunk of the Republican base. He's going to keep on fighting. He's going to get this tax bill. It's very nice that these guys gave those quotes, but are they actually going to break with Trump on a major issue? Are the Republicans going to stand up more? Maybe, but I'm not convinced.
We're going to get right back to this on the other side of Doug Jones.
That in this day and age, here in the state of Alabama, that a message of inclusiveness, a message of equality, a message of dignity and respect, and importantly, messages of issues that really are, at the end of the day, those issues that people care about, the kitchen table issues that we've talked about, that you guys have heard me preach about over and over. It has been an amazing night for us. It has been an amazing day today. I have received calls from so many well-wishers of friends and family, but also future colleagues in Washington on both sides of the aisle. I've received calls from Democratic senators. I've received calls from my longtime friend, Senator Shelby, Leader McConnell, Leader Schumer, and calls from the President of the United States, President Trump, all very gracious, congratulating us on the way we have run this race, the way we portrayed ourselves in the campaign, and all expressing a desire to look forward together to try to work for the betterment of the state of Alabama and this country, to do as we have said from the very beginning of this campaign, to try to find common ground so that we can move forward. And so I very much appreciate all of those senators and the president for reaching out to me today. Very heartwarming and gratifying. And now the process begins of trying to get a transition. And by the way, one of the calls I received last night, I should have said this a moment ago. One of the first calls I received last night was from an old friend, Senator Luther Strange. He left a message. I returned that call, as I knew he would be, very gracious as well. Congratulating me, telling me how proud he was of the campaign that we ran, and working together to try to start a transition for us to move into that office, to build our staff, and to start working, to continuing the work for the people of the state of Alabama. So with that, I'm going to try to field a few questions here and try to figure out the best way to do it. I see my old friend there in the blue tie with his little hand raised, so I'll go to you first. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have you spoken with Roy Moore?
I have not.
Think that he could concede?
I'm going to leave that to him. I think that as most people, including the president, believe that the people of Alabama spoke. And after elections, it's a time for healing. It's a time for reaching out. That's what I intend to do is once I can be sworn in. I've told people that I'm going to try to be accessible, to do town halls, to try to reach out. I know that this was a close vote, and that this state, if you just look at the numbers, one would consider it to still be divided. I don't believe that that is going to be the case, and so I'm going to reach out. So I'm going to let him make that decision. Let's just kind of move this way a little bit. Yes, in the back.
Do you see this result as a reflection of local or national issues?
I think this is Alabama issues. Now, to some extent, and we've talked about this, I think Alabama issues are the same as around the country in terms of jobs and education, particularly health care. I think the CHIPS program that I mentioned last night is an issue that crosses political lines, and it crosses from one state to the other. But at the end of the day, this has been an Alabama race. This is a race that we have focused on in the state of Alabama, and we have talked straight to the people of the state of Alabama about my record and about the issues that they care about. And that's how we've seen it, and that's how I will continue to see it, because my job is really to represent the folks in the states. I think that this election shows that people across this country, want to see people work together. I think that's a message for Democrats, and it's a message for Republicans and independents. I think that when the people of Alabama elect a senator who runs on a platform of trying to find common ground and reaching across aisles, I think that's a message that both political parties should take heed. Again, that's why I said last night, recognize that, have my colleagues recognize that, and fund that CHIPS program. Take time out from whatever they're doing right now, fund that program. So I think it's a message that a lot of people can take a lot out of. Yes, sir. Well, look, I think there's a process that has to take place here within the state of Alabama for certification. I think historically, if you look back at what happened when Senator Brown won in Massachusetts, I think Senator Reid held the Affordable Care Act vote, if I remember correctly. But there's a combination of things. There's a lot of moving pieces that involve the certification of this election, the recesses of the Senate, and how they're going to go as we're approaching the holidays. So I think we'll let that play out a little bit and see I think that both Senator McConnell and Senator Schumer are going to end up doing the right thing. I spoke to both of them today. They want to work with me and my transition team on committee assignments and those kind of things. So we'll see how it goes, and I'll go with it either way. I want to get involved as soon as I can, obviously. Yes, sir?
The state will not automatically change overnight from a very conservative state to a Democratic just because you got a victory last night. Will your decisions in Washington reflect the ideology of your state?
I think they will. I mean, that's why I ran. I think that's why I won, because I think I'm a lot more center of the road political figure, public figure. I think people are looking for somebody that can find that common ground, somebody that'll listen to them. I think people forget oftentimes that, you know, citizens are not always looking for someone who agrees with them all of the time. They want somebody to just listen to them and talk to them and learn from them. And I think we demonstrated that we would do that during the campaign. I think I think my history has been that I'm going to do that as a United States Senator. And I think that's the most important part of this. So I'm going to be that voice for the people of Alabama to try to do what I believe is right for them. And we'll just see how that plays out in the politics of things. But I think more importantly, people have been looking for someone that they can talk to, someone that they feel like can best represent them and their interest. And if you can't always find that common ground, you can maybe just move on and agree to disagree. But don't be disagreeable, and let's find common ground on the next one. Yes, sir?
What did the president say to you in the call that you had? Did he address any of the criticisms that he had voiced about you?
No, it was a very gracious call. I very much appreciated it. He congratulated me on the race that we won. He congratulated me and my staff on the way that and the manner in which we handled this campaign and went forward. And we talked about finding that common ground to work together. And he invited me over to the White House to visit as soon as I get up there. So it's a very nice phone call, very pleasant phone call, and I appreciated him very much reaching out to me. Let's go on this side. Anybody over here? Okay. Speak up. Y'all got to speak up now. I didn't mean to throw too much cold water on all you guys.
What would you say to moderate Alabama voters that may have voted for you but don't necessarily agree with you on your position on some of the issues?
Well, I say exactly what I said just a moment ago. You're not going to agree with me. I mean, even as some that in the Democratic Party that voted for me and have been very enthusiastic about this campaign is not going to agree with me on every issue. I think the key is trying to find that common ground. I know that I'm just sounding like that broken record to talk about that, but I just think it is so important that we try to sit down at a table and talk about issues and talk about the things that matter in a big picture, and then we can find and hone down on what it will take to get that agenda accomplished. And so for those folks and even those that may be even more conservative than that, let's just talk. I believed, and I've said it over and over, that the people of this state have more in common than they have to divide us. I want to try to find those issues more and more that we can find common ground on, and let's just agree to disagree on those issues that are so divisive that it's hard to even talk to people about. Yes, ma'am?
In recent years, for the state Democratic Party, they had difficulty fielding candidates and providing infrastructure for those candidates. Was that a hurdle that you had to overcome, and how important was national Democratic support for your campaign?
Well, I mean, obviously there has been some concern locally. We knew that going into this race, and we built this campaign from the ground up. Our state party provided whatever support they could, but we knew that we had to reach out to our own, Democratic leaders in the counties and the cities, and we had to find others, independents, folks that had not been engaged in the political process as much to try to build that. So I think we built that up. I think it's going to be a lot better going forward for folks. The National Democratic Party was very helpful to us. They provided the support that we needed. That they were always there to give us advice. We wanted to make sure that this race remained local. We wanted to make sure, and we didn't just push them away. We didn't do any of that, but we wanted to make sure we were fortunate enough that we raised enough money that we could keep this race local. But I can't say enough for what they did in terms of the support, the help, the advice. This was not their first rodeo, in an election, but they also knew that they needed to be careful because we had a message, and they didn't want to interfere. And I think that's the thing that I will compliment DNC Chair Tom Perez the most about, is that he knew that we had a message, that it was a message that was consistent with the party, but it was also a message that he felt like, and we felt like, would be consistent with the folks in the state of Alabama, and that's what it was. And so we stayed true to that message through the primary and into the general election. And I think that's the one thing that I've told my staff and my campaign officials that I am the most proudest of. We didn't have to alter. We didn't move. We were true to ourselves, and I think that was a very important piece of winning this election. People in Alabama do not like to see folks that flip-flop and do things. They want to see somebody who stays true to themselves, because that's somebody they know that they can talk to, reason with, and discuss with. Yes, sir, way in the back. You. Yes, you.
So one big factor in your win was the minority vote, which, on the national stage, a lot of people have sort of criticized your campaign's outreach to them. What do you think brought the minority vote out for you?
Well, let me say, first of all, I didn't read all you folks in the national media with that criticism, because I knew you were wrong. I mean, just flat out, I knew you were wrong. I knew what we were doing. I knew that we had boots on the ground. I mean, this campaign, the volunteers that we had in this campaign was extraordinary. They were not like any other campaign that the state has ever seen. We knocked on 300,000 doors. We rang 1.2 million phones across this state. We knew what we were doing. We knew the importance of minority votes, and we reached out. So, and I think they responded. But I also believe this. I think we had a lot of support from the leadership in the African American community. Those leaders knew me. I've been around for a while. I mean, look, I may look young and pretty, but I'm really not. I've been around for a long time, and those leaders knew me, and they knew my background, and they knew that they would have a partner in the United States Senate, and they felt like they haven't had one in a while, except for Congresswoman Terry Sewell, who was also instrumental in making sure that turned out. So I had a lot of support from those folks who spent a lot of time and a lot of effort trying to get folks out to vote. And everything that's happened in this state, in this country, people, I think, across the country are now realizing, look, elections have serious consequences. And when you realize that, you tend to turn out the vote. So, yes, sir?
Could you talk a little bit more about the infrastructure in the Democratic Party here in the state? The future of it, what you read about that?
Well, I don't know what the future is going to hold. We'll just see. I mean, we're going to have, obviously, some discussions. I think some of that will take care of itself in the coming months, because we've got statewide elections that will come up next year. They'll be qualifying for that. The one thing that I think is going to happen for sure is that this campaign has given a lot of people a reason to believe. They have a reason to hope, that they know that even though things might be a long shot, it's possible. And they'll know, too, that you can create a lot of momentum. You can create things in a positive way if you run the right campaign, even if that campaign might not have succeeded. And there was a time last night that I was convinced we wouldn't, but I was prepared to talk about the fact, that this was not the end. It was the beginning, as Coach Saban once said famously. And so I think that going forward, what I'm hoping you will see in both parties is competitive races. This state is going to be progressed as far as we can, because beginning today, beginning with this election, I believe we're on the road to having a competitive two-party state without one-party domination. And I think that helps every state if you look around this country. And that's what I want to see. I want to see that with the Democrats. I want to see that with the Republicans. It doesn't help anybody to see it doesn't help a state. It doesn't help a country to see one major political party at civil war with itself. So I think this election can send a message to a lot of folks to reach out and do some things to try to help. So I'm looking forward to that in 2018 for our general elections on both sides of that aisle. Yes, sir?
You started news in Britain. Did you win it, or did Roy Moore lose it?
I think it's a combination. Look, in every election, In every election, there is a segment of the voters who vote for you. And I think from what I saw on some of the exit pollings last night, there was an overwhelming number of people who felt very positive. And the number one reason for the vote for me was how they felt about our campaign and the issues that we ran on. But look, there is also that segment of this population who voted against Roy Moore. I understand that. I get that. But you know what? That's not a bad thing. With that kind of politics for a segment of the population in Alabama to help reject that kind of history and that divisive rhetoric, I think that's a good thing. Yes, sir?
What would you have to, another group who may have helped your victory, those women who came forward, what would you have to say to those women?
Well, I've said before, it's not just those women. There's a lot of women around this country that are coming forward. I think we have reached that tipping point in this country in which women need to stand up and speak out. I think we have to be very careful in all of those and how we approach those issues. I said at the very beginning when the issues involving Roy Moore surfaced that we need to let the dust settle a little bit and not take sides immediately. But certainly I think that was, I commend them for coming forward. I have said before, I believe them. I think they have all the credibility in the world. And I think that as going forward, this country has a debt that we owe to women everywhere who has had to endure the kind of treatment at the hands of male counterparts in their workplace or customers or anyone else. And I think that we're hopefully getting to a point for my daughter and my two little granddaughters who stole the show last night at our victory speech, that that is going to change. That is my hope for my children as well as all of the children for the state of Alabama.
Do you believe you would have won without them coming forward?
Well, I don't know if I would have or not. I think that, you know, I said from the very beginning, I think Roy Moore was disqualified from this job to begin with because he had been removed from office twice for violating the rule of law. There were serious questions about his moral foundation of law, which seemed to be nothing more than a way to enrich himself and his family. I think the last month of the election would have played out somewhat differently, obviously, but I think we would have still won. I think we would have probably, I don't know if we'd have ever had a debate. What I really wanted to do, and where the people of Alabama lost out in this race, is actually having a debate and seeing the issues, the substantive issues on health care and education and jobs. So we had to get out there, and as you guys in the press know, that's what we did. We continued to get out there while he went into hiding. So I think obviously that helped us. I believed all along that we had a path to victory in this race. I believed it this summer, and I certainly believed it as we were going forward because we were getting traction and momentum in our campaign before those allegations surfaced. All right, you've had one. Let's go. Anybody else over here before I go back? Yes, ma'am.
What is the first thing that you hope, what's the first goal you hope to achieve in Washington? How will you go?
Well, I think I've already achieved something like that. I think when in a special election like this, when a candidate wins a close race in what the eyes of the nation were, and you have both the leader of your own party as well as the opposition party, as well as the President of the United States, who is of a different party, call you to say we are looking forward to it. We're trying to, we want to try to do that work to find that common ground. I think that was the main thing, and I think so. This election last night from the people of Alabama accomplished what I wanted to do for me, and that was very because I think it's very important, and people across the country are getting that message on a substantive basis. I said last night, and I hope that the CHIP funding will get done soon. I'd like to be a part of that. If it's not done very soon, I will try to reach out and do something like that immediately. There's a lot of work, I think, to be done in health care and other matters, the budgets. But, we'll take it a day at a time. 6 months ago, I was a lawyer trying to figure out where my next client was coming from. And now I've been learning all summer. I've got a lot more to learn, but I am so looking forward to getting into the weeds with these issues. Okay. All right. Y'all got it. Don't throw things at me, but okay, I'll go back to you.
I just wanted to get your thoughts on what Cory Carver said last night. He said
he hopes you do the right thing and vote for the Republicans?
Well, I would expect a Republican to say that. I expect the Democrats to say, I hope he does the right thing and vote for Democrats. But the people of Alabama expect me to do the right thing and vote for the people of Alabama. And so we're going to see. We're going to take every issue one step at a time. I want to sit down with folks on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of an issue. I think that's what's missing here, is that I want to talk to people on both sides of an issue, not just political parties, to try to learn what I can and make some decisions based on the people of Alabama. So, everybody's going to say that, but I've made it clear to everybody in this campaign. I'm going to continue to make it clear that the people of Alabama hope that I do the right thing by voting in their best interest. Yes, sir.
Another hit on Alabama during this election. A lot of people were thinking that folks just wouldn't come out to the polls and vote. After last night, what message would you give to the people of Alabama and maybe encourage everyone that voting is your right and you should take part?
Yeah, look, I think you just answered your own question there. Elections have consequences. We've been getting that message out for the last 5 or 6 months since we've been involved in this campaign. And it's not just in a bitter way. I don't mean it that way. Some people are going to be upset and they're thinking, oh my gosh, my candidate didn't win. I should have gotten more people to the polls. But the fact of the matter is that is one of the most sacred rights that we have in this country. And there are people in this state in particular who lost their lives trying to get that right to vote. So you don't have to count jelly beans in order to get that right to vote. So you don't have to pay a tax in order to get that right to vote. So it's important that I think that, and I would like to see there be some effort to get more people registered, to make it easier to vote in this state. We have a period other than absentee ballots here in this state, which are fairly cumbersome to do. I'd like to make it easier for people to exercise their right to vote, and I think we can do that over the course of time. But it's going to take, in order to do that, it's going to take people putting aside, how is this vote going to affect this political party or that political party? We need to be thinking about the right to vote for everyone and not just how it will enrich one party or another to give, because that is so fundamental to everyone in this country. Back to you.
How much trouble did you get into with your wife over all this culminating on your 25th wedding anniversary? Did you guys get to celebrate it all?
I'm going to take the fifth on that one, I think. Let me just say this. This was, last night was probably the best anniversary present anybody could have. We had, when we were married, probably the best wedding party that I have ever been to. But it didn't come close to the wedding, to the anniversary party that we had last night with about 2,000 of our closest friends. So, thank you. Yes, sir?
That was the newly elected senator from Alabama, Doug Jones. We should talk a little bit, Doug Thornell, about how he got here. He did better even than President Obama among African-American voters in the state. Obama won 95% of that vote. He ticked up 1% to 96. He won 34% of white women. Obama won 16%. And he won 58% of all women. So might women save America?
Well, first of all, I'd just like to say, I think he struck the exact right tone during the press
solid.
conference.
We should,
pretty solid. Yeah. He's pretty solid, and he's a fundamentally decent man. And I think that was really one of the things that helped him so much. But yeah, the numbers, if you look at African-American turnout, I think the campaign was hoping for 28%. They got to 30. They were hoping to get around 30% of the white vote. They got 34%. If you look at a county where Auburn University is, that flipped from went from the Republican to the Democrat this year. So they had a really good field campaign. They invested early. The DSCC came in with about $300,000 early on to build an infrastructure that did not exist in Alabama. We've got to remember, we haven't really competed statewide as a party there in a long time. And so there are a lot of things that we needed to do to get folks to turn out. And I really think that they did a very good job of building an infrastructure and then also treating African-American voters with respect. And what they did was, instead of doing the typical GOTV operation, 3 weeks out, they treated them like persuasion voters. And so they they did mail, they did TV, they did radio.
Treated them like swing voters.
Yeah. Exactly.
The mission was different. They didn't need to be persuaded to vote Democrat, but they needed to be persuaded in an off-presidential election.
And that's really important. And that's something that my party doesn't do a good enough job of.
Yep, neither party does, frankly. But let me ask you, Nick Confessori, I mean, one thing that stood out to me, one, I found him just evaluating him as a communicator, very solid, very decent, wholly focused on Alabama and on the institution that he's heading to. I think he'll be a solid senator with his focus on his constituents. But he also had this line. He was asked about Roy Moor's accusers, and he talked about the debt we owe to the women who've come forward. I mean, he's very aware of this moment, and I want you to talk about how Steve Bannon may have miscalculated the size and scope of this movement. I mean, he thinks he ran the Trump campaign. He didn't run the Trump campaign. The forgotten men and women, and to the degree that they felt listened to, they ran the Trump campaign. Trump is right when he says that I'd been my own strategist for a long time before Steve Bannon came along. But just talk about sort of the size and scope of Steve Bannon's failure in Alabama.
Look, he really misjudged this, and to top it all off, he came in at the end and attacked the University of Alabama because Joe Scarborough went there, which to me, it's like...
And Condi Rice and Ivanka Trump.
And these are hometown heroes, right? And Steve Bannon is a guy who was from Goldman Sachs and worked in Hollywood for a bit and is now a nationalist. Look, I think his miscalculation was, first of all, settling on Roy Moore as his guy, as a flawed candidate, who has no real seeming affinity for whatever you think of as, Bannon nationalism. He's a Christian conservative from Alabama. But he thought, and I think they all thought, that the group of voters who hate being told what to say and think that everyone's too oversensitive was larger than the group of voters who were women who were saying, I can't believe that my party's candidate is an accused harasser and predator of teenage girls. They thought that they could do anything there and get away with it, and they were wrong. There was a backlash, and Doug Jones was very smart, because, look, he has no natural constituency, or majority, I should say, in Alabama. He has to build one and maintain it. And step one was there. He was talking about his friends, Luther Strange, the Republican senator, and Senator Shelby, and he was so happy to get phone calls from Mitch McConnell. He's going to build that and have to defend it now.
So I got to read you something, because I thought that Bannon was pretty disgraceful in defeat, talking about being out for blood, Mitch McConnell's blood. Always blood with these guys. Disgusting. So Mitch McConnell's former chief of staff, Josh Holmes, was talking about Steve Bannon, and he said, if you take the 5 best consultants in politics and tell them to go lose the Alabama Senate race, I'm not sure they could do it. I mean, it is, Democrats do everything right, but it is sort of hard, sorry, Howard Stern, it is hard to lose in Alabama for a Republican.
Yeah, though, of course, it was McConnell's super PAC that took out Mo Brooks, who would have won, to help, because they thought Moore would be so easy to beat for Luther Strange. I mean, look, I predicted actually that Moore would win the primary, and then I said he could lose to a Democrat. But to be fair to Bannon, before the Washington Post story broke, if that had never broken, which is when they first invested in Moore probably would have won, right? I mean, it can't be, that must have moved at least 1.5 points, right, of the vote. So, I mean, look, I'm very happy that Moore lost, but I think we shouldn't kid ourselves that this means the whole Republican Party is turning on Bannonism or Trumpism. He got 48% of the vote there. What happened was big African-American turnout, and some chunk of Republican white women stayed home. I think Shelby helped a lot with that when he said, Senator Shelby, when he said on Sunday, stay home. I think there were more write-ins than it was just about the margin of victory. And the write-in thing is amazing. Think about this a minute. Usually when you have write-ins or abstentions, like I remember this in 2016, I didn't vote for Trump or Hillary Clinton. You go and you vote for other down tickets, and then you write something in or you don't vote. There was no other election. 1.5% of the people in Alabama went to the polls to write someone in. Now, that was all Republicans who couldn't vote for Moore, and that was a lot of that was on the sex, on his behavior. So I'm happy it happened. But let me push back a little bit. I am worried that people are reading out.
But let me push back. Let me put up what USA Today editorialized today, because I think but for the revelations about Roy Moore preying on women, maybe we would have focused on Roy Moore hearkening for the days of slavery, or Roy Moore comparing homosexuality to bestiality. I mean, there was plenty of material to make Roy Moore unacceptable. I was against him all along. No, I know you were, but I'm just saying.
But it wouldn't have defeated him.
On this day, he is now the second most famous Republican in the country, Roy Moore, right now. And by getting behind them, I think that Steve Bannon has yoked Moore's brand to his. And it may not work for everybody, but I think there is long-term damage to what Bannon wants to do.
I hope so, but I would just worry. Look, Bannon, whatever you think of him, is a determined guy who believes in what he believes in. He's going to keep fighting.
But he loses all that. And here, he's tied to this. Let me put this up again. This is USA Today that editorialized that a president who would all but call Senator Kirsten Gillibrand a whore is not fit to clean the toilets in the Barack Obama presidential library or to shine the shoes of George W. Bush. I mean, Bannon is associated with the ugliest aspects of Trumpism. And I think to the degree that Democrats can take this campaign and really, I mean, I don't even know how to say it. The party's already branded with Roy Moore and Donald Trump.
I think Democrats are going to do extremely well. I've thought this for quite a long time in 2018, because I don't think Trumpism is a real majority movement, and I think Trump is governed in a way that's reduced it from the 46% of the vote he got in 2016. So I think there'll be, if I were a Democrat, I'd be very happy, and I'd be looking at how to translate Virginia and Alabama into the rest of the country. I'm just speaking here as a Republican, or still sort of a Republican. I am
non-practicing is what I say.
I'm waiting to see if there's a genuine break from Trump by Republican elected officials or other Republican candidates.
See,
a genuine repudiation of Bannonism, and I don't see it yet.
No, there isn't going to be one. And Bannon is going to be, look, this will probably be forgotten by him in a week, and he has a plan to sort of, he said he's going to primary all of the Senate Republicans except for Ted Cruz. And if that happens, you know, look, Democrats need to win 2 more seats now, right? Going into last night, we needed to win 3 Republican seats, and no one really knew where that 3rd seat was going to come from. Was it going to come from Tennessee? Was it going to come from Texas? Now we have that 3rd seat, so now it's Arizona and Nevada, and now we have to basically get a full house, a royal straight flush here to win the Senate. But last night, for me, it was indication that the majority is slipping away from Republicans, and they felt last night, I think, exactly how I felt some years ago when Scott Brown won that Massachusetts Senate seat.
9 or 10.
Yeah, 2010.
But on that model, and I totally agree with that analogy, I'm worried that President Obama ended up being a pretty successful president after Scott Brown won that seat. They did lose the House.
Yeah.
I think they're going to lose the House this year and probably the Senate. But I'm worried that it doesn't discredit Trump as much as everyone is saying today. Trump will react. He'll pivot. He'll sign the tax bill.
You know, he's at 32% approval.
Let me give you the last word, Nick. But let me get you in on this and just ask you, I mean, why is there a debate about, I understand the power and the potency of Trump, but why does any of that attach itself to Bannon after, I think he's gone like 0 for 6. I mean, every race he's touched, he's lost.
Look, Bannon is building or trying to build.
General. He's only successful in Republican primaries, but anyone he's backed has lost in a general election.
Right, but you know, his candidate won the presidency, which is an important perch to promote his ideas. Look, I think Steve Bannon
and he got fired by the president.
I think Bannon will have lots of influence. It's probably not a great test of Bannonism to have a candidate who is an accused child predator. There are different candidates Bannon will back who will probably win some of these primaries, and the war will continue. But I think that Moore is now associated with the things that Bannon is willing to accept to advance his ideas.
Let me just, I know we have to go to break, but let me just put up all the races that Bannon has lost, because it's an astounding graphic. We've got Ed Gillespie in Virginia was backed by Bannon, and Ed Gillespie, in fairness, isn't a Bannon disciple. But you know, I think there are now 6 or 7 races of Bannon-backed candidates who have lost.
Bannon's theory is you lose, it doesn't matter. You win the party, you lose a bunch of races on the way. That's not an unheard of theory in American politics. The McGovern lost a blowout in '72. Goldwater lost a blowout in '64. Both of their movements ended up taking over the parties. So I think it's very bad for Republicans to have a Trumpite, Bannonite party in 2018. But as a Republican, I think people should be. I'm just worried that it doesn't discredit Trump or Bannon enough among Republican elected officials and candidates. I hope it does. I hope it does. Let's see what happens.
32% approval was a pretty bad indictment. All right, we're just sneaking a break, but coming up, defending the Justice Department from the GOP. We'll show you today's scene from inside the GOP witch hunt into the Republican-led DOJ and FBI, and a dramatic departure of one of Donald Trump's most well-known aides. Stay with us.
I think the public trust in this whole thing is gone. So it seems to me you got 2 things you can do. You're the guy in charge. You're the guy who picked Mueller. You're the guy who wrote the memo saying why he needed to fire Comey. You're the guy in charge. You could disband the Mueller special prosecutor, and you can do what we've all called for. Appoint a second special counsel to look into this, to look into Peter Strzok, Bruce Orr, everything else we've learned in the last several weeks.
Republican Congressman Jim Jordan questioning Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, demanding a second special counsel to investigate the FBI and the Department of Justice. Jordan echoing calls yesterday from a member of President Trump's own private legal team. The cries from the far right for a second special counsel, putting Rosenstein between a rock and a hard place today as he struggled to defend the integrity of his Justice Department without breaking with the president and his allies who are maligning it.
I want to assure you, Congressman, as I think the Attorney General explained, we take very seriously the concerns of 20 members of this committee or one member of this committee, but we have a responsibility to make an independent determination, and we will. Inspector General has 500 employees and a $100 million budget, and this is what he does. He investigates allegations of misconduct involving department employees. That review that he is conducting is what turned up those text messages. It will also involve interviews of those persons and of other witnesses.
Are your employees proud to work for a person who holds their high integrity in such low regard?
Congressman, my employees are, I believe, proud to work for the Department of Justice. Some of them support a particular president, some of them don't, but as long as they do their job appropriately, that's my concern.
Rosenstein also used his platform today to defend Bob Mueller and fielded questions about an FBI agent who was removed from the Mueller team after text messages he'd sent were discovered to reveal his political views about Donald Trump. Let's just say he's not a fan. Some of the texts, which were sent to the agent's girlfriend, who also worked at the FBI, read, quote, God, Trump is a loathsome human, and God, Hillary should win 100 million to 0. Joining us now from Washington, NBC's intelligence and national security reporter Ken Delanian, Paul Butler, former federal prosecutor, now a Georgetown School of Law professor and an MSNBC legal analyst, and Ann Guerin is still with us. Ken Delanian, let me start with you. Just break this down for us. This is a story that is covered night after night after night. And what surprised me about the testimony is that Jim Jordan is now basically acting as an organ of Sean Hannity's smear campaign against Bob Mueller and the FBI.
Well, I'm so glad, Nicole, that you played that Jim Jordan bite, because he really encapsulated what we saw all day from every Republican on that committee, except he went further and actually said, you know, you should disband the Mueller investigation. But that was the theme of the Republicans today. They basically said, look, this thing has been so discredited, so infected by bias, we don't think it can really go forward as a functioning investigation. And a lot of people are worried that they are essentially laying the groundwork to fire Robert Mueller. Now, the good news for people who are concerned about that today is that Rod Rosenstein is the man who could fire Mueller, because he's in charge of this investigation, Jeff Sessions having recused himself. And he made it very clear he saw no reason to do that. He saw no actual impropriety here. Now, these texts that you reference are bad. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they create an awful appearance. They have given the Republicans a club to smash this investigation with, because they show that people who used to work and no longer work on this investigation were starkly biased against President Trump. But it's also the case that...
Let me stop you.
Yeah.
What happened to that agent who was starkly biased against Donald Trump?
Well, he was, as soon as Robert Mueller found out about these texts last summer, this man was taken off the case, and the woman, Lisa Page, he was texting with, left soon thereafter.
So what is the lingering, I guess I'm just stuck. What is the lingering concern about Bob Mueller? He fired someone who he learned was biased against Donald Trump.
Well, you've put your finger on it. The Republicans could point to no action by the Mueller team or Mueller himself that suggested any bias. He's got 4 people have been charged criminally in this case. No one has pointed to any unfairness, any, sort of anything out of the norm of these criminal investigations. What they have pointed to is a bunch of lawyers on Bob Mueller's team who have contributed money to Democrats. And as someone pointed out today, Rachel Brand, who is the number 3 person at the Justice Department right now, is a Republican who's given to Republicans. If that's the standard, then, we're a third world dictatorship. I mean, it's possible to be to have political views in this country, express them, and also, do your job in a nonpartisan way. At least it has been until this point. Some of these Republicans are calling that into question.
Paul Butler, let me go through a special prosecutor. Bob Mueller was appointed because Jeff Sessions recused himself, and Rod Rosenstein thought that the investigation into potential collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia had to be done independent from the department run by Jeff Sessions, who recused himself because he had lied about or misspoken about his contacts with Russia. So that was a clear conflict. There is no conflict for Donald Trump's political appointees who run the Justice Department. We just named all three of them: Jeff Sessions, Rod Rosenstein, and Rachel Brand. Why does Jim Jordan think that Jeff Sessions, Rod Rosenstein, and Rachel Brand are incapable of investigating the FBI?
Because he's playing partisan politics. Can we talk about irony? So President Trump runs the Justice Department in the sense that he selected all of the high-level leaders. And he thought that that department was good enough to investigate the allegations about Russia. He and the Republicans complained about a special counsel in that situation. Here, there's been no allegation that there have been any rules broken. If there are policies of the department that are broken by people texting stuff on FBI telephones, then the Office of Professional Responsibility and the Office of Inspector General, that's their job. Hundreds of people, all they do is investigate Department of Justice employees. But for a special counsel, there's got to be a law broken, maybe like when the Attorney General of the United States does not tell the truth about his own dealings with Russia, and he's supposed to be supervising the Russia investigation, and that's when you have a special counsel.
Ann Gearan, I have to say, as someone who talks to people in and just outside of the Trump orbit, they don't say things all that different in the hours and days after events like Charlottesville or the tweet about Mika Brzezinski's facelift, or frankly, the last 72 hours of the Trump presidency, from the things that this agent said. And I understand that the difference, in fairness, is that they're not investigating, they're not part of Mueller's team. But this idea, this witch hunt against career DOJ and FBI seems like it could backfire in the face of a bunch of people who ran on Law and Order and were obviously full of it.
Well, I mean, I think you're right. It could, but I mean, the attack on the career FBI, it is part of a little bit part of the narrative we were talking about earlier with Steve Bannon. It's a certain view of Washington that holds that career Washingtonians, bureaucrats, career government people have not only a democratic bias, but also kind of an anti-outsider bias, and that Donald Trump and other candidates and other Republicans who are backed by Steve Bannon are those outsiders, and that this sets up an us versus them dynamic, which frankly has been very useful to Bannon in other contexts and is proving in some ways useful to Trump politically now. The more that he can cast himself as a victim of the deep state and even this tiny little bit of ammunition that he was given is clearly very damaging to the FBI and by extension to the Mueller probe, just because it is a little bit of ammunition. It is not evidence of anything larger, but it is damaging.
All right, Ken Delaney and Paul Butler and Ann Gearan, thank you so much. When we come back, one of the high-profile firings from the White House.